Crime and Capitalism. Readings in Marxist. Criminology. Edited by David F. Greenberg. Temple University Press. Philadelphia. To the memory of Petra Kelly, Gary Rader, and Faye Stender. Our trimmer adoreth the goddess Truth, though in all ages she hath been scurvily used, as well as those that worshipped her. 'Tis off late become such a ruining virtue, that mankind seemeth to be agreed to commend and avoid it, yet the want of practice which repealeth the other laws, hath no influence upon the law of truth, because it hath root in heaven, and an intrinsic value in itself, that can never be impaired. She sheweth her greatness in this, that her enemies even when they are successful, are ashamed to own it. Nothing but powerful truth hath the prerogative of triumphing, not only after victories, but in spite of them, and to put conquest herself out of countenance. She may be kept under and suppressed, but her dignity still remaineth with her, even when she is in chains. Falsehood with all her impudence hath not enough to speak ill of her before her face, such majesty she carrieth about her, that her most prosperous enemies are fain to whisper their treason. All the power on earth can never extinguish her. She hath lived in all ages, and let the mistaken zeal of prevailing authority christen any opposition to it with what name they please. She maketh it not only an ugly and unmannerly, but a dangerous thing to persist. She hath lived very retired indeed, nay sometimes so buried, that only some few oft discerning part of mankind could have a glimpse of her. With all that she hath eternity in her, she knoweth not how to die, and from the darkest clouds that shade and cover her, she breaketh from time to time with triumph for her friends, and terror to her enemies. George S. A. Vile. The character of a trimmer. From the cowardice that shrinks from new truth, from the laziness that is content with half-truths, from the arrogance that thinks it knows all truth, O, God of truth, deliver us. A or Hor unknown. Contents. Preface to the second edition 11. Introduction 1. Part 1. Marx and Engels on Crime and Punishment 37. 1. Crime and Primitive Accumulation 45. Carry Marx to the demoralization of the English working class 48. Friedrich Engels 3. Crime in Communist Society 51. Friedrich Engels 4. The Usefulness of Crime 52. Carry Marx 5. The Labeling of Crime 54. Carry Marx 7. 8. Contents. 6. On Capital Punishment 55. Karl Marx. Part 2. The Causes of Crime 57. 1. Karl Marx, The Theft of Wood, and Working Class Composition 100. Peter Linnebaugh. 2. Goths and Vandals, Crime in History 122. Geo. Frey Pearson. 3. Hunting, Fishing, and Foraging, Common Rights and Class Relations in the Postbellum South 142. Stephen Hahn. 4. Organized Crime and Class Politics 169. Frank Pearce. 5. Urban Crime and Capitalist Accumulation, 1950 to 1971. 194. Don Wallace and Drew Humphreys. 6. The Social Economy of Arson, Vandals, Gangsters, Bankers, and Officials in the Making of an Urban Problem 211. James Brady. 7. Wealth, Crime, and Capital Accumulation 258. Harold Barnett. 8. Auto Theft and the Role of Big Business 265. Harry Brill. 9. The Production of Black Violence in Chicago 279. Cyril D. Robinson. 10. Delinquency and the Age Structure of Society 334. David F. Greenberg. 11. Rape, Sexual Inequality, and Levels of Violence 357. Julia Schwendinger and Hermann Schwendinger. 12. The Gendering of Crime in Marxist Theory 405. David F. Greenberg. Part 3. Criminal Law and Criminal Justice 443. 1. The Dialectics of Crime Control 463. Drew Humphreys and David F. Greenberg. Contents 9. 2. A Reinterpretation of Criminal Law Reform in 19th Century England 509. Michael Rustigan. 3. The Walnut Street Jail, A Penal Reform to Centralize the Powers of the State 533. Paul Takagi. 4. Policing a Class Society, the expansion of urban police in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. 546 Sidney L. Herring. 5. The political economy of policing. 568 Stephen Spitzer. 6. At hard labor. Penal confinement and production in 19th century America. 595 Rosalind P. Pecheski. 7. Convict leasing, an application of the Rushkirchheimer thesis to penal changes in Tennessee, 1830 to 1915. 612 Randall G. Sheldon. 8. The co-optation of fixed sentencing reform. 621 David F. Greenberg and Drew Humphreys. 9. The enforcement of anti-monopoly legislation. 641 Harold Barnett. 10. The standards of living in penal institutions. 649 Hermann Schwendinger and Julia R. Schwendinger. Part 4. Crime and Revolution. Is crime progressive? 665 1. Crime, the crisis of capitalism, and social revolution. 674 Morton G. Wenger and Thomas A. Bonomo. X. Contents. 2. Gangs and Progress, the contribution of delinquency to progressive reform. 689 Evan Stark. Parts. Praxis and Marxian Criminology. 737. Glossary. 751. Index. 757. Preface to the second edition. 11. No thoughtful person could prepare a book of Marxist theory at this moment in history without wondering for at least a moment whether the enterprise is quixotic. Have not political and theoretical developments of the last decade raised all kinds of questions about the viability of Marxism? One set of questions is raised by the restoration of capitalism and the still shaky multiparty political democracy in Central and Eastern Europe. Though this largely unanticipated revolution poses a challenge of explanation for Marxism, it is not a challenge that threatens the foundations of the theory. Marxism has encountered unanticipated developments before and has met the challenge. The threat is rather to the emotional energies that helped to sustain Marxism in the past. For many years most Western Marxists have regarded the Soviet Union as a brutal and exploitative dictatorship remote from Marxist conceptions of socialism. Yet it also represented the possibility of an alternative to capitalism. The workers and peasants may have been betrayed, but in 1917 they durst defy the omnipotent to arms and founded a non-capitalist society committed to ending the exploitation of one class by another. Their success, even though later undermined by the hostility of the capitalist powers and the betrayal of 12. Preface to second edition. Corrupt Communist Party leaders, meant that others, too, could succeed. With time, with effort, with the right strategy, capitalism could also be overthrown in the West. To many Western Marxists, the faults of the Soviet Union were so deeply rooted, so intertwined with the structure of power in that country, that they could only be remedied by a second workers' revolution, one that would establish an authentic socialism in a country that called itself socialist but was not. Instead of choosing socialism, however, the peoples of Central and Eastern Europe opted for capitalism. To the Western Marxists who hoped for an alternative to both capitalism and dictatorial state socialism, the turn to capitalism is inevitably a disappointment. Now that the introduction of market principles to the economies of the former Warsaw Pact nations, and to China, is leading to higher levels of unemployment and crime, some people are beginning to regret the hasty adoption of capitalism. Still, in the short run, the former self-styled socialist nations are not likely to turn to socialism. It has been too badly discredited by those who ruled in its name. Can we expect more from social democracy? In those regions of Western Europe where it has been strongest, it has managed to achieve much greater equality of incomes and better medical care, for example. However, these important gains have now been checked by widespread opposition to high taxes and centralized governmental bureaucracies. It seems doubtful that social democracy will soon show us an electoral route to socialism. As politicians and newspaper editorialists have celebrated the fall of communist governments and heralded the triumph of the market, Western leftists have rightly reminded us of the serious, seemingly intractable problems that continue to plague the advanced capitalist democracies: despoliation of the natural environment, urban decay, poverty and unemployment, crime and corruption, drug addiction, a failing education system, unaffordable medical care, racial and sexual oppression. Hard-won advances of the 60s are now threatened. Neither conservatives nor liberals offer viable solutions. Even serious public discussion of these issues is rare. The left, disorganized, has not been able to capitalize on the failings of capitalism by mounting a broadly based challenge. Once upon a time, Marxists often argued that crises in the capitalist system generated discontent that could be mobilized to challenge the system. During the Great Depression of the 1930s, labor militancy grew, and American workers won genuine victories. Today we cannot count on achieving comparable gains. Though the left's critique of capitalism has lost none of its cogency, its ability to articulate a credible alternative and to devise a workable strategy for reaching it has clearly suffered from the triumph of the market. Optimists contend that without an external military threat, greater attention will be paid to domestic issues, and that the right will now find. Preface to 2nd edition 13. It harder to smear the left as unpatriotic agents or dupes of an evil empire. However, the government's ability to demonize uncooperative third world countries may continue to keep attention away from divisive domestic issues. Moreover, the internationalization of capital, which is proceeding through the establishment of the European Economic Community and the signing of free trade pacts, will make effective opposition more difficult. Rosy-eyed dialecticians may argue that as capital increasingly operates on a global scale, it will forge an internationally minded working class, forced by necessity to overcome barriers of language and national prejudice. Perhaps it will. This was the hope of the First Internationale, but the likelihood is small. Unions and parties that found it difficult to mobilize effectively on a national scale will find even greater obstacles when organizing internationally. Moreover, the fragmentation of personal identities in the capitalist democracies leads to cleavages, conflicts, and social movements organized along diverse and cross-cutting lines, race and ethnicity, class, sex, and sexual orientation among them. Building a cohesive opposition from these disparate, cross-cutting identities and social movements will not be easy. Optimism that the ongoing development of the means of production will bring about the consciousness that transforms a class in itself into a class for itself is not warranted. Difficult questions of priorities, strategies, and tactics are not settled just because so many of us are oppressed by capitalism and have a common interest in opposing it. Opponents of Marxism have openly expressed the hope that these setbacks and obstacles will prove fatal. They are headed for disappointment. Though academic Marxism has lost ground in the last decade to feminism, postmodernism, and deconstructionism, it is not going to disappear. The new perspectives usefully remind us that Marxism does not hold all the answers. Marxism disposes of a limited number of concepts designed to answer specific questions. Inevitably, other perspectives, asking different questions and utilizing new concepts, spring up. This theoretical fluorescence does not invalidate older theories and methods. It may enrich them. Marxism is so fundamental to the social sciences that it need not fear being displaced by the latest fads. In fact, it continues to lead to powerful sociological insights. Though weakened numerically by the academic repression noted in the introduction to the first edition of Crime and Capitalism, Marxist criminology retains much vigor. The English-language journals Contemporary Crises and Crime and Social Justice, the Italian periodical Tu Questioni Criminal, and the German Kritische Justiz continue to publish the work of an international community of scholars, while the recently founded Critical Criminology newsletter publishes short contributions written from a variety of left-wing theoretical stances. The establishment of a critical criminology section of the American Society of Criminology. 14 Preface to 2nd edition. Shows that this tendency within criminology has an appreciable following, with younger scholars building on the work done in the 60s and 70s. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Marxist criminology is still marginal to the mainstream. Textbook treatments are somewhat more extensive than they were 10 years ago, but they remain far from adequate. Much criminological research, theory, and teaching ignores the radical contributions. More than 10 years ago, the first edition of Crime and Capitalism was put together to make available some of the new and exciting criminological work inspired by Marxism that was being done by the emerging school of radical criminology. This second edition preserves all the essays of the first edition, while adding several new essays representing work done in the past decade. New contributions deal with arson for profit, auto theft, rape, gender, and race. The focus remains on crime in the United States, England, and Europe. Although it would have been desirable to include material on crime in the Third World, conditions in Africa, Asia, and Latin America are so variable that one or two articles could not do justice to the subject. 1. Introduction. In the 1970s, a new school of criminological thought, known variously as New, Critical, Radical, or Marxist, came on the scene. It challenged the paradigms that then dominated criminology, and drew on the insights of new left social criticism in developing a host of new and controversial ideas about crime. Ours, of course, is not the first generation to have drawn on radical critiques of existing social arrangements in writing about crime. 19th-century utopian socialists, anarchists, and Marxists all discussed crime and punishment in terms that foreshadow some of today's discussions. Radical Jacksonians in the early 19th century campaigned against prison construction, arguing that public education and the redistribution of income would eliminate most crime and make new prisons unnecessary. Some late 19th and early 20th century criminologists on both sides of the Atlantic were socialists or anarchists, or were influenced in their thinking by these social movements. They wrote about the role of capitalism in causing crime, and the repressive activities of the state. From the mid-1920s on, however, radical perspectives virtually disappeared from the criminology literature, at least in the English language. 2. After the First World War, radical scholarship in all the social sciences was repressed. Many radical scholars lost university positions, and research funding went primarily to work that posed no intellectual threat to the government or the capitalist economy. In addition, the orthodoxy that the 2. International Communist movement imposed on its members was not conducive to creative scholarship. This orthodoxy did not entirely sweep the field in Western Europe, where a tradition of independent Marxist scholarship survived, but with 2 world wars and the rise of fascism, European Marxists had more pressing problems on their minds than explaining conventional crime. It has become conventional to describe the sort of criminology that has been carried on in universities and research institutes ever since the voices of radicalism were stilled as positivist. Positivist criminology is usually traced to the research on the biological causes of crime carried out by Cesare Lombroso, an Italian physician. Although he and his disciples soon broadened the focus of their work to include psychological and social variables, they continued to explain crime in terms of the individual attributes of criminal law violators. Today the term positivist is bandied about quite loosely, usually in a derogatory tone. It generally refers to criminology characterized by one or more of the following assumptions: the causes of crime are deterministic and pathological. Criminal behavior can be explained without reference to the meaning that the behavior has for the criminal actor. Crime and criminals exist as phenomena independently of whether the behavior and the persons in question are regarded as criminal by the government or the public at large. Crime can be studied through the same methods and with the same goals as the natural sciences. The government can and should take steps to eliminate the causes of crime, drawing on scientific knowledge provided by criminologists. Since many criminologists have abandoned at least some of these assumptions in recent decades, the term positivist has lost a good deal of its usefulness. It is fair to say, though, that most criminologists have seen crime as something that was not inherent in the organization of a capitalist society. Either it was seen as intrinsic to all societies, so that nothing could be done about it, or it was seen as contingent on arrangements that a benign and enlightened government could eliminate without fundamental social change. Only in the last decade has this view come under sustained attack from the left. In fact, virtually every tenet of positivist criminology has been criticized by radicals. The origins of radical criminology. Several developments in mainstream criminology, though not radical in themselves, help to prepare the way for radical criminology by casting doubt on some taken for granted ideas. For example, to avoid using the long-suspect official statistics on crime and criminals, some criminologists in the 1960s carried out studies in which subjects. Introduction. 3. Were asked to report on the crimes or delinquent acts they had committed. A number of these studies found a weak or vanishing relationship between involvement in crime or delinquency on the one hand, and race or socioeconomic status on the other. Crime seemed to be spread much more evenly through the class structure than official statistics suggested. These findings cast doubt on the belief that crime was mainly a lower-class phenomenon, causally linked with position in the class structure. Taking the self-reporting studies at face value, many researchers interpreted the overrepresentation of blacks and persons from impoverished family backgrounds in arrest and conviction statistics to the discriminatory practices of the enforcement agencies. It was not that the poor stole more, but rather that when they did, the police were more likely to arrest them, the prosecutors to press charges, and the judges to convict and sentence them. 3. By inference, official crime and criminal justice statistics told us more about the practices of law enforcement agencies than about crime or criminals. This line of reasoning turned research energies from the study of criminals to the study of law enforcement agencies. Researchers typically brought a skeptical attitude toward agency claims, and made the discrepancy between what the agencies did and what they said they did a major theme in their work. Drawing on older American social psychology, sociologists known as labeling theorists argued that efforts to punish or treat those involved in crime and delinquency were more likely to increase than to decrease subsequent illegal conduct by stigmatizing them as delinquents, or criminals, and by altering their self-concepts. This view, along with publicity given to criticisms of treatment programs, did much to discredit the view common until then among criminologists that the solution to the crime problem lay mainly in rehabilitating individual criminals. The thrust of the message that labeling theory directed to social workers, probation officers, and juvenile court judges was, the less you do, the better off we all will be. This policy recommendation meshed perfectly with the rejection on the part of labeling theorists and phenomenologists of the notion that crime was in itself pathological or morally wrong. For instead, it was to be considered no less meaningful or authentic than any other form of human activity. Matza called on us to appreciate deviance as a form of human diversity, rather than view it as something to be eradicated. This was a radical departure. The familiar disagreements about policy up to that time had largely centered around whether it was better to punish criminals because they were wicked and immoral, or to treat them because they were sick. Now criminologists were saying that criminals were just as good as anyone else, and even added a little local color. This radical cultural relativism had instantaneous appeal for students and professors who were active in the civil rights and anti-war movements or were sympathetic to a hedonistic counterculture that approved drug use. 4. And less restrictive sexual mores. They certainly did not consider themselves pathological. Preoccupied with college deans who meddled in students' private lives, and police detectives trying to stop marijuana use, students found the labeling theorists' portrait of deviants as the victims of moralistic busybodies or repressive bureaucracies especially congenial. As cultural radicalization proceeded, students and their teachers began to reject conventional ways of earning a living. As they saw it, conventional jobs offered few opportunities for self-expression and required one to accept a system of racial discrimination and militarism. The suburban nuclear family masked boredom, hypocrisy, and intrafamilial hostility. The deviant, rejecting the seductive material rewards of a morally corrupt society, became a cultural hero, and deviance theory a form of cultural criticism. Once illegal lifestyles are regarded as no less legitimate than any other, their prohibition inevitably comes to be seen as arbitrary and repressive. Labeling theorists who took this view pointed to deep social disagreements about the appropriateness of treating some forms of behavior, especially those they considered victimless, as criminal. 5. The processes by which these behaviors had become criminalized became a subject for investigation. The theme that dominated much of the work in this area was the contention that criminal legislation was determined not by moral consensus or the common interests of the entire society, but by the relative power of groups determined to use the criminal law to advance their own special interests or to impose their moral preferences on others. At a time when the decriminalization of marijuana and abortion were being debated, and the arrests of civil rights workers made the daily headlines, this position made a good deal of sense. Austin Turk must have been speaking for many when he introduced his analysis of crime, power, and social conflict by saying, "Embarrassment provided much of the initial push that led to the writing of this book. I was embarrassed at my lack of good answers when confronted by perceptive students who wondered, somewhat irreverently, why criminology is such a confused mishmash, and who found their texts vague and sometimes contradictory, stuffed with anecdotes and data from sources which were shot through with defects according to those same texts. Some of these students were especially bothered by the unreality of criminological studies, by which they meant the lack of sustained attention to connections between the theories and statistics on crime and what they heard every day about relations among social conflicts, political maneuvers, and law violation and enforcement. Although labeling theorists themselves did little to clarify the sources of power and thus to identify just which interests and moral preferences were embodied in the law, they laid the groundwork for such an inquiry by Introduction 5. Duchaying the concept of power as relevant to an understanding of criminal law. These developments, both within criminology and in the larger society, were one important source of ideas for radical criminology. The other major source, at least in the United States, was the New Left. The civil rights movement in the 1960s had begun the process of radicalizing students, and a protracted war in Southeast Asia, widely seen as imperialist, together with the legal and illegal government repression of protest, led to disaffection on an unprecedented scale. By the early 1970s, radicalized graduate students and college faculty began to draw on the worldview they had developed in the New Left to criticize accepted ideas in the social sciences. Marxist ideas helped to shape this worldview, but other strains of thought, including anarchism and populism, were also important. 6. Opposition to racism, war, and imperialism were central issues. The early radical criminologists drew eclectically on labeling theory, phenomenology, power elite analysis, and New Left ideology generally to develop a distinctively new approach to criminology. They generated a great deal of excitement, revitalizing a moribund discipline by exposing serious weaknesses in mainstream criminology, developing new insights, and stimulating empirical research. The diversity of views taken by radical criminologists and the subtlety of some of their analyses make it hard to summarize their work. Nevertheless, several themes stand out as significant, even though not all radical criminologists were or are in agreement about them. Generally speaking, these themes are the definition of crime, the theoretical weaknesses of mainstream criminology, the relation of power to law, the inadequacy of liberal reform, the distinction between crime and politics, ideologies of crime, and radical action. In their treatment of every one of these issues, radical criminologists diverged from their mainstream counterparts. We now come to an exploration of those divergences. What is crime? Radical criminologists called the legal definition of crime into question and thereby opened to doubt the very scope of the field of criminology. Herman and Julia Schwendinger, for example, argued that to restrict research to violations of state-made law is to accept the definitions of harm and wrongfulness that the state asserts, and they urged their co-workers to redefine crime as a violation of human rights. 8. These definitions are based on the conceptions of harm held by those who have the power to make the law, and consequently tend to exclude from scrutiny harms caused by the actions of the upper class. The following passage written by the American Friends Service Committee Working Party captures the spirit with which radical criminology. 6. GISTs rejected official definitions of criminality, actions that clearly ought to be labeled criminal, because they bring the greatest harm to the greatest number, are in fact accomplished officially by agencies of the government. The overwhelming number of murders in this century has been committed by governments in wartime. Hundreds of unlawful killings by police go unprosecuted each year. The largest forceful acquisitions of property in the United States have been the theft of lands guaranteed by treaty to Indian tribes, thefts sponsored by the government. The largest number of dislocations, tantamount to kidnapping, the evacuation and internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, was carried out by the government with the approval of the courts. Civil rights demonstrators, struggling to exercise their constitutional rights, have been repeatedly beaten and harassed by police AHD sheriffs. And in the Vietnam War, America has violated its constitution and international law. Others wrote of environmental pollution, hazardous work conditions, extortionate profiteering, and the marketing of unsafe products by capitalists. To ignore imperialism, racism, sexism, and capitalism as threats to human welfare, the radical criminologists charged, was to acquiesce in them. In calling on other criminologists to redefine crime as a violation of fundamental human rights, radicals summoned them to join the struggle to end the abridgment of these rights. 9. A critique of mainstream criminology. Radical criminologists subjected the major theoretical perspectives of mainstream criminology to far-reaching criticism. Taylor, Walton, and Young dissected a number of the leading theories of crime causation. They demanded of theory that it provide a fully social account of action, respecting its authenticity and purposefulness and avoiding value-laden concepts of individual pathology. To this extent, the influence of phenomenology is clear. But they went beyond this to demand also that criminologists take account of the socially structured inequalities of wealth and power that shape human action. Finally, they called on theorists to show how society might be transformed so that it did not need to criminalize diversity. Holding up the theories they examined, they found them deficient in explaining the social origins of crime, and inadequate politically for implicitly denying the possibility of fundamentally egalitarian social change. Richard Quinney went beyond the critique of specific theories to attack the underlying epistemological and causal assumptions of positivist criminology. Positivists assumed that an external world with objective properties exists, and that the categories of theory or observation correspond to those of the external world. In opposition to this, Quinney asserted a radical subjectivity. Introduction 7. The mind is unable to frame a concept that corresponds to an objective reality. We cannot be certain of an objective reality beyond man's conception of it. Thus, we have no reason to believe in the objective existence of anything. We must, instead, formulate theories that give meaning to our experiences. Thus, our concern is not with any correspondence between objective reality and observation, but between observation and the utility of such observations in understanding our own subjective, multiple social worlds. Positivist explanations of crime framed in terms of mechanical cause and effect Quinney similarly rejected in favor of a conception of causality that took subjective definitions of situations into account. In this approach, conduct is explained in terms of the actor's goals and perceptions. This is a more voluntaristic conception of human behavior. He went on to outline several modes of criminological thought: positivist, social constructionist, and phenomenological, and analyzed their political ramifications. He found none of them capable of transcending the existing social order, and therefore turned toward critical philosophy as a vehicle for human liberation. Focusing more directly on policy-related research and analysis, Tony Platt criticized the cynicism, defeatism, and pragmatism of liberal criminology, and argued that as an academic discipline, criminology has strengthened the state and supported the extension of welfare capitalism. With the weakening of liberalism and the rise of the New Right, Platt and Takagi exposed the viciousness and anti-working class politics of the New Realists, who called for more punitive crime control policies. Power and the law. Radical criminologists built on the labeling theorists' observation that power is critical in shaping the content of the law to analyze specific structures of power. Thus, Bainey-Crisberg analyzed the consequences of differentials in power and privilege associated with race, class, and sex for patterns of crime, victimization, and treatment of offenders at the hands of law enforcement agencies. Quinney and Chambliss and Seidman documented the many ways that the criminal law and patterns of law enforcement serve powerful interests and dominant classes. Radical research collectives and individuals analyzed the origins and development of police forces in the United States, paying particular attention to police involvement in the suppression of black and working-class militancy, and left-wing political opposition. Others exposed the nightmarish conditions and totalitarian regimen of the prison system, and revealed the brutal repression directed toward militant prisoners who challenged the system. 8. Although racial and class discrimination had by no means been ignored by liberal criminologists, the radicals gave it much more attention. Unequal treatment of blacks, the poor, and political and cultural minorities resulting from institutionally structured disadvantage and the discretion of individual officials became a major theme of literature on police-citizen encounters, the prosecutorial and judicial processing of defendants, and the paroling of prisoners. This emphasis clearly reflected the grievances of a civil rights movement that sought formal, legal equality without calling the ideal of equality itself into question. A critique of liberal reform. Radical criminologists developed a powerful critique of liberal reform. Tony Platt's influential study of the juvenile court movement argued that the Protestant, upper-class Republican women who led the movement sought to advance the interests of their sex and class, rather than those of the Catholic and Jewish working-class immigrant children they said they wanted to help. The consequences of establishing the juvenile court, Platt maintained, were not beneficial to juveniles. Before the creation of the court, much juvenile mischief was ignored or handled informally. By creating a court with jurisdiction over juveniles who had broken no criminal law, the reformers increased young people's vulnerability to deprivation of liberty through commitment to reformatories. Another component of the critique of liberal reform was an attack on correctionalism. If crime is not viewed as the product of individual pathology, then it makes no sense to deal with crime by rehabilitating individuals. But the radical critique went farther than arguing that rehabilitation was irrelevant. Now the argument was being made that the individualized treatment model which liberals had promoted had become an instrument of oppression. It provided the rationale for expanding the administrative powers of the state, powers that were used in practice to control inmates. Discretionary power to individualize disposition, to treat the criminal, not the crime, resulted in arbitrariness and biased decision-making. Crime and politics. Radical criminologists sought to abolish the distinction between crime and politics that crippled earlier criminology. In relation to law enforcement, this meant shattering the myth that crime prevention was a socially neutral function and that questions of policy were no more than issues of technical, administrative expertise. Thus Smith and Freidob's IVE, when we say that all inmates are political prisoners, we are not asserting that all criminal acts are deliberate, self-conscious acts of rebellion against an unjust authority. In fact, the overwhelming majority of inmates we saw are. Introduction 9. Doing time for narrow, selfish acts such as stealing, breaking and entering, and fighting. Nevertheless, their incarceration is political since it is the end product of decisions to treat some social harms as deciding of penal sanctions and others as not, with little regard to the actual extent of social damage. Emphasis in original.L. Crime itself was invested with political meaning. Some saw crime as a form of protest against oppressive social conditions, a refusal to play the game by the established rules, or even a rejection of the existing game in favor of another one altogether. Here the meaning of crime is subjective, it is the intentions of the criminal that make crime political. Prisoners' writings on crime and criminal justice were given prominence as points of view to be incorporated into the newly developing perspective. Point 10. These developments cannot be fully understood except in a social context. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, conventional distinctions between crime and politics were breaking down in the society at large. Prison inmates were becoming radicalized and were initiating strikes and prison takeovers in support of demands that reflected a new political understanding of their predicament. At the same time, civil disobedience was an important tactic in the civil rights and anti-war movements. Some elements of the New Left and the Black Power movement were turning towards sabotage and guerrilla warfare, and even larger sections of both groups were being treated by the government as criminals. Substantial numbers of political dissenters were being arrested, tried, and in some cases imprisoned for their involvement in opposition to government policy. Ideologies of crime. Radical criminologists began to investigate the content and the social sources of beliefs about crime, law, and criminal justice in the mass media, in government propaganda, and even in the writings of criminologists. The radicals argued that many of these beliefs were false, and that they tended to reinforce capitalist domination. Believing that crime is largely a working-class phenomenon, for example, may blind people to the crimes of capitalists. Identifying legal crime with social harm distracts public attention from the many social systemic harms that are not prohibited under the criminal law. To the extent that opinion SUIVs showed a consensus about crime, then, radical criminologists argued that it was a manufactured consensus. From research to radical action. Radical criminologists attempted to move criminology out of the EVOI, tower and the police department by wedding research to radical action. 10. Criminologists worked in community campaigns to curb police brutality, raise bail for indigent defendants, end the death penalty, stop the repression of political militants and support prisoners. These activities are discussed in Part 5. Some criminologists articulated the goal of radical action to be the creation of a society that did not criminalize diversity and that would make use of informal, community-controlled methods of social control, such as arbitration and negotiation of conflict. And others expected such institutions as the prison to survive the transition to socialism, but with a restricted class of prisoners and a more humane system of administration. The American New Left suffered some serious setbacks just at the transition between the 1960s and 1970s. Many militant black leaders were in jail, in prison, or in exile, and leading black organizations fell apart. Other black leaders pursued careers in government that the civil rights movement had opened up. At the end of 1960s, SDS, a major component of the New Left, splintered into rival factions. One faction, the Weathermen, turned to guerrilla warfare and subsequently went underground. As the draft ended and American troops withdrew from Vietnam, the campuses lapsed into a state of political passivity that reminded many of the 1950s. Only the women's movement, and to a more limited extent, the gay movement, remained capable of energizing and mobilizing large numbers of people on behalf of left causes the way the anti-war and civil rights/Black Power movements had done. The conservative presidencies of Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, and the rise of opposition to gay rights, reproductive freedom, and affirmative action to achieve employment equality for minorities, all demonstrated the limitations of the social movements of the 1960s. These movements, based on specific constituencies, were not large enough or cohesive enough to carry through an ongoing program of left liberal reform. With the movement of the 60s at least temporarily blunted, leftists who retained their political commitments dug in for the long haul. Some turned to community or workplace organizing. Old left parties picked up members, and new groups formed, some of them disciplined Leninist organizations and others democratic socialist in character. As it became apparent that a revolution could not be made by the central constituencies of the 1960s alone, without massive participation from the white working class, many turned to Marxism in the hope of deepening their understanding of social processes. Radicals in the universities, most of them graduate students or junior faculty, began to draw on Marxist ideas in their own disciplines. By the mid-1970s, a specifically Marxian criminology began to take shape. Introduction 11. Marxism in criminological thought. What specifically does Marxism have to offer criminologists? The answer to this question is by no means obvious and indeed is hotly debated. Marx and Engels wrote from time to time about crime, law, and criminal justice, but gave them no systematic treatment. Their scattered observations show great insight at times, less insight at other times, but in any event they do not add up to a criminology. After examining Marx's statements on crime, Taylor, Walton, and Young conclude: if Marxism offers us anything of value in understanding the way in which social conflict is generated, sustained, and helps to shape the kind and amount of criminal and deviant activity at large, we are more likely to find it in Marx's general theory than we are in the more specific statements. Most early Marxist thinkers did not give crime serious attention. Some, perhaps, were influenced by Marx's contempt for the device of King Henry VII, says Bacon, in his essays, Civil and Moral, Essay 29, was profound and admirable, in making farms and houses of husbandry of a standardy that is, maintained with such a proportion of land unto them as may breed a subject to live in convenient plenty, and no servile condition, and to keep the plough in the hands of the owners and not mere hirelings. What the capitalist system demanded was, on the other hand, a degraded and almost servile condition of the mass of the people, the transformation of them into mercenaries, and of their means of labor into capital. The process of forcible expropriation of the people received in the 16th century a new and frightful impulse from the Reformation, and from the consequent colossal spoliation of the church property. The Catholic Church was, at the time of the Reformation, feudal proprietor of a great part of the English land. The suppression of the monasteries, and hurled their inmates into the proletariat. The estates of the church were to a large extent given away to rapacious royal favorites, or sold at a nominal price to speculating farmers and citizens, who drove out, en masse, the hereditary subtenants and threw their holdings into one. The legally guaranteed property of the poorer folk in a part of the church's tithes was tacitly confiscated. Even in the last decade of the 17th century, the yeomanry, the class of independent peasants, were more numerous than the class of farmers. About 1750, the yeomanry had disappeared, and so had, in the last decade of the 18th century, the last trace of the common land of the agricultural laborer. We leave on one side here the purely economic causes of the agricultural revolution. We deal only with the forcible means employed. After the restoration of the Stuarts, the landed proprietors carried, by legal means, an act of usurpation, effected everywhere on the continent without any legal formality. They abolished the feudal tenure of land, i.e., they got rid of all its obligations to the state, indemnified the state by taxes on the peasantry and the rest of the mass of the people, vindicated for themselves the rights of modern private property in estates to which they had only a feudal title, and, finally, passed those laws of settlement, which mutatis mutandis, had the same effect on the English agricultural laborer. Crime and Primitive Accumulation 47. As the edict of the Tartar Boris Godunov on the Russian peasantry. The Glorious Revolution brought into power, along with William of Orange, the landlord and capitalist appropriators of surplus value. They inaugurated the new era by practicing on a colossal scale thefts of state lands, thefts that had been hitherto managed more modestly. These estates were given away, sold at a ridiculous figure, or even annexed to private estates by direct seizure. All this happened without the slightest observation of legal etiquette. The crown lands thus fraudulently appropriated, together with the robbery of the church estates, as far as these had not been lost again during the Republican Revolution, form the basis of the today princely domains of the English oligarchy. The bourgeois capitalists favored the operation with the view, among others, to promoting free trade in land, to extending the domain of modern agriculture on the large farm system, and to increasing their supply of the free agricultural proletarians ready to hand. Besides, the new landed aristocracy was the natural ally of the new bankocracy, of the newly hatched haute finance, and of the large manufacturers, then depending on protective duties. Communal property, always distinct from the state property just dealt with, was an old Teutonic institution which lived on under cover of feudalism. We have seen how the forcible usurpation of this, generally accompanied by the turning of arable into pasture land, begins at the end of the 15th and extends into the 16th century. But, at that time, the process was carried on by means of individual acts of violence against which legislation, for 150 years, fought in vain. The advance made by the 18th century shows itself in this, that the law itself becomes now the instrument of the theft of the people's land, although the large farmers make use of their little independent methods as well. The parliamentary form of the robbery is that of acts for enclosures of commons, in other words, decrees by which the landlords grant themselves the people's land as private property, decrees of expropriation of the people. The spoliation of the church's property, the fraudulent alienation of the state domains, the robbery of the common lands, the usurpation of feudal and clan property, and its transformation into modern private property under circumstances of reckless terrorism, were just so many idyllic methods of primitive accumulation. They conquered the field for capitalistic agriculture, made the soil part and parcel of capital, and created for the town industries the necessary supply of a free and outlawed proletariat. The proletariat created by the breaking up of the bands of feudal retainers and by the forcible expropriation of the people from the soil, this free proletariat could not possibly be absorbed by the nascent manufactures as fast as it was thrown upon the world. On the other hand, these men, suddenly dragged from their wonted mode of life, could not as suddenly adapt themselves to the discipline of their new condition. They were turned en masse into beggars, robbers, vagabonds, partly from inclination, in most cases from stress of circumstances. Hence at the end of the 15th and during the whole of the 16th century, throughout Western Europe a bloody legislation. 48 Friedrich Engels. Tion against vagabondage. The fathers of the present working class were chastised for their enforced transformation into vagabonds and paupers. Legislation treated them as voluntary criminals, and assumed that it depended on their own goodwill to go on working under the old conditions that no longer existed. 2. The demoralization of the English working class. Friedrich Engels. Reprinted from Frederick Engels, The Condition of the Working Class in England, translated and edited by W. O. Henderson and W. H. Chaloner. Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1958, pages 130, 145-46, 149, 242-43. Immorality is fostered in every possible way by the conditions of working class life. The worker is poor, life has nothing to offer him, he is deprived of virtually all pleasures. Consequently he does not fear the penalties of the law. Why should he restrain his wicked impulses? Why should he leave the rich man in undisturbed possession of his property? Why should he not take at least a part of this property for himself? What reason has the worker for not stealing? Distress due to poverty gives the worker only the choice of starving slowly, killing himself quickly, or taking what he needs where he finds it, in plain English, stealing. And it is not surprising that the majority prefer to steal rather than to starve to death or commit suicide. The clearest indication of the unbounded contempt of the workers for the existing social order is the wholesale manner in which they break its laws. If the demoralization of the worker passes beyond a certain point, then it is just as natural that he will turn into a criminal as inevitably as water turns into steam at boiling point. Owing to the brutal and demoralizing way in which he is treated by the bourgeoisie, the worker loses all will of his own and, like water, he is forced to follow blindly the laws of nature. There comes a point when the worker loses all power. Demoralization of English working class. 49. Consequently, the incidence of crime has increased with the growth of the working class population, and there is more crime in Britain than in any other country in the world. The annual statistics of crime issued by the Home Office show that there has been an extraordinarily rapid growth of crime. The number of those committed for trial on criminal charges in England and Wales alone has increased sevenfold in 37 years. There can be no doubt that in England the social war is already being waged. Everyone looks after his own interests and fights only for himself against all comers. Whether in doing so he injures those who are his declared enemies is simply a matter of selfish calculation as to whether such action would be to his advantage or not. It no longer occurs to anybody to come to a friendly understanding with his neighbors. All differences of opinion are settled by threats, by invoking the courts, or even by taking the law into one's own hands. In short, everyone sees in his neighbor a rival to be elbowed aside, or at best a victim to be exploited for his own ends. The criminal statistics prove that this social war is being waged more vigorously, more passionately, and with greater bitterness every year. Social strife is gradually developing into combat between two great opposing camps, the middle classes and the proletariat. No one need be surprised at the existence either of the social war of all against all or of the struggle between the workers and the bourgeoisie. These conflicts are no more than the logical consequence of the fundamental principle upon which free competition is based. It is, however, somewhat surprising that the bourgeoisie should remain so complacent and placid in the face of the thunderclouds which are gathering overhead and grow daily more threatening. How can the middle classes read about these things in the newspapers every day without showing some anxiety as to the consequences? Do they not see that the individual crimes of which they read will one day culminate in universal revolution? Acts of violence committed by the working classes against the bourgeoisie and their henchmen are merely frank and undisguised retaliation for the thefts and treacheries perpetrated by the middle classes against the workers. Since its beginning in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, the revolt of the workers against the middle class has passed through several phases. I do not propose to examine here the historical significance of these phases in the history of the English people. This must be reserved for a later study. For the time being, I propose to confine myself to a brief survey of the principal facts concerning the hostility of the workers to the middle classes in order to show what effect this has had upon the development of the English proletariat. Criminal activities were the first, the crudest, and the least successful manifestation of this hostility. The worker lived in poverty and want, and saw that other people were better off than he was. The worker was not sufficiently intelligent to appreciate why he of all people should be the one to suffer, for after all he contributed more to society than the idle rich, and 50 Friedrich Engels. Sheer necessity drove him to steal in spite of his traditional respect for private property. We have already pointed out how crime has increased as industry has expanded. It has been shown that there has been a constant relationship between the number of arrests and the annual consumption of bales of cotton. The workers, however, soon realized that crime did not forward their cause. The criminals, by their thefts, could protest against the existing social order only as individuals. All the mighty forces of society were hurled against the individual lawbreaker and crushed him with their overwhelming power. In addition, theft was the blindest and most stupid form of protest, and consequently this never became the universal expression of the workers' reaction to industrialization, although many workers doubtless sympathized privately with those who broke the law. The first organized resistance of the workers, as a class, to the bourgeoisie, was the violence associated with the movements against the introduction of machinery. This occurred in the earliest stage of the Industrial Revolution. Even the earlier inventors of new machines, such as Arkwright, were attacked in this way and their machines destroyed. Subsequently there were many instances of machine breaking. These generally followed the same course as the printers' riots in Bohemia in 1844, when both workshops and machines were destroyed. This type of protest was also far from universal. It was limited to certain localities and was confined to resistance to one aspect of industrial change. If the immediate object of the machine breakers was attained, then the defenseless lawbreakers had to face the full fury of the established order. The criminals were severely punished and the introduction of the new machinery went on unchecked. It was clearly necessary for the workers to find a new method of expressing their discontent. 51. 3. Crime in Communist Society. Friedrich Engels. From Friedrich Engels, Speech in Elberfeld, February 8, 1845. Reprinted by permission from Karl Marx. Friedrich Engels Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 248-49. Moscow, Progress Publishers, and London, Lawrence and Wishart, 1975. Present-day society, which breeds hostility between the individual man and everyone else, thus produces a social war all against all, which inevitably in individual cases, notably among uneducated people, assumes a brutal, barbarously violent form, that of crime. In order to protect itself against crime, against direct acts of violence, society requires an extensive, complicated system of administrative and judicial bodies which requires an immense labor force. In communist society this would likewise be vastly simplified, and precisely because, strange though it may sound, precisely because the administrative body in this society would have to manage not merely individual aspects of social life, but the whole of social life, in all its various activities, in all its aspects. We eliminate the contradiction between the individual man and all others, we counterpose social peace to social war, we put the axe to the root of crime and thereby render the greatest, by far the greatest, part of the present activity of the administrative and judicial bodies superfluous. Even now crimes of passion are becoming fewer and fewer in comparison with calculated crimes, crimes of interest, crimes against persons are declining, crimes against property are on the increase. Advancing civilization moderates violent outbreaks of passion even in our present-day society, which is on a war footing. How much more will this be the case in communist, peaceful society? Crimes against property cease of their own accord where everyone receives what he needs to satisfy his natural and his spiritual urges, where social gradations and distinctions cease to exist. Justice concerned with criminal cases ceases of itself, that dealing with civil cases, which are almost all rooted in the property relations or at least in such relations as arise from the situation of social war, likewise disappears. Conflicts can then be only rare exceptions, whereas they are now the natural result of general hostility, and will be easily settled by arbitrators. The activities of the administrative bodies at present have likewise their source in the continual social war. The police and the entire administration do nothing else but see to it that. 52. Karl Marx. The war remains concealed and indirect and does not erupt into open violence, into crimes. But if it is infinitely easier to maintain peace than to keep war within certain limits, so it is vastly more easy to administer a communist community rather than a competitive one. And if civilization has already taught men to seek their interest in the maintenance of public order, public security, and the public interest, and therefore to make the police, administration, and justice as superfluous as possible, how much more will this be the case in a society in which community of interests has become the basic principle, and in which the public interest is no longer distinct from that of each individual? What already exists now, in spite of the social organization, how much more will it exist when it is no longer hindered, but supported by the social institutions? 4. The usefulness of crime. Karl Marx. From Karl Marx. Theories incompatible with irregularity of income. It is a moral impossibility that the class of laborers who are only occasionally employed should be either generally industrious or temperate. Mayhew's insight is constantly being confirmed by those who live in poverty nowadays. When President George Bush visited a shelter for runaway youth in New York, one 18-year-old male, a former resident of Harlem, told him, "I'm not working for $125 for a whole week. At McDonald's? Flippin' hamburgers? $100 a week? That ain't no money. I can make that in 15 minutes selling drugs." When the president's wife, Barbara Bush, patronizingly pointed out that this might mean jail or death, he replied, "I don't care." Lynch finds empirical support for his hypothesis that the property crime rate rises with the rate of surplus value. Even when other variables are controlled, the rate of surplus value extracted influences the property crime rate positively. Though the influence of unemployment was also in the expected direction, it was not statistically significant. However, Lynch's work is still in its early stages. A variety of methodological problems remain to be resolved before the empirical findings can be construed as providing strong support for his reasoning. Among other things, marginalization is a fuzzy concept. Statistics on the size of the marginalized population are not readily available, and Lynch does not develop any. Consequently, his interpretation of the relationship between crime and surplus value, though plausible, is not yet firmly established. Work of this kind undoubtedly holds potential and merits further exploration. However, caution is essential when using Marxist economics. Since the end of the 19th century, non-Marxist economists have criticized Marx's economics. Over the past 2 decades, the revival of academic interest in Marx has led to a clarification of the logic of Marxist economics and has also subjected it to a new round of criticism, not just from anti-Marxists but from many Marxists and Marx sympathizers as well. This criticism has cast grave doubts on the entire edifice of Marxist economics. Part of the problem is that Marx's predictions about tendencies in capitalist economies were based on extremely simple models. For example, his argument that exploitation occurs in production, not in exchange, assumes that pure competition prevails. In reality, competition is often imperfect. Monopolies, oligopolies, taxes, balance of payment problems, deficit spending, the money supply, and interest rates are matters that Marx either ignored totally or treated superficially. However, the problems in Marxist economics are not restricted to the simplicity of the models. After all, a simple model can always be elaborated if the basic ideas are sound. The problem is more fundamental. The foundations of Marx's analysis of economic activity are seriously flawed. This conclusion has been reached not just by economists who are hostile. The causes of crime 67 to Marxism but also by a number WHD are sympathetic. These economists have concluded that the labor theory of value, which lies at the heart of Marxist economics, is largely vacuous. There is nothing special about labor to privilege it over other factors of production as a unit for measuring other contributions to production, such as raw materials. These economists have concluded that Marx's belief that labor alone is the source of profits is not well founded. In general, profits cannot be assigned uniquely to any single factor of production. Marx probably assigned them to labor, not because this conclusion was logically required, but for moral and propagandistic reasons. The labor theory of value suggests that profits are illegitimate, a kind of theft. The theory highlights the historical contingency of capitalist arrangements. It reminds us that it is not foreordained that the economic surplus always be appropriated by a class of owners rather than be made available to its produits or used for general benefit. It points to the possibility of class conflict between owners and workers. As a strictly economic theory, though, it lacks explanatory power. Some of the conclusions Marx drew about tendencies within capitalist economies also appear to be flawed. There is no inherent tendency of the organic composition of capital to rise. Capitalists will introduce labor-saving technological innovations when the cost of labor is high, and capital-saving, labor-intensive methods when the cost of capital is high. Even when the organic composition of capital rises, rates of profit will normally not fall so long as wages do not rise. A broader challenge to Marx's work has been raised by the British Marxist historian E. P. Thompson, who argues persuasively that the theoretical strategy Marx adopted in his later years was flawed. Although Marx was aware that economic developments could be influenced by class struggle and state intervention, the formal schemes worked out in Capital attempt to theorize the temporal development of a capitalist economy as if class struggle and state intervention were irrelevant. The attempt was valiant, but doomed to fail. Politics and ideology are too thoroughly interwoven with economic affairs for an attempt of this kind to succeed. Recent Marxist theorizing has implicitly acknowledged this by making the state and ideology integral to the theorization of crisis. Textbooks in Marxist economics often point to evidence that supports Marx's conclusions. Given that the logic leading to these conclusions is faulty, the agreement is not so impressive. After all, an observed increase in the organic composition of capital or a fall in the rate of profits could have come about in ways other than those Marx suggested, for example, through investment tax credits, higher wages to workers, higher costs of raw materials, higher taxes, or the adoption of 68 Part 2. Pollution controls that reduce the efficiency of production. Under these circumstances, orthodox Marxist economics is a very shaky foundation on which to build a criminology. To bypass Marxist economics does not require that one abandon Marxism altogether. The essays included in this section draw on diverse elements in Marxist social theory to explain criminogenic social conditions, without relying on the shakier propositions of Marxist economics. Crime and the Origins of Capitalism. As pointed out in the every social formation in which a state exists and criminalizes behavior has its own distinctive patterns of criminality. When the social relations of production and distribution change, so do crime patterns. One of the early chapters in their joint history is set in the late 15th and 16th centuries, when the commercialization of English agriculture led the great landlords to evict tenant farmers and enclose common lands where peasants had previously grazed livestock and raised poultry. This and other processes related to the breakup of feudalism increased vagrancy dramatically and led to the formation of a criminal subculture in London and other large cities. Thus, as peasants were marginalized, that is, made marginal to the regular economy, they turned to crime. The first three readings that follow, by Peter Linnebaugh, Jeffrey Pearson, and Stephen Hahn, deal with crime and capitalism at later stages in the history of capitalism. In Germany, England, and the American South, capitalist development brought with it changes in the criminal law that cut the laboring classes off from a traditional livelihood. They resisted as they could and, in so doing, sometimes ran afoul of the law. In each of these locales, activities that were eventually to become criminal were initially lawful ways of making a living. They were criminalized as part of an offensive on the part of property owners, and from that time on, the newly criminalized forms of appropriation became a form of class struggle. In Germany, laborers stole wood from the forest rather than emigrate, starve, or work in factories. Linnebaugh's discussion is of interest to the history of mainstream criminology, since most oft criminals studied by 19th-century German positivists had been prosecuted for stealing wood. At the same time, Linnebaugh notes, it was the debates in the Rhine Diet, a parliamentary body, that first turned Marx's attention toward the significance of economic considerations in politics. Of greater interest for us, though, is Linnebaugh's account of why laws against taking wood from the forests were passed, and why peasants took the wood. Customary law guaranteed peasants a wide range of uses of the products of the forest. Fuel and food gathered in the woods helped to cushion them from hardship during famine or depression. This cushion became especially important in the second quarter of the 19th. The causes of crime 69th century as parcelization of land and severe famine in Central Europe created what one historian of crime has called the greatest subsistence crisis of modern times in the Western world. It was just at this time that improvements in transportation and increased industrial demand for lumber sent the price of wood rapidly upward. The interests of the forest owners joined those of the state, which had its own interests in the orderly exploitation of the forests, in passing laws against the taking of wood. Linnebaugh's analysis of the class basis for the resistance to this legislation is of particular interest. He argues that this resistance did not come from people who were situated entirely outside capitalist relations. Many small cultivators were given plots of land or rights in the forest as compensation for their labor in manufacturing. In the early stages of industrialization, employers sometimes preferred such arrangements because they made lower wages possible, supported workers during periods of unemployment, and increased workers' dependence on their employers. Toward the end of his article, Linnebaugh refers to the latent and stagnant labor reserves and to the relative redundant population. Marx introduced these terms in an analysis of the effect of the growth of capital on the working class. Since the expansion of employment raises the demand for labour, it would tend to raise wages. Marx argued that capitalists respond to the possibility of rising wages by introducing machinery that displaces workers. The ratio of constant capital to variable capital thus tends to rise. Workers who lose their jobs in this process or who are never hired in the first place, constitute the relative redundant, or surplus, population. Marx goes on to argue that the existence of this population further depresses wages, since employed workers can be replaced by members of the Industrial Reserve Army if they demand excessive wages. Marx identifies four different forms of the relative surplus population. The floating form consists of workers who are hired and fired according to the requirements of business. Employees who lose their jobs when a factory is relocated would be an example. This category grows in number as capitalism expands, but not in proportion to the growth of production. Where there is an absolute reduction in the numbers of workers employed, there is the latent form. The transformation of the agricultural population into an urban or manufacturing proletariat depends on the existence of a latent surplus population in the countryside. Latent because it may only move when the alternative employment opens up. The stagnant form consists of very low-paid and irregularly employed workers, often in decaying sectors of the economy. Unskilled day laborers are an example. This form is self-reproducing and self-perpetuating in part because of an extremely high birth rate but also because it recruits redundant workers from other sectors of the economy. Lastly, there are paupers. This form includes those who are unable to work, those who do not adapt to industrial labor discipline, and a dangerous class of criminals. Linebaugh locates the theft of wood and related forms of resistance to capitalist industrialization in the latent and stagnant fractions of the relative surplus population, not in the criminal classes. Some of the other readings in this book also grapple with the question whether crime should be considered primarily in connection with a criminal class or with a part of the working class. Linebaugh's subtitle, A Contribution to the Current Debate, and the opening remarks of his essay invite us to consider the possibility that the categories he employs to analyze the criminal involvement of different strata of 19th-century German working class may be relevant to our times. When urban riots erupted in the 1960s, some radicals pronounced them an advanced form of militancy on the part of an especially oppressed part of the working class. Other radicals dismissed rioters as lumpen proletariat, an epithet Marx used to describe criminals and paupers in his own day. Some of the leading positions in this debate are reviewed by Wenger and Bonomo in Part 4. Linebaugh clearly rejects the mechanical dismissal of criminals as lumpen, and demonstrates through his analysis of the theft of wood in 19th-century Germany that much analytical power is gained through a more careful conceptualization of the different factions of the working class. The term lump and proletariat does little more than display scorn for the people so described. Insofar as it suggests a stratum that exists independent of capitalist social relations, it may interfere with analysis rather than advance it. Needless to say, an argument about the character of riots and crime in 20th century America cannot be settled by studying another country in an earlier century. However, Linebaugh's analysis suggests that it might be fruitful to examine the movement of Southern blacks to northern cities, the immigration of Puerto Ricans to the U.S. mainland, and the immigration of illegal aliens to nations and the impact of these migrations on crime in terms of the latent fraction of the relative surplus population. Cyril Robinson's essay on black crime, discussed below, implicitly adopts such a framework. Jeffrey Pearson's essay focuses on the responses of the English laboring classes to the Industrial Revolution. For some decades, historians have debated whether the living standards of the working class rose or fell during the Industrial Revolution. In part these differences revolve around technical questions. What years are chosen in studying trends? Are we talking about the working class as a whole, or some fraction of it? Should the standard of living be measured only by objective indicators for which data are available or which the historian assumes are the most relevant, or may subjective responses to qualitative changes in a way of life be taken into account? As E. P. Thompson emphasizes, there can be little doubt that many. The causes of crime 71. Workers experienced the changes in work and family life brought about by factory production as destructive. Lawful means of coping with this assault on traditional ways of life were very limited. Labor unions were illegal, and workers could not vote for parliament. As a result, resistance often took illegal forms. Artisans, craftsmen, and laborers deprived of their autonomy by factory production destroyed machinery. They were joined by workers who had lost their jobs when capitalists introduced machines that made inferior goods cheaply and that could be operated by children, who were paid much less than adults. Farm laborers responded in similar ways to the modernization of agriculture by destroying labor-saving threshing machines. Crimes of this sort were a major dimension of class struggle. Pearson notes that historians and social scientists have tended to portray the destruction of machinery as irrational. Even some Marxists have treated it with disdain, arguing that it was backward-looking, obstructed the progress of industry, and was doomed to defeat. More recent research has forced a revision in this picture. The targets of destruction were carefully chosen. Warnings were often given in advance. Some of the smashers' proposals, such as taxing employers who introduced labor-displacing machines and using the revenues to pay for retraining and relocating displaced workers, sound surprisingly modern. Like other British radical criminologists, Pearson argues that contemporary crime must be viewed as no more meaningless than crime committed 200 years ago. To make his point, he traces Paki bashing to economically engendered conflict between British youths and immigrant textile workers. What is not certain is how far this approach can be extended. There are probably few crimes that don't have some logic or meaning to those who commit them, but at the same time these crimes may be ineffective as means for attaining the perpetrator's goals, as well as destructive to their victims. Ultimately, we might ask, what difference does it make whether we can view crimes as rational? It does not tell us what, if anything, should be done about them. The possible contemporary relevance of the study of machine breaking is raised in Pearson's reference to the present-day ecology movement. Will vandals strike again at technology to save the environment? Recent civil disobedience aimed at stopping the construction of nuclear power plants forces us to take this question seriously. It is worth noting, though, that the acts Pearson describes took place at a time when other forms of working-class power did not exist. Once unions were permitted and suffrage was extended to the working class, the defense of workers' interests came to be channeled increasingly through these forms, though sabotage and other illegal activities were never totally abandoned. The tactics adopted to oppose destructive technological developments are likely to be shaped by the types of struggle that are politically feasible at any given time. Until recently, it was thought that the story of how the legal creation of new property rights in land criminalized long-accepted methods of appropriating the products of nature was relevant only to English and European history in the early stages of capitalist accumulation. Stephen Hahn's work shows that a similar process was at work in the American South during the 19th century. Though the legal form in which land was held as property in the first half of the 19th century was bourgeois, free from feudal-type restrictions on inheritance or transfer of land, a de facto acceptance of extensive, non-exclusive usufruct rights to unenclosed land prevailed. These customary rights permitted rich plantation owners to engage in their favorite sport, hunting, and to graze their herds on what was technically someone else's undeveloped land. They also enabled small cultivators and landless people to supplement their incomes by fishing and hunting. Though some planters demanded stricter protection for property rights, they made little headway with legislators who feared the potentially explosive consequences of restriction. As long as plantation owners had slaves to work their plantations, the owners were not terribly concerned with smallholders. After the Civil War, many freed slaves left the plantations to begin farming on unenclosed land. At this point, with their labor force threatened, plantation owners became more concerned with use rights to their land. The rise of commercial cotton farming gave them a greater incentive to bring unenclosed land into production. The new trespass and fencing laws they proposed elicited strenuous opposition from poor whites and ex-slaves, sometimes successful, but often not. These laws, even where evaded, made it harder for blacks to operate small farms and, in doing so, played a role in creating a black cotton-picking agricultural proletariat. They thus helped set the stage for the complex social processes that were later to generate high levels of black participation in crimes of theft and violence. Organized crime. Class conflict is also a central element in Frank Pierce's analysis of organized crime. Strictly speaking, almost all crimes carried out jointly by two or more people could be accurately described as organized, since they involve a division of labor and shared expectations regarding role performance. Criminologists, though, have used the phrase organized crime in a narrower sense. Clinard and Quinney, for example, define organized crime as business enterprise organized for the purpose of making economic gain through illegal activities. They go on to note the causes of crime. 73. What they regard as its distinguishing features: hierarchical structure, monopolistic control, the threatened use of force to maintain internal discipline and discourage competition, immunity from law enforcement through corruption, and large profits resulting from specialization. In the public eye, and for many criminologists too, organized crime is virtually synonymous with the mafia, even though it is now widely understood that involvement in organized crime is far from exclusively Italian and that it is misleading to think of organized crime in terms of a single nationwide or international bureaucratic organization. Several scholars have investigated the historical development of the Sicilian mafia in relation to class forces, the organization of production and distribution, the character of the Sicilian state, and the position of Sicily in the international economy. These themes have been less prominent in the literature on American organized crime. Instead, one finds discussion of the alleged roles that organized crime plays in stabilizing highly competitive sectors of the economy and in providing a route for upward social mobility to ethnic minorities that are barred by discrimination from the more remunerative lawful occupations. 8. The entrepreneurial, income-generating activities most often mentioned in connection with organized crime are gambling, loan sharking, prostitution, the manufacture and sale of alcohol during Prohibition and of narcotics. What distinguishes these from crimes of violence and theft is that all of them are consensual. Buyers of illegal goods and services buy willingly, even though they may be the worse off for the transaction. Although the monopoly power of the seller permits him to charge the buyer higher prices than would prevail in a competitive market, there is no complainant who requests help or protection from the police. 9. Yet organized crime is by no means restricted to the supply of illegal but desired goods and services. The infiltration of lawful business and racketeering of various kinds may involve direct coercion. Businessmen, for example, may be forced to pay for protection lest their businesses be burned down. The fourth essay, an excerpt from Crimes of the Powerful, by Frank Pearce, deals with the relationship between organized crime and the labor movement. In the struggles over unionization in the early 1920s and 1930s, employers made use of gangsters to smash union organizing, and at times, the unions made use of gangsters to defend themselves against these attacks. Pearce goes on to describe the change in these relations brought about by the New Deal. Laws passed during the 1930s gave workers in most sections of the economy the legal right to form unions. 1 degree The subsequent growth of unions made it possible for organized crime to siphon off union pension funds and to form fictitious union locals in return for payments from employers. Union members who get substandard wages or no pension benefits clearly lose from these arrangements. 74. Part 2. The literature on organized crime is filled with passages expressing the fear that organized crime has become so powerful as to threaten the integrity of the government itself. Pearce challenges this view, maintaining that organized crime has been tolerated when useful to the ruling class and has been repressed whenever it damaged ruling class interests. Pearce's description of the way organized crime has been deployed on behalf of American foreign policy goals is of particular interest in this connection. It certainly challenges the notion of an underworld that is isolated from and antagonistic to the legitimate world. The relation appears far more symbiotic. Pearce's evidence is valuable in forcing a rethinking of the relation between organized crime and the ruling class, but in conveying the impression that organized crime is a mere pawn of capitalist interests, his essay may oversimplify the relation. His treatment may be too undialectical. The large financial contributions that organized crime can make to political campaigns arguably give it substantial political power. This power is certainly not sufficient to threaten the capitalist system, but then there is no reason why organized crime figures would want to do so. Nevertheless, the exercise of the power that organized crime does have may at times be detrimental to business as well as to labor interests. 14 Pearce's demonstration that there is a complex and at times intimate relation between business and government on the one hand and organized crime on the other not only puts organized crime in a new light but illuminates other forms of crime as well. It is clear, for example, that if we want to understand why some people use heroin, we must look beyond their own psychological traits and the values and norms that they and their friends hold. Heroin would not be available for these users to inject unless America's imperialist involvement on foreign continents made the importation of large quantities of heroin profitable. Pierce's discussion raises questions that merit further investigation. For instance, organized crime on the scale found in the United States seems not to exist in Western Europe outside Italy. How can the difference be explained? Presumably we must look to such variables as class forces, political arrangements, and so on. Possibly where class consciousness is stronger and the state more centralized, organized crime cannot so easily gain a foothold. If organized crime is not routinely necessary for capitalists but is only a convenient way of reaching certain goals from time to time, then we must ask about the precise circumstances under which it is convenient and why other alternatives are not chosen. Crime without class conflict. Though class conflict is important to the explanation of some kinds or instances of crime, all crime is not a direct manifestation of class conflict. The causes of crime 75. To explain these crimes we must look to other components of Marxist theory. In the fifth essay of this section, Don Wallace and Drew Humphreys examine the criminological consequences of profit-seeking on the part of privately owned businesses. In theory, the pursuit of profits provides incentives to entrepreneurs to satisfy consumer preferences, improve efficiency, and win a larger share of the market by cutting prices. However, in the course of their operations, businesses can also impose costs on the rest of society which it has not agreed to bear and for which it receives no compensating benefit. An all too familiar example is the damage to our physical environment that manufacturing firms or those in the extractive industries have sometimes inflicted. Indirectly, a business can also impose costs on communities even when it is not violating the law, by influencing the social and economic conditions in a community. In hiring and firing, for example, businesses affect employment levels. When a company relocates from a region of the county where labor costs or taxes are high to one where they are low, it changes the employment picture in both locations. In this way, it affects the opportunity structures that individual members of the working class face, as well as the potential costs and benefits of crime. Family dynamics can change when breadwinners lose their jobs, or when housewives begin to earn more than their husbands. Thus, movements of capital have potential consequences for the distribution of power within the family. Violence is a familiar response of a husband whose dominance in the family is threatened by the loss of his job. Regional differences in crime rates. Criminologists have long known that there are sharp regional differences in crime rates in the United States. Sociological explanations of these differences have typically used such concepts as subculture, poverty, and inequality. Economists have tended to assume that prospective offenders seek to maximize gain and minimize loss or pain. The crime rate then depends on the possible gains from criminal and non-criminal activities and the losses associated with being arrested and prosecuted. In an analysis of trends in urban crime rates in the United States, Wallace and Humphreys examine regional patterns of crime and changes in these patterns over the years 1950 through 1971. The dynamic qualities of capitalism as an economic system are fundamental to their analysis. In the ceaseless quest for higher profits, capitalists shift their investments from one part of the county to another, indeed, from one part of the globe to another. The collective consequences of these private decisions made for private gain are enormous, both in the regions where factories are abandoned or workers dismissed and in those where new investment 76 Part 2 takes place. The analysis presented in the essay by Wallace and Humphreys concerns the consequences of shifting patterns of investment for rates of crimes reported to the police. This approach to the study of crime patterns makes research on the political economy of cities relevant to criminology. Such factors as wage differentials, differences in tax rates, and direct subsidies from local governments have given rise to massive shifts in investment and, correspondingly, in patterns of crime. Although it is not emphasized in this reading, Wallace and Humphrey's work suggests that higher crime rates in cities abandoned by manufacturers can be traced to successful class struggle. If workers in one area win higher wages, succeed in gaining greater social services from local government, and prevent the subsidizing of industry, corporations may abandon production and relocate in regions of the country where the working class is weaker and local government more pliable. Successful opposition to this strategy would seem to require national political control over investment. In the case of multinational corporations, international strategies are needed. Students who are unfamiliar with multiple regression statistical techniques will find it helpful to read the editor's notes at the end of the essay before reading the essay itself. Arson for profit. The routine profit-seeking behavior of capitalist enterprises is also central to James Brady's analysis of arson for profit. Brady points out that the rate of arson for profit has been soaring in American cities, as well as in the metropolitan centers of some of the capitalist European nations. There was no comparable development in the so-called socialist countries. This increase cannot plausibly be explained by the individual psychological traits of arsonists or the supposedly distinct subcultures of the low-income neighborhoods where much of this arson takes place. Rather, it has to do with the political economy of capitalist cities. Marx pointed to a number of strategies that manufacturers faced with declining profits can adopt. They can find cheaper raw materials, pay their workers less, or lay off some of them, or they can increase their productivity. If they sell in a non-competitive market, they may be able to raise their prices. Many of these options are unavailable to landlords. Small owners command too little market power to reduce the cost of water, fuel, or garbage collection. Unions representing janitors and repairmen may prevent owners from cutting wages. Taxes are set by the state. Interest rates on mortgages are fixed at the time of lending. Rents cannot be raised. The causes of crime 77. At will because tenants living on welfare or working at poverty-level wages may be unable to pay more. 16. Non-payment of rent because a tenant loses a job or a welfare agency has delayed a check is common in low-income neighborhoods. With costs constant or rising and no potential for increasing revenues, a landlord may be unable to operate a building lawfully in a manner that will yield expected returns on capital. Under these circumstances, owners may find the prospect of burning down a building to collect an insurance payment quite attractive. The owner of a failing business may take the same way out. That this should have happened in the past decade more than in the past reflects the conjuncture of several economic developments. One is the falling share of income going to the poorest section of the American population. The migration of manufacturing to third world countries, immigration from them to the industrial nations, and the introduction of labor-saving equipment that has reduced the demand for blue-collar labor. These have left residents of low-income neighborhoods increasingly unable to afford even the fundamentals of life, like housing. Rates of homelessness have risen dramatically over the past decade. This deterioration in the economic position of the poorest stratum of the population has occurred in a society in which most housing is provided by private entrepreneurs, for profit. This system is proving incapable of supplying minimally acceptable housing at affordable prices to the poorest part of the population. As dreadful as public housing can be in the United States, its tenants, some often deeply involved with illegal drugs and other criminal activities, rarely try to destroy the buildings in which they live. In principle, one would expect the insurance companies to take measures to stop arson for profit. In 1980 they lost $1.6 billion to arson. If only a fraction of that loss was due to arson, it was still a large amount. Surely it would be in their interests to discourage fraudulent claims. Yet it can be difficult to prove that a given fire was caused by arson, or that a building was overvalued. The legal costs of fighting a questionable claim could in many instances exceed the claim itself. Moreover, as Brady notes, brokers who sell insurance have no interest in screening applicants for policies. Their commissions are based on the volume of sales, whether to fraudulent or honest owners. Faced with rapidly mounting costs, insurance companies have begun to use computers to identify buildings at high risk for arson. Yet criminality has always proved difficult to predict with high precision. This can never be more than a partial solution. Brady highlights redlining on the part of the bank's refusal to lend. 78 Part 2. Money for buildings in certain neighborhoods as another element in the picture. When banks refuse to lend money, owners may be unable to make needed repairs and ultimately may be forced to abandon their buildings. It would be a mistake to demonize banks for doing this. As capitalist institutions, they seek to maximize profits, not social welfare. Small loans to owners of residential buildings in slum neighborhoods may simply be riskier or less profitable than other loans. Banks are responsible to their shareholders, not to the public good. Were social criteria such as need and the social desirability of encouraging residential stability to influence the granting of loans, funding to improve the housing stock in low-income neighborhoods would undoubtedly be given much higher priority. Not only is this need not met by the use of strict profit-making criteria, it is exacerbated. By definition, most residents of a low-income neighborhood have low incomes. Their poverty limits the quality of the housing they can afford, as well as their ability to keep it in good repair. Yet they do have some income. Brady's figures show that in Boston, when this income is deposited in local banks, most of it is not used for loans within the neighborhood. Instead, the money is lent to more affluent borrowers outside the neighborhood, whose higher and more stable incomes make them more attractive to lenders. Thus godless capitalism willy-nilly follows the cynical religious aphorism, "To every one that hath shall be given, and he shall have in abundance, but from him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath." Arson for profit exacerbates neighborhood deterioration. The destruction of the housing stock and the exodus of tenants erodes the tax base. In the single year 1976-77, for example, the Bushwick section of Brooklyn lost a third of its housing to arson. The resulting loss of customers led many neighborhood businesses to fail, further weakening the neighborhood's financial base. Tax losses stemming from business closings weaken a city's ability to fight fires and to supply other essential services. State intervention in the housing market, an issue Brady does not discuss, also contributes to arson. For some decades, federal, state, and city housing programs have made loans, subsidies, and tax write-offs available to owners to encourage the rehabilitation of residential buildings. In New York, these include the city's J51 program, under which funds are granted automatically for the upgrading of buildings that are not tax delinquent and are free of liens, even when the owner has had a history of harassing tenants, and Section 8 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. Under the latter program, the City of New York targets designated neighborhoods for assistance. Evidence has been accumulating that these programs have unintentionally stimulated the burning of buildings. To restore buildings to the tax rolls and to avoid having to locate the causes of crime. 79. Tenants. The city made funds available for the renovation of large vacant buildings. With tenancy an obstacle to the granting of funds, some unscrupulous owners of occupied buildings took steps to ensure that their buildings would become vacant. They withdrew services, hired goons to harass tenants, and let security in the building lapse. A series of small fires intended to frighten tenants without doing major structural damage usually finished the job of driving tenants out. Once the subsidized rehabilitation was complete, the improved apartments could be rented at higher rates to more affluent tenants or sold as cooperatives or condominiums. 18. Crime and monopoly. Most of Marx's works in economics concern the laws of motion of a competitive capitalist economic system. Yet Marx also noted the tendency for capital to become more concentrated over time, ultimately destroying the competitiveness of the market. Less efficient enterprises are driven out of business, leaving a few large enterprises to dominate a given sector of the economy. The technical demands of advancing industry may also favor the concentration of capital by forcing firms to adopt equipment that is too expensive for small ones. On the basis of this reasoning, Marx concludes, one capitalist always kills many. Classical liberal economists have argued that this conclusion is premature, because purely economic tendencies toward increased concentration and decreased competition may be undermined by other economic factors. If oligopoly or monopoly position in an industry leads to higher than average rates of profit, for instance, investors attracted by the prospect of higher profits will move into the industry in question. Competition will then drive prices down. These economists, therefore, argue that monopolies based on purely economic strength tend to be unstable. They suggest that the government creates and perpetuates monopolies by granting special privileges and largesse, and by imposing costs on businesses that smaller firms cannot meet. This position is by no means incompatible with Marxists' understanding of the role that the state plays in the monopoly stage of capitalism. Whether one looks only at economic forces, or examines political factors as well, there seems to be little doubt that capital is indeed becoming more concentrated. In 1948, the 100 largest manufacturing firms held 40.1% of total manufacturing assets. By 1971, they held 48.9%. In the seventh essay in Part 2, Harold Barnett argues that the concentration of economic power in the monopoly and oligopoly sectors of the economy can be an important cause of crime. When only a few firms dominate a sector of the economy, they can more easily collude to fix 80 Part 2. Prices, divide up the market, and eliminate competitors. Since stock ownership is concentrated in the upper income brackets, it is primarily the wealthy whose incomes are enlarged by these means. Thus, corporate crime that is made possible by monopolization of the economy intensifies inequality of income. An especially intriguing facet of Barnett's work concerns the effect of corporate crime on street crime. Since empirical research indicates that rates of theft and interpersonal violence go up when inequality in income increases, it follows that the oligopoly structure of the economy increases the rates of these forms of crime. In other words, crime in the suites and crime in the streets are not simply two different types of crime that coexist, rather, they are causally connected. Although Barnett does not explore the issue, the economic consequences of oligopolization for the competitive sector of the economy are worth noting. Just as individuals must pay higher prices because of oligopoly power, so must firms in the small, competitive sector who buy from the giants. In addition, small firms who sell products to large corporations may have to accept a lower price for their goods. The consequences will be lower profits in the competitive sector and stronger motivation to shore up these profits by illegal means. One would thus expect consumer fraud, labor law violations, fencing operations, and tax evasion to occur more frequently when the economy is dominated by a few large firms. Little is known about the frequency of such violations. However, Marilyn Walsh found that 64% of the receivers of stolen goods whom she studied were proprietors of permanent, legitimate businesses. In many instances, the revenue derived from fencing seemed to make the difference between bankruptcy and the profitable operation of the small businesses she studied. What are the implications of this analysis for social policy regarding oligopolies and monopolies? Conservative economists argue that the role of government in the economy should be minimized. In particular, government regulation that favors large corporations should be ended so that market forces will come into play, reducing prices and increasing efficiency. Socialists have often argued that a return to a competitive economy is impossible. And they favor, instead, a transformation of the economy along socialist lines. In earlier decades, socialists did not view the growth of monopolies as particularly bad. This growth was seen as part of the process by which production became socialized. If industry were dominated by a few large enterprises, socialists thought, it would be easier for the state to take it over. Today, many socialists question the notion that socialism amounts to no more than the government taking over industry and running it without a fundamental change in the social relations of the work process. The causes of crime 81. Itself. Obviously, fundamental issues about the nature of socialism are at stake here. Is the essence of socialism a centrally planned economy? Some socialists have thought so. Others hold that centralized planning is inefficient and gives too much power to the planning bureaucracy. For them, the essence of socialism is the direct power of workers and community members over production. Debate over this issue continues. Auto theft. Normally we expect a theory of crime causation to be a theory that explains why some people, but not others, are motivated to commit crime, or why some oft people who are motivated to commit crime do so, while others do not. This is true, for example, of such mainstays of criminology as enemy theory, learning theory, and control theory. In recent years, though, we have seen other explanatory strategies. Cohen and Felsen, for example, have argued that the high crime rates American cities have seen for the past quarter century can be explained not by changes in offender motivation, or in their assessments of the cost of crime, but in changes that have taken place in the structure of illegal opportunity. Increased affluence in American life has made available more commodities that can be stolen, in particular, items that are small and light, easy to carry away. With women entering the labor force in greater numbers, they spend more of their waking hours outside the home, where they are more vulnerable to assaultive crimes. Homes that are empty during the day are easier to burgle. Harry Brill's study of auto theft approaches the facilitation of crime differently. He notes that automobiles are extremely easy to steal. Car manufacturers could easily make theft more difficult, passing the very modest cost of doing so on to customers. They do not do this because it is in their financial interest to sell more cars. Most car thieves are not in the market to buy new ones, but those whose cars are stolen are. Insurance companies could provide an incentive to customers to pay the higher cost of buying a protected car by offering lower premiums. However, insurance companies profit by investing customers' premiums. Lower premiums would reduce the cash they have available for investments, thereby reducing their profits. For this reason, insurance companies have fought legislation requiring that manufacturers make cars difficult to steal. The papers by Wallace and Humphreys, Brady, Barnett, and Brill highlight the various ways that the actions of privately owned business enterprises, operating in a market economy, lead to crime. However, it cannot be forgotten that the state, too, is an influential presence in the economy. It makes rules and enforces rules for private economic transactions, and also intervenes directly in the economy. It taxes incomes, provides transfer payments, subsidizes private investment, issues regulations that impose costs on business, and is a major purchaser of goods and services. 82 Part 2. The State and the Ghetto Economy. Cyril Robinson's essay sketches some little discussed forms of state action that have had major ramifications for urban vice and crime. For 150 years ethnic immigrants, the Irish, Italians, Poles, Jews, have had difficulty in finding a place in the lawful economy. Discrimination, language disabilities, and the limited job skills of immigrants from rural regions made it hard for many to find good jobs. Still, when the economy was expanding, the demand for low-skilled manual labor was high enough to provide jobs for most. Some, on the other hand, turned to illegal sources of income such as stealing and supplying illegal goods and services. For most of American history, blacks were little involved with most of these activities. Until the First World War, more than 90% of the black American population lived in the South, primarily in rural areas, where opportunities for illegal activities were limited. Then, as white workers were drafted out of the factories to fight in Europe in both world wars, northern employers recruited blacks from the South. The mechanization of southern agriculture greatly increased this immigration. The introduction of a machine that could pick cotton displaced both black and white agricultural workers, but blacks suffered more than whites because they were more likely to work on large plantations where economies of scale facilitated capital investment. Significantly, this development did not occur via free markets. Much of the research to develop the cotton picker, and scientific methods of farming more generally, was done at U.S. agricultural stations with federal funding. 19 Other federal programs, including road construction, irrigation, loans, and crop insurance, facilitated the transition to capital-intensive agriculture. 20 It was understood from the start that this transition would drastically reduce the number of people who would be able to find employment in the agricultural sector. Yet no steps were taken to resituate the displaced workers. Thus, the mechanization of agriculture involved major subsidies to the land-owning class and the loss of a livelihood for the workers. These developments had a much more severe impact on blacks than on whites. In 1920, 1 of every 7 farmers in the United States was black. In 1982, only 1 in 67. The uneven development of capitalist industry, together with racial discrimination, made it impossible for most of those displaced to find employment in southern cities. Large numbers came north. Just as southern blacks and some poor whites were arriving in the northern cities, the white middle and upper classes already living there were leaving for the suburbs. No doubt many factors contributed to this exodus. Among them, Robinson points out, were enormous government subsidies for home mortgages in the suburbs, denial of mortgage support for residences in racially integrated and low-income neighborhoods, and the causes of crime. 83. Federal highway construction that made it easy for suburbanites to commute to jobs in central cities. Though many of the new arrivals found employment in the manufacturing, retail, and service sectors often M1 cities, not all were able to do so. Limits on the number of jobs available, inferior schooling, and discrimination in employment left many without a reliable source of adequate income. In the absence of lawful employment, some turned to theft. Others found employment in the vices, or victimless crimes, supplying illegal goods and services to willing customers. 21 With the higher levels of organized crime dominated by those who had entered it earlier, blacks had difficulty moving into the more lucrative, higher levels of production and distribution, though some managed to take over distribution in predominantly black ghetto neighborhoods. Economics isn't everything. As important as economic conditions obviously are in causing crime, economics isn't everything. The holistic character of Marxism lends itself to a more inclusive analysis. Attempts to include non-economic factors in an analysis of crime have taken various forms. The essay on juvenile delinquency by David Greenberg represents one approach. Although it takes immediate economic considerations into account, it also considers the effects of institutions, like the school, that Marxist theory has regarded superstructural. Juvenile delinquency. 20th-century criminologists have probably written more about juvenile delinquency than about any other single topic. Much of this literature has been criticized by radical criminologists as logically defective and empirically wrong. I argue that this literature need not be dismissed out of hand. Although some of it may be mistaken, it is not all worthless. In fact, it can be used in creating a theory of delinquency that goes beyond the juvenile's immediate social setting, consisting of family, school, neighborhood, and peer group, to deal with the place of the juvenile in the larger society. Noting that only recently have levels of juvenile involvement in crime been exceptionally high, this reading suggests that high levels of delinquency have been caused by changes in young people's relation to economically productive activity in a capitalist society. 22 These changes have made juveniles a part of the relative surplus population, creating 84 Part 2. Motivation toward delinquency by excluding them from lawful sources of income. The reading goes on to argue that these changes have also had ramifications for the juvenile's position in the family and the school in ways that have increased delinquency. This analysis conforms to the general approach outlined by Spitzer in placing delinquency in the context of both the ongoing reorganization of the social relations of production and the responses of other social institutions to this reorganization. The approach also provides plausible accounts of differences among races and between sexes in involvement in delinquency. It is implicit in this reading that the concerns of positivist criminology and its empirical research findings are not inherently incompatible with a Marxian perspective. 23 This is a controversial position, and the reader may want to pay particular attention to the way these two perspectives are handled. Another point of interest in this reading is the treatment of class. Although class analysis is usually considered distinctive to Marxism, many non-Marxian criminologists have explored the relevance of social class to delinquency. They have argued on a variety of grounds that rates of delinquency are expected to be especially high among lower-class male youths. Yet self-reporting studies in which juveniles are asked about offenses they have committed show small or vanishing differences among the classes. These findings have led some sociologists to suggest that class differences in the rates of officially processed delinquents, those who are arrested and/or brought into the juvenile court, are entirely due to discrimination on the part of the criminal justice system. There are several reasons for thinking that this conclusion is premature. First, there is a good deal of evidence for the existence of racial differences with regard to some forms of crime, for example, homicide, assault with weapons, armed robbery, and the use and sale of heroin. Some of this evidence comes from self-reporting studies, but much of it comes from victims, who can usually provide information about the race of an attacker. If it were true that within each racial category, class had no effect on involvement in crime, we should find an overall association between class and crime, since race is itself correlated with class. If the overall correlation vanishes, it must mean that class membership has effects on criminality that are opposite for blacks and whites. This would imply, for example, that lower-class blacks have lower crime rates than middle-class blacks, but lower-class whites have higher crime rates than middle-class whites. We know of no reason to expect patterns of this kind. In addition, most of the self-reporting studies have used a definition of class that is questionable from the point of view of Marxian theory. The causes of crime 85. Typically, a child's class is determined in these studies by the prestige of the father's job, the parents' combined income, the number of years of education the parents have had, or similar indicators. Yet, as noted in the introduction, Marxists define class in terms of relation to the means of production. Although there may be some relation between these two different definitions, it is by no means a perfect one. Some members of the working class, for example, have had more years of education and earn better pay than some members of the petty bourgeoisie. Going further, we can ask whether children should be automatically assigned to the class of their parents. The reading reprinted here implicitly questions that procedure by examining the juvenile's relation to the means of production. In industrial societies, this relation is largely one of exclusion from economically productive activity, accompanied by mandatory training for future production. In these terms, youths can be considered to constitute a class of their own. Membership in this class is of course very brief, though with the protraction of education, longer now than it was a few decades ago. In treating class in this unorthodox way, I implicitly take a stand against the application of fixed categories in favor of an analysis of social arrangements as they are. With the development of capitalism, familiar class categories such as capitalist and proletariat are not necessarily conceptually adequate for understanding everyone's place in production. There are too many people who have some relation to production other than those of these two classes. The women's movement has pointed out the difficulty of understanding the housewife's relation to production in familiar Marxian categories, and the same seems true for juveniles as well. In Marx's day, this problem of conceptualization would not have existed, because the children of working-class families entered the labor force at an early age. Although I argue that most attempts to eliminate delinquency would have little effect in the absence of far-reaching economic change, it may be worth considering whether this conclusion is too pessimistic. Are there steps that might go partway toward integrating juveniles more fully in the economic and social life of the society, and that might lower the delinquency rate? In Switzerland, where most youths leave school at age 16 and enter apprenticeships, school-related delinquency is low. Could a system like that be adopted here? Crime and social integration. Drawing on the philosophical anthropology of Marx's early writings, Gregory Groves and W. Byron Groves have proposed a theory of crime causation that is fundamentally non-economic. They interpret passages in Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts, passages that build on some of Hegel's writings, as positing the existence of fundamental human needs, among them, the need to identify with a. 86 Part 2. human group and to feel oneself a valued member of that group. 24 As Groves and Groves point out, it is not entirely clear whether Marx considered these needs to be basic to human nature or to be acquired. It is clear that he regarded the realization of the potential for identification with the entire human species as both desirable and a goal toward which human society was moving. Though the need to be recognized may be universal, social arrangements can frustrate it by denying to individuals or groups the opportunity to make a contribution to the achievement of a collective goal and to be valued for that contribution. Groves and Groves suggest that when the possibility of achieving recognition lawfully is frustrated, individuals may attempt to achieve it illegally. Crimes usually considered in other terms can be reinterpreted in light of this idea. For example, much economic crime is not a means for achieving the necessities of life or even material comfort. Possessions can be regarded as an indicator of moral worthiness, a sign that one is the sort of person that others should honor or respect. 26 People who steal may be doing so to gain this recognition from others, or even from themselves. In some instances, the intent of violent interpersonal crime is to force the target to accord the perpetrator recognition or respect that would not otherwise be forthcoming. Social formations differ in the degree to which they offer members opportunities for fulfilling recognition needs. In a small-scale band or tribe, typically everyone is accepted as a part of the collective, but in the more stratified societies this is not so. In the extreme case, slaves may be treated by their owners as nothing more than beasts. A society with a large marginalized population has on its hands a large number of people who will have great difficulty satisfying their recognition motive within the law. Crime and empathy. Empathy, or the lack of it, is another non-economic factor that must be taken into account. Where it exists, empathy with an intended victim may restrain someone from committing a crime, even where the motivation to commit the crime is strong. When criminals talk about their criminal activities, one of the most striking themes is their utter indifference to the pain they cause their victims. Some even enjoy the sense of power that comes from hurting others. The sociologists Gresham Sykes and David Matza have dealt with delinquents' lack of empathy in terms of their techniques of neutralization. Most delinquents, they argue, do not reject the moral dictates of respectable society that frown on violence and theft. If they wish to engage in these activities, they must find a way to neutralize the causes of crime. 87. Their moral inhibitions. They do this, not by rejecting society's norms and values, but by finding them inapplicable in a particular instance because of special circumstances. Among these rationalizations is the derogation of the victim. By representing potential victims to themselves as deserving suffering, delinquents can carry out crimes that inflict suffering and still think of themselves as morally worthy. Rationalizations can be learned in face-to-face interaction or from the mass media. This social psychological analysis can be connected to Marxism through the observation that the availability and acceptability of techniques of neutralization vary with the social relations present in a society and the ideological discourses that circulate in it. To date, no one has studied this question systematically, consequently only a few preliminary thoughts can be offered here. It is true of many social formations that they sustain definitions of social boundaries that distinguish social members from non-members, and that they consider the moral injunctions against victimizing behavior to be valid only in relation to members. In a primitive culture, for example, a clan or lineage will generally try to discourage theft and violence within the kinship unit, while regarding the same acts against members of other clans, lineages, or tribes in purely pragmatic terms. The salient question is not whether an attack on others is morally wrong, but whether they will retaliate or end a mutually beneficial, ongoing social arrangement, such as a trade agreement. In a non-tribal society, identification and loyalty are to an ethnicity, religion, or nationality. Where conflict with another group, religion, or nationality develops, victimization of those who belong to the antagonistic group is often defined as praiseworthy. In some parts of the capitalist world, the growth of commerce and industry that marks the rise of capitalism have weakened these loyalties. According to the early 20th century Russian jurist Yevgeny Pashikhanes, the cash nexus tends to dissolve particularities into an abstract formal equality. 1981. However, pre-capitalist social identities surviving into the capitalist era have sometimes been strengthened by tensions connected with capitalist development. New ideological justifications for victimization have appeared under these circumstances. Nazism is the classical example. 28 ideologies devaluing members of other classes have also contributed to victimization. For example, when a slave owner beats or rapes a slave, or a rebellious slave kills a master, or alienated workers steal from their employers to compensate for perceived exploitation, or capitalists use violence to kill union organizers or suppress strikes. Certain developments associated with capitalism tend to promote not just group victimization but more or less random victimization of anyone within the offender's reach. Empathetic identification that could restrain victimization is to a degree the product of long-term social interaction, but the mobility of capital and labor that accompanies capitalism tends. 88 Part 2. To reduce attachments to neighbors that might sustain an ethic of responsibility. Unless we are in sharp conflict with them, we generally care about our neighbors more than we do about strangers. 29 The competitive phase of capitalism brings with it an ideology of radical individualism that asserts the desirability of self-seeking behavior. To profit at the expense of others is considered praiseworthy. A responsibility to the collectivity is denied. Indeed, philosophers of the 19th century argued that help for the unfortunate would in the long run prove socially pernicious. Their arguments may have helped upwardly mobile businessmen sleep more soundly at night. Arguably, they also made it easier to commit crime. When the word of the day is success at almost any cost, it is hardly surprising that some will drop the almost, especially when the cost is to be paid by someone else. The market itself reinforces teachings of social irresponsibility. Consider the case of a manufacturer whose orders are declining. He wants to lay off some workers but realizes that doing so will cause them financial hardship. If he keeps them on the payroll, his costs will be high at a time when sales are not producing enough revenue to pay their salaries. His kind-heartedness will lead him straight to bankruptcy. If he wants to continue running his business, he must not indulge his tender-heartedness and will have to fire them. Material conditions may influence the adoption of callousness or indifference to the well-being of others. Someone whose wealth guarantees every imaginable pleasure can afford a bit of generosity. On the other hand, those who live at the edge of survival will tend to jettison ethical teachings as useless claptrap in an anomic, dog-eat-dog world. Colin Turnbull's study of the Ak, an African people, under conditions of mass starvation, shows us the extremity of social disintegration. Life among some drug dealers, pimps, loan sharks, extortionists, and thieves may come close. Too much should not be made off these, however. The hardened street criminal who kills to impress his competitors or associates with his toughness has nothing on the Ford Motor Company executives who calculated that it would cost the company less to pay damages awarded in liability suits stemming from the deaths of drivers who would bum while driving the defective Pinto than to correct the defect at the manufacturing plant. Nor is there any reason to think them more sociopathic than the business executives who exported children's sleepwear treated with a flame retardant known to be carcinogenic, or sold intrauterine devices after it was known that they posed a major risk of fatal infections, or continued to set employees to the task of painting watch dials with radium paint after it was known that exposure to radium caused cancer. These cases suggest that even in the absence of poverty, capitalism can be powerfully criminogenic. This discussion might lead one to think that capitalism is unique in the causes af crime. 89. Fostering the instrumental, depersonalized treatment of other human beings. An examination of state policy and ideology in the Soviet Union or in the People's Republic of China quickly refutes that conclusion. State policies adopted in the USSR during the Stalin era, and in China under Mao, brought suffering and death to millions. Some have argued that by viewing historical change as the product of impersonal class forces dialectically working toward human emancipation, and by derogating the role of spirituality in human life, Marxism lends itself to the depersonalization and objectification of flesh and blood human beings. Others explain these developments in terms of the pressures on communist states to industrialize rapidly and defend themselves against implacable external enemies as well as internal opposition. Still others point out that corruption develops among holders of dictatorial political power anywhere. Gender and crime. One of the liveliest areas of recent criminological work has concerned gender aspects of crime. Interest has focused on two broad issues. The first is the explanation of crimes against women, crimes such as forcible rape. 30. Why do they occur? What explains the variation in their rates? The second concerns the gendering of all kinds of crime. Why are lawbreakers so disproportionately male? Why more so for some crimes than others? How and why is this disproportionality changing? A strictly economic explanation for crime would have a hard time accounting for some of the most basic facts. Women earn less than men and are employed less often. If low wages and unemployment lead to higher rates of crime, we should expect levels of crime to be higher for females than for males. The reverse is true for every category of crime except prostitution. Moreover, most legislators are male. If they operated solely as an interest group, one would expect them to criminalize female activities, not those of their own sex. The essay on forcible rape, by Julia and Hermann Schwendinger, was one of the first to tackle these issues. It was written at a time when radical feminists who favored separatism were attributing rape to the essential makeup of human males. 31. If this position were true, the Schwendingers point out, most men should be rapists, and levels of rape should be more or less the same in all societies. Arrest statistics and victimization surveys, however, indicate that relatively few men rape. 32. Anthropological evidence suggesting that levels of rape depend on the status of women in a society points to the importance of social factors in causing rape. The Schwendingers go on to interpret cross-cultural variation in the situation of women within an evolutionary framework based on Engels's classic study, The Origins of the Family, the State, and Private Property. Engels believed that in the early stages of human life, women's status, power, and autonomy were high. The development of 90 Part 2. Class divisions and the rise of the state brought this Garden of Eden to an end by subordinating women. Engels's analysis of gender has been controversial among anthropologists. They have pointed out that Engels was writing at a time when very little was known about contemporary primitive peoples, much less about the Stone Age. Some find dubious the tacit assumption of evolutionary theorists that one can learn about early stages in human history by studying contemporary primitives, who, after all, have had a history as long as ours. Nonetheless, Engels's ideas have found support from some anthropologists. In the Engels-Schwendinger model, gender relations in primitive society change because the development of production or exchange relations favors the exploitation of female labor, or because warfare leads to higher levels of all kinds of violence. These changed gender relations then lead to higher levels of rape. The Schwendingers' analysis never makes explicit just what it is about gender that leads to an asymmetry. When it becomes profitable to exploit another person's labor, why is it women whose labor is selected for exploitation? The last essay, by David Greenberg, examines the reasons men are more likely to be criminal. In every country for which crime statistics are available, sex differences in rates of involvement in crime are as large or larger than class or race differences. Yet it is only with the rise of second-wave feminism in the past quarter century that criminologists have devoted major energies to the study of these differences. Greenberg's essay explores the possibilities for explaining these differences within the framework of Marxist theory. 1. Karl Marx, The Theft of Wood, and Working Class Composition. Peter Linnebaugh. From Karl Marx. The Theft of Wood, and Working Class Composition, a Contribution to the Current Debate. Crime and Social Justice, Issues in Criminology 6 11976 5-16. Copyright Crime and Social Justice. P.O. Box 4373. Berkeley. CA 94704. Reprinted by permission. The International Working Class Offensive of the 1960s threw the social sciences into crisis from which they have not yet recovered. The offensive was launched in precisely those parts of the working class that capital had formerly attempted to contain within silent, often wageless reserves of the relative surplus population, that is, in North American ghettos, in Caribbean islands, or in backward regions of the Mediterranean. When that struggle took the form of the mass, direct appropriation of wealth, it became increasingly difficult for militants to understand it as a secondary movement to the real struggle that, it was said, resided only in the unions and the plants. Nor could it be seen as the incidental reactions of victims to an oppressive society, as it was so often by those organizations left flat-footed by the power of an autonomous black movement and an autonomous women's movement. This is not the place to elaborate on the forms that the struggles have taken in the direct appropriation of wealth, nor how these were able to circulate within more familiar terms of struggle. We must note, however, that they thrust the problem of crime, capital's most ancient tool in the creation and control of the working class, once again to a prominent place in the capitalist relation. As the political recomposition of the international work. I wish to thank Norman Stein, who provided me with some material assistance in the preparation of this article. My deepest thanks to Jean Mason, Bobby Scollard, and Monty Neal, my comrades in the Northeast Prisoners Association, for their criticism of an earlier draft of this paper. Mall X, Theft, and Class Composition 101. In class threw into crisis the capitalist organization of labor markets, so that part of traditional social science, criminology, devoted to studying one of the comers in the labor market, criminal subcultures and street gangs, had to face a crisis of its own. George Jackson recommended burning the libraries of criminology. Young criminologists began to question the autonomous status of criminology as a field of study. Accompanying both the internal and external critique of criminology has been a recovery of interest in the treatment of crime within the Marxist tradition. Yet, that tradition is by no means accessible or complete and in fact contains contradictory strains within it, so that one cannot be completely unqualified in welcoming it. In stating our own position, let us try to be as clear as possible even at the risk of overstatement. We wish to oppose the view that fossilizes particular compositions of the working class into eternal, even formulaic, patterns. We must, in particular, combat the view that analyzes crime in the 19th century in terms of a lumpenproletariat versus an industrial proletariat. It is to be regretted that despite the crisis of criminology and the experience of struggle that gave rise to it, some militants can still speak of the lumpenproletariat tout court as though this were a fixed category of capitalist relations of power. When neither the principle of historical specification nor the concept of class struggle is admitted, there can be no useful analysis of class strategy, howsoever exalted the methodology may be in other respects. Point 2. In the rejection of various idealist interpretations of crime including their Marxist variants, there is, perforce, a revival of interest in the situation of the problem within specified historical periods, that is, within well-constituted phases of capitalist accumulation. In this respect, the recent work that discusses the problem in terms of original accumulation must be welcomed. At the same time, we must express the hope that this analysis may be extended to the discussion of the appropriation of wealth and of crime at other periods of the class relation. The contribution of those whose starting point in the analysis of crime is the concept of marginalization leads us to an analysis of the capitalist organization and planning of labor markets, certainly an advance in comparison to those for whom capital remains dehistoricized and fixed in the forms of its command. On the other hand, one cannot help but note the unilateral nature of the concept, the fact that it entails an approach to the question that must accept capital's point of view without adequately reconstituting the concept with working class determinants. One remembers that the life and works of Malcolm X and George Jackson, far from being contained within incidental, marginal sectors, became leading international reference points for a whole cycle of struggle. The recent publication of the English translation of Marx's early writings on the criminal law and the theft of wood provides us with a propitious moment for another look at the development of Marx's thinking on the 102 Peter Linnebaugh. Question of crime. 3. We hope that some suggestions for placing those articles within the context of the real dynamics of capitalist accumulation may not only allow us to specify the historical determinants of class struggle in the 1840s, but what is of far greater importance may make a contribution to the present debate, a debate which in its abandonment of criminology as traditionally constituted in favor of an analysis of the political composition of the working class has more than a few similarities with Marx's own development after 1842. 2. It would not be much of an exaggeration to say that it was a problem of theft that first forced Marx to realize his ignorance of political economy, or to say that class struggle first presented itself to Marx's serious attention as a form of crime. Engels had always understood Marx to say that it was the study of the law on the theft of wood and the situation of the Moselle peasantry that led him to pass from a purely political viewpoint to the study of economics and from that to socialism. Marx's own testimony is no less clear. In the 1859 preface to his contribution to the Critique of Political Economy he wrote, in 1842-43, as editor of the Rheinische I found myself embarrassed at first when I had to take part in discussions concerning so-called material interests. The proceedings of the Rhine Diet in connection with forest thefts and the extreme subdivision of landed property, the official controversy about the condition of the Mosel peasants into which Herr von Schaper, at that time president of the Rhine province, entered with the Rheinische finally, the debates on free trade and protection, gave me the first impulse to take up the study of economic questions. Faced with his own and Engels' evidence, we must therefore beware of those accounts of the development of Marx's ideas that see it in the exclusive terms of either the self-liberation from the problematics of left Hegelianism or the outcome of a political collision that his ideas had with the French utopian and revolutionary tradition that he met during his exile in Paris. The famous trinity of the intellectual lineages of Marx's critical analysis of the capitalist mode of production appears to include evil, thing but the actual, material form in which class struggle first forced itself to the attention of the young radical in 1842. Our interest, however, is not to add the footnote to the intellectual biography of Marx that his ideas, too, must be considered in relation to their material setting. Our purpose is different. We wish to find out why, as it was his inadequate understanding of crime that led him to the study of political economy, Marx never again returned to the systematic analysis of crime as such. As we do this we shall also find that the mass illegal appropriation of marge, theft, and class composition 103. Forest products represented an important moment in the development of German capitalism, and that it was to the partial analysis of that moment that a good part of the work of some founders of German criminology was devoted. The same moment of struggle in German agrarian relations produced contradictory results among those attempting to understand it, on the one hand, the formation of criminology, and on the other, the development of the revolutionary critique of capitalism. 3. Between October 25 and November 3, 1842, Marx published 5 articles in the Rheinische on the debates about a law on the theft of wood that had taken place a year and a half earlier HL the Provincial Assembly of the Rhine. For the political background to those debates has been described several times. Here we need only point out that the liberal emperor, Frederick William IV, following his accession, attempted to make good on a forgotten promise to call a constitutional convention, by instead reconvening the provincial assemblies of the empire. Though they had little power, their opening, together with the temporarily relaxed censorship regulations, was the occasion for the spokesmen of the Rhenish commercial and industrial bourgeoisie to stretch their wings in the more liberal political atmosphere. The Rheinische, staffed by a group of young and gifted men, was their vehicle for the first, hesitant flights against the Prussian government and the landed nobility. Characterized at first by a vague liberal aspiration and a veneration for the Hegelian philosophy, the journal took a sharper tum under Marx's editing, and it was his articles on the theft of wood that caused von Schaper to write the Prussian censorship minister that the journal was now characterized by the impudent and disrespectful criticism of the existing government institutions. Though containing passages of exhilarating eloquence, the articles as a whole suffer from an uncertainty as to their central subject. Is it the appropriation of wood, legal or illegal? Is it the equity of the laws of property governing that appropriation? Or, is it the debates with their inconsistencies and thoughtlessness that took place in the assembly before the law was passed? Marx is least confident about the first subject. Indeed, we learn little about the amounts and types of direct appropriation. He really warms to the second, as it allows him to expound on the nature of the state and the law. On the third, his shamptristic wit and sarcasm come into full play. Despite these ambiguities, the articles as a whole are united by the theme of the contradiction between private self-interest and the public good. He objects, in particular, to 9 provisions in the new law. 1. It fails to distinguish between the theft of fallen wood and that of standing timber or hewn lumber. 104 Peter Linnebaugh. 2. It allows the forest warden to both apprehend wrongdoers and evaluate the stolen wood. 3. It puts the tenure of the appointment of the forest warden entirely at the will of the forest owner. 4. Violators of the law are obliged to perform forced labor on the roads of the forest owner. 5. The fines imposed on the thief are remitted to the forest owner. He suggests the greater force of these feudal codes. It is true that Marx understands that these changes of law correspond, over the centuries, to changes in property relations. All customary rights of the poor were based on the fact that certain forms of property were indeterminate in character, for they were not definitely private property, but neither were they definitely common property, being a mixture of private and public right, such as we find in all the institutions of the Middle Ages. Accumulation has in these articles no separate existence apart from the law which indeed determines it, as Marx implies when he says that it was the introduction of the Roman law that abolished indeterminate property. Powerless to resist, as it were, the tide of a millennium of legal development, Marx seeks to defend the customary right by fleeing the seas of history altogether and placing his defense upon the terra firma of nature itself. There are objects which by their elemental nature and their accidental mode of existence must defy the unitary force of law which makes private property from indeterminate property, and the forests are one of these objects. Appeal as he might to the universal necessity of the rightful order of things or to the bioecology of the forest, neither of these lofty tribunals could so much as delay, much less halt, the swift and sharp swath that the nobility and burgomasters in Dusseldorf were cutting through the forests of the Rhineland. Fruitless as such appeals had to be, Marx could not even understand, by the idealist terms of his argument, why it was that the rich Rhenish agriculturalists found it necessary to pass such a law at that time, thus expanding the criminal sanction. Nor, and this was far dearer to his interests, could he analyze the historical forces that propelled the Rhenish cotters to the direct appropriation of the wood of the forests. To be sure, we know from passing remarks made in other articles of the 1842-43 period that Marx understood that the parceling of landed property, the incidence of taxation upon the vineyards, the shortages of firewood, and the collapsing market for Moselle wines were all elements of a single situation that he could, however, only see from the partial, incomplete standpoint of natural justice. 4. When looking at these articles from the standpoint of Marx's later works, we can see that he analyzes only the contradictory appearance of the struggle. Having no concept of class struggle or capitalist accumulation, he treats the Rhenish peasantry with a democratic, egalitarian passion, but still as an object external to the actual forces of its development. Unable to apprehend the struggle as one against capitalist development, he assumes that a 106 Peter Linnebaugh Sonde appeal to the agrarian lords of the forest, or to their sympathetic brethren in Cologne, will find sympathetic heirs. Thus real development occurs, he thought, at the level of state, which only needed to be reminded of its own inherent benevolence to reverse the course of the law and of history. Precisely this viewpoint, though in an inverted form, dominated the work of the early German criminologists. 5. Like the young Marx, they separated the problem of the state and crime from the class relations of accumulation. They saw crime from a unilateral, idealist viewpoint. However, for them it was less a question of state benevolence than it was of the malevolence of the working class. They sought to determine the moral condition of the people by the classification, tabulation, and correlation of social phenomena. The work produced in this statistical school sought to find laws that determined the relative importance of different factors that accounted for changes in the amounts and types of crime. Like the young Marx, they were unable to ask either why some forms of appropriation became crimes at specified periods and others not, or why crimes could at some times become a serious political force imposing precise obstacles to capitalist reproduction. The problem of the historical specification of class relations, and in particular those as they were reflected in Marx's articles, can be solved only from the standpoint of his later work, especially the first volume of Capital. There we learn that in discussing the historical phases of the class relation it is necessary to emphasize the forms of divisions within the working class that are created by combining different modes of production within the social division of labor. This is one of the lessons of Chapter 15. The effect of the capitalist attack managed by means of the progressive subordination of living labor to machines is to extend and intensify backward modes of production in all of their forms. This is one of the weapons capital enjoys in establishing a working class articulated in a form favorable to it. Another is described in Chapter XXV of Capital, a chapter that is often read as a statement of a dual labor market theory, i.e., that capital in maintaining both an active and a receptive front in its social organization of labor power creates the mechanism for reducing the value of necessary labor. In fact, the relative surplus population is maintained in several different forms determined precisely by the combination of different modes of production. With the reproduction of capital and the struggles against it, that combination constantly changes. The chapter begins with a difficult, apparently technical, section on the value composition of capital that reminds us that the configuration of the working class cannot be analyzed exclusively in terms of its attachments to different sectors or branches of the social division of labor. Even while accounting for divisions in the class that rest upon its relation to capitals with variant compositions, the political composition of the working class must always be studied from the additional viewpoint of its ability to use these divisions in its attack upon capital. These are divisions whose determinations are not merely the relation to the labor, Marx, theft, and class composition 107 process, but divisions based upon the quantitative and qualitative form of the value of labor power. Lenin, in his analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia and, generally, in his polemics with the legal Marxists of the 1890s, was forced to cover much of this ground. As for the forms of wage labor, they are extremely diverse in a capitalist society, still everywhere enmeshed in survivals and institutions of the pre-capitalist regime. In contrast to the Narodnik economists who considered the size of the proletariat exclusively as current factory employment, Lenin was forced to remind militants that the working class must be considered only in its relation to capital and in its ability to struggle against capital, regardless of the forms in which capital organizes it within particular productive settings. From a quantitative point of view, the timber and lumber workers of post-reform Russia were next in importance only to agricultural workers. The fact that these belonged to the relative redundant population, or that they were primarily local workers, or that a proportion of their income did not take the form of the wage made them no less important from either the standpoint of capitalist accumulation or from that of the working class struggle against it. Although the lumber industry leaves all the old, patriarchal way of life practically intact, enmeshing in the worst forms of bondage the workers left to toil in the remote forest depths, Lenin was forced to include his discussion of the timber industry in his section on large-scale machine industry. He did so not on the grounds of the quantitative scale of lumber workers within the proletariat as a whole, but because the qualitative extension of such work remained a condition of large-scale industry in fuel, building, and machine supplies. Under these circumstances it was not possible to consider the 2 million timber workers as the tattered edges of a dying feudalism. Forms of truck payment and extra economic forms of bondage prevailed not as mere remnants from a pre-capitalist social formation, but as terms of exploitation guaranteeing stability to capitalist accumulation. This was made clear in the massive agrarian unrest of the years 1905–1907, when the illicit cutting of wood was one of the most important mass actions against the landowners. Let us return, at this point, to the development of capitalism in the Rhineland and, in sketching some elements of the class relation, see if we can throw some light upon the historical movement of which Marx's articles were a partial reflection. V. Capitalist development in Germany, at least before 1848, is usually studied at the level of circulation as the formation of a national market. In 1818–1824, and 1833, at the initiative of Prussia, a series of commercial treaties were signed creating a customs union, the Zollverein, that sought to restore the larger market that Napoleon's continental system had imposed. The 108 Peter Linnebaugh treaties removed restrictions on communications and transport. They abolished internal customs, established a unified external tariff, and introduced a common system of weights and measures. In fact, as a British specialist stated in 1840, the Zollverein has brought the sentiment of German nationality out of the regions of hope and fancy into those of positive material interests. In 1837 and 1839, treaties with the Netherlands abolishing the octroi and other Dutch harbour and navigation duties established the Rhine as the main commercial artery of Western Prussia. Indeed, the Zollverein was only the most visible aspect of the offensive launched by German capital, providing as it did the basis for a national banking and credit market, a precondition of the revolutions in transportation of the 1830s and 1840s, and the basis of the expansion in trade that found some of its political consequences in the establishment of chambers of commerce, the consolidation of the German bourgeoisie, and the liberal initiatives of the young Frederick William IV. The reforms in internal and foreign commercial arrangements, together with the reforms of the Napoleonic period that created a free market in land and emancipated the serfs, provided the foundations not only of a national market but laid the basis within a single generation for rapid capitalist development. Older historians, if not more recent ones, clearly understood that those changes, far from bringing into being the anticipated just social order, led to new and deplorable class struggles. The expropriation of the serfs and their redeployment as wage laborers are of course logically and historically distinct moments in the history of capital. During the intermediating period, the articulation of the working class within and without capitalist enterprises must present confusions to those attempting to analyze it from the framework established during other periods of working class organization. A consideration of the working class that regards it only when it is waged or only when that wage takes an exclusively monetary form is doomed to misunderstand both capitalist accumulation and the working class struggle against it. To consider our period alone, those who find class struggle awakened only after the 1839 strike of gold workers at Fort Shame and the Berlin cotton weavers and Brandenburg railway workers' strikes will not be able to understand why, for all their faults, Marx's articles on the theft of wood expressed an important moment in the dynamics of accumulation and class relations. In the following pages we can only suggest some elements of those dynamics. The recomposition of class relations in the Rhineland during the 1830s and 40s was not led, as in England at the time, by the introduction of large-scale machinery. German manufacture was nevertheless deeply affected. From the point of view of class relations, manufacturing capital was organized in two apparently opposite ways. On the one hand, the changes in transportation required massive, mobile injections of labor willing to accept short-term employments. Under state direction, the great railway boom of the 1830s more than quadrupled the size of the railway system. River transport also changed. Steam-powered tugs replaced the long lines of horses. Marx, Theft and Class Composition 109. Pulling laden barges on the Rhine. These changes provided, as it were, the material infrastructure to the possibilities made available by the Zollverein. On the other hand, the capitalist offensive against traditional handicraft and small workshop production met setbacks that were partially the results of workers' power in the detail of the labor process or of the obstacles remaining in the traditional, often agrarian, relations that engulfed such productive sites. What Banfield, the English free trader, wrote of the foremen of the Prussian-owned coal mines of the Ruhr applied equally well to most forms of Rhenish manufacture in the 1840s. Their business they generally understand, but the discipline, which is the element by which time is played off against money, and which allows high wages to coexist with large profits, does not show itself. Only a visitor from England with 2 or 3 generations of experience in the organization of relative surplus value, could have so clearly enunciated this fundamental principle of capitalist strategy. In Prussia the height of political economy stopped with the observation that the state organization of the home market could guarantee accumulation. In the silk and cotton weaving districts of Elberfeld where outwork and task payments prevailed, workers' power appeared to capital as short weighting of finished cloth, defective workmanship, and the purloining of materials. The hand workers of the Sieg and Ruhr prevented the transition to large-scale machinery in the forge industries. Linen workers and flax farmers prevented the introduction of heckling and scutching machines. Alcoholism and coffee addiction were regarded as serious impediments to the imposition of higher levels of intensity in work. Of course, another aspect of this power to reject intensification in the labor process was a stagnation that brought with it low wages and weaknesses in resisting the prolongation of the working day which, in cotton textiles, had become 16 hours by the 1840s. Such were the obstacles to accumulation throughout Rhenish manufacture: the Lahn Valley zinc works, the sugar refineries of Cologne, the rolling mills and earthenware factories of Trier and the Saarbrücken, the fine steel trades of Solingen, as well as in coal, weaving, and forge work. These apparently opposite poles of the labor market in Rhenish manufacturing, the light infantry, mobile, massive, and sudden, of railway construction, and the stagnant, immobile conditions of small-scale manufacturing were in fact regulated by the rhythms of agrarian relations. The point needs to be stressed insofar as many tend to make an equivalence between agriculture and feudalism on one hand and manufactures and capitalism on the other, thus confusing a primary characteristic of the social division of labor under capitalism with the transition to capitalist dominance in the mode of production as a whole. Both the form of the wage and the labor markets of manufacture were closely articulated to agrarian relations. Remuneration for work in manufacturing was in part made either by the allotment of small garden plots or by a working year that permitted time off for tending such plots. Other non-monetary forms of 110 Peter Linnebaugh compensation, whether traditional perquisites in manufacture or common rights in forests, provided at once an obstacle to capitalist freedom in the wage and, at the pivot of the capitalist relation, a nodal point capable of uniting the struggles of workers in both agrarian and manufacturing settings. This mutual accommodation between manufacturing and agriculture could sometimes present bottlenecks to accumulation, as in the Sieg Vehi, where village control over the woodlands guaranteed that timber exploitation would remain more an aspect of working-class consumption than a source of industrial fuel for the metal trades. Macadamization of the roads to the foundries allowed owners to buy and transport fuels, at once releasing them from the parsimony of village-controlled wood supplies and providing the basis for the reorganization of the detail of the labor process. Thus we can begin to see that technical changes in transportation are as much a weapon against the working class as they are adjuncts to the development of circulation in the market. The progressive parceling of arable and forest lands in the Rhine, the low rates of agricultural growth, as well as the mixed and sometimes subsistence forms of compensation provided a dispersed and extensive pool for the intensive and concentrated labor requirements of the railway and metallurgical industries, and concurrently established a form of agrarian relations wherein political stability could be managed. The latent and stagnant reserves of proletarians were regulated, in part, by the institutions designed to control mendicity and emigration. The emigration of German peasants and handicraft workers doubled between 1820 and 1840. Between 1830 and 1840 it actually tripled, as on average 40,000 German-speaking emigrants a year jammed the main ports of embarkation awaiting passage. Mraz, 1957:78. The areas with the most intense emigration were the forest regions of the Upper Rhine. A lucrative business existed in Mainz for the factors who organized the shipping of the peasants of the Odenwald and the Moselle across the Atlantic to Texas and Tennessee. Pauperization records are no less indicative of active state control of the relative surplus population than they are of the magnitude of the problem. Arrests for mendicity increased between 1841 and 1842 in Franconia, the Palatinate, and Lower Bavaria by 30% to 50%. Emigration policies and the repression of paupers alike were organized by the state. The police of Western Prussia were directed to prevent the accumulation of strangers. The infamous Frankfurt Assembly of 1848 devoted much of its work to the encouragement and regulation of emigration. What early German criminologists were to find in the inverse relation between the incidence of emigration and that of crime had already become an assumption of policy in the early 1840s. The agrarian proletariat of the Rhine was thus given four possible settings of struggle during this period: emigration, Marx, theft, and class composition. 111. Pauperization, the immiseration of the dwarf economy, or the factory. Its history during that period is the forms of its refusal of the least favorable terrain of struggle. Of course, to many contemporaries these problems appeared to be the result of overpopulation, whose solution might have been sought in Malthusian remedies were it not for the fact that the struggles of the Rhenish proletariat for the reappropriation of wealth had already forced the authorities to consider them as a major problem of crime and order. The organization of agriculture in the Rhineland during the 1830s and 1840s was characterized by the open field system regulated by the Gemeinde or village association on the one hand, and by the progressive parcelling of individual ownership on the other. Friedrich List called it the dwarf economy. Since the time of the French occupation of the Rhine, when cash payments replaced labor dues, the first historic steps were taken in the emancipation of the peasantry. The two forms of agrarian relations were complementary. The Gemeinde tended to encourage parcelling, and thus one would be mistaken to consider the property relation of the Gemeinde opposed to the development of private property. Parcelling and the concurrent development of a free land market in Rhenish Prussia wrought devastation among the poorer peasantry. The village system Aufvermehung, still widespread in the 1840s, was the most expensive system of agriculture, according to one of its 19th-century students. It was argued that the distance separating the individual's field from his dwelling caused a waste of time, and that the tissue of forest and grazing rights and customs caused a duplication of effort, constituting an impediment to scientific farming. Similarly, common rights in the mill were an inefficient deployment of resources and an obstacle to innovations. Side by side with the Gemeinde existed the enormous number of small allotment holders who, living at the margin of subsistence, were intensely sensitive to the slightest changes in prices for their products and to changes in interest rates at seeding or planting time. On 10 million arable acres in the Rhineland, there were 11 million different parcels offland. As a result of the opening of the Rhineland to competition from East Prussian grain and the extension of the timber market, small allotment holders could neither live on the lower prices received for their products nor afford the higher prices required for fuel. Under this progressive erosion of their material power, a life and death struggle took place for the reappropriation of wealth, a struggle that was endemic, highly price sensitive, and by no means restricted to timber and fuel rights. In summer many a cow is kept sleek on purloined goods. In the spring women and children ranged through the fields along the Rhine and its tributaries, the Mosel, the Ahr, and the Lahn, cutting young thistles and nettles, digging up the roots of couch grass, and collecting weeds and leaves of all kinds to turn them to account as winter fodder. Richer farmers planted a variety of lucernes, but 112 Peter Linnebaugh. They had to be ever watchful against the industrious skills of their neighbors, skills that often degenerated into actual robbery. It must be remembered that a good meal in the 1840s consisted of potato porridge and sour milk, a meal that depended upon the keeping of a cow and on access to fodder or grazing rights that had become increasingly hard to come by. The terms of cultivation among the orchards were similar to conditions of grazing and foraging, operose work and a suspicious eye. The size of orchards was determined not by the topography of the land but by the walking powers of the guards champetters who provided inefficient protection against the youth or loose population of the surrounding country. At harvest time cherries, apples, pears, walnuts, and chestnuts were guarded by their owners who rested on beds of straw during evening vigils. The expansion of the field police in the 1830s did nothing to reduce the complaints of depredations. A man of weight in the Moselle Valley provides us with this description. The disorderly habits that have such an influence in after life, it may safely be asserted, have their root in the practice of sending children to watch the cattle on the stub. Big and little meet here together. The cattle are allowed to graze for the most part on other people's lands. Little bands are formed, where the older children teach the younger their bad habits. Thefts are discussed and planned, fighting follows, then come other vices. First, fruit and potatoes are stolen, and every evening at parting the wish is entertained that they may be able to meet again the next. Neither fields, gardens, nor houses are eventually spared, and with the excuse of this employment it is scarcely possible to bring the children together to frequent a summer day school, or to attend on Sundays to the weekly explanation of the Christian doctrines. We note that in these observations no fine distinction can be drawn between the struggle to retain traditional common rights against their recent expropriation and the endemic depredations that were executed without cover of that appeal to legitimacy. Nor should we expect it. In viticulture, garden, and orchard farming, the transformation of the market, the fall of prices, the stringencies of credit, especially during the period of 1839 to 1842, intensified the immiserations of the Rhenish agrarian population, which still accounted for about 73% of employments. Traditionally, one of the most important cushions to natural and cyclical disaster was the widespread existence of common rights in private and corporate forests. Despite the relatively high levels of population density and manufacturing development in Western Prussia, the proportion of forest to arable lands was 3 to 4, in contrast to Prussia as a whole, where it was about 1 to 2. The riches of the forests could provide not only fuel, but also forage, materials for houses, farm equipment, and food. The crisis hitting the Rhenish farming population made these riches all the more necessary to survival. At the same time, access to them was becoming progressively restricted with the inexorable expropriation of forest rights. Marx, Theft, and Class Composition 113. The forest, one knows, had supported a complex society both within its purviews and in the neighboring terrain: woodcutters, charcoal burners, coopers, sabot makers, basket makers, joiners, tanners, potters, tile makers, blacksmiths, glass makers, lime burners. The list is limited only by the limits of the uses of wood. Particular use rights in the traditional forest economy had a social life of their own, prescribed in a tissue of customary rights that defy the norms and clarities of private property. All rights were governed by two principles. First, that no man can have any profit or pleasure in a forest which tends to the destruction thereof, in the words of a 16th-century treatise. Second, the forms of human appropriation were designed to guarantee and preserve the stability and hierarchy of class relations which guaranteed to the lord his liberty in the hunt and mastery of the chase, and to the poor particular inalienable usages. Assart of the forest, rights of agistment, rights of pannage, estover of fire, house, cart, or hedge, rush, fern, gorse and sedge rights, rights to sear wood, to windfalls, to dotards, rights of lops and tops. In all, the overlapping vocabulary of natural and social relations recall a forgotten world, easily romanticized by those first criticizing the simplicities of mia miti tuum. Indeed, such romanticism is provoked by the harshness of the opposite view that said the existence of such rights hindered intensive silviculture, disturbed the progress of orderly cutting, prevented natural regeneration of the forest, and depleted the fertility of the forest soil. Forest relations in the Rhineland had already changed considerably by the time that Karl Marx took up his angry pen in 1841. The parceling off of large forest estates, the buying and selling of woodlands, the expropriation of forest usufructs had all well progressed by the 1840s. The movement to abolish forest rights really began with the French Revolution. The Prussian Agrarian Edict of 1811 removed all restrictions that encumbered the free, private exploitation of forest properties. The first 40 years of the century were characterized by a secular appreciation in the value of timber relative to the value of other agrarian products. This may be attributed to the markets encouraged by the Zollverein, to the demands of railway construction, to the increasing demand for machinery, and to the burgeoning market for both individual and productive fuel consumption, itself the result in part of the expropriation of forest usufructs. Dutch shipbuilding, traditionally dependent on the wide rafts of oak brought down the Rhine, remained active. British shipbuilding relied in part on Rhenish hardwoods oak, elm, cherry, and ash for its supply of spars, masts, yards, staves, and knees. Industrial and commercial building in Cologne and the Ruhr was dependent on Rhenish timber. The discovery of the deep seams in 1838 that launched the great expansion of the Ruhr coal fields brought with it an equally sudden rise in the demand for mining timbers. Timber prices rose no less in the fuel market, where beech was extensively used as an industrial firing fuel, and where timber remained the main source of working-class fuel consumption despite the growing importance. 114 Peter Linnebaugh. Of coal. The price of beech tripled between the beginning of the century and 1841. Between 1830 and 1841 it doubled, rising in part due to the demand for railway ties. Several other Genin states had recently reorganized their forest police and revised their written codes. That of Baden, for example, enacted in 1833, contained 220 sections establishing rules and punishments for nearly every detail of forest appropriation. In Thuringia and Saxe-Meiningen similar codes were established. Written penance were required for berry and mushroom gathering. Dead leaves and forest litter could be gathered for fodder only in extreme cases of need. The topping of trees for maypoles, Christmas trees, rake handles, wagon tongues, etc., was punishable by fine and prison. By the 1840s most forests of Prussia had become subject to the police and deputies of the Forstmeister of the Ministry of Interior in Berlin. The moment of class relations reflected in Marx's articles was not that of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, or even one whose reflection in the law marked a transition from Teutonic to Roman conceptions of property. Each of these had occurred earlier. Nevertheless, it was an important moment in class relations which is to be measured not only by its intensity, for which there is ample evidence, but also by its victories, an aspect of which must be studied in the obstacles placed upon the creation of a factory proletariat in the 1840s. The countryman had a tenacious memory. The long-vanished days when in the teeming forests anyone who wished might load his cart with wood, remained unforgotten throughout Germany. Of course, anyone could never have loaded his cart with wood. That some could think so is testimony to the power of the movement in the 1830s and 1840s that was able to confuse the issue of lost rights with the direct appropriation regardless of its ancient legitimacy. Lenin in a similar context warned against accepting those honeyed grandmothers' tales of traditional paternal relations, a point that must be stressed even while we note that such tales have a way of becoming a force in themselves. One need not be a specialist in 19th-century Genin folklore to recognize that much of the imagination of the forester expressed hostility to the forces transphoning the forests and their societies. In these imaginary worlds the trees themselves took sides with the cotters against their oppressors. Michael the woodman roamed the forests of the Odenwald selecting trees destined for export on which to place his mark. Such trees were fated to bring misfortune upon their ultimate users. The house built of them would bum, the ship would sink. Nor in the Black Forest played pranks on travelers. The wild huntress in the same place gave strangers wrong directions. Particular trees were endowed with marvelous powers. A cherry whose loose boughs provided the cradle of a lost infant, a walnut that withstood the sieges of tumultuous gales, these could confer unexpected generosities upon neighboring peasants. Others exercised capricious malevolence against wayfarers, travelers, or others strange to the woods. The legends and stories of the forests testified to the fact that poor 116 Peter Linnebaugh. Woods people and the peasants of the purlieus could find friends in the densest regions of the forest against the oppressions not only of princes and seigneurs but also of their more recent enemies the tax collector, the forest police, and the apostles of scientific forest management. By the end of the 1830s the forests of the Rhineland were haunted by more effectual dangers than the evil spirits of popular imagination. Thus in 1842 a Prussian guidebook warned travelers, keep as much as possible to the highways. Every side path, every woodway, is dangerous. Seek herbage in towns when possible, rather than in villages, and never, or only under the most urgent necessity, in lonely alehouses, mills, wood houses, and the like. Shouldst thou be attacked, defend thyself manfully, where the contest is not too unequal, where that is the case, surrender thy property to save thy life. The real dangers in the forests before the revolution of 1848 were not those that Michael the woodman might effect upon wayfarers but those that a mass movement for the appropriation of forest wealth placed upon capitalist accumulation. In 1836, of a total of 207,478 prosecutions brought forward in Prussia, a full 150,000 were against wood pilfering and other forest offences. In Baden in 1836 there was one conviction of wood stealing for every 6.1 inhabitants. In 1841 there was a conviction for every 4.6 inhabitants, and in 1842 one for every 4. So widespread was this movement that it would not be much of an exaggeration to say that German criminology cut its teeth in the tabulation of this movement. From the standpoint of later bourgeois criminology their works appear crude methodologically, and in their substance, so many trivialities. Dr. G. Mayer, for instance, one of the first academic statisticians of criminology and the Zollverein, discovered that the more difficult it is to gain a livelihood in a lawful manner, the more crimes against property will be committed. Hence property crimes will vary directly with the price of provisions and inversely with the level of wages. He discovered that wood pilfering was likely to be greater in regions where privately owned forests prevailed over corporate and communal forests. W. Stark studied the theft of wood in Prussia between 1854 and 1878. He concluded that the theft of wood was greater during the winter than the summer, and greater in cold years than in warm ones. Elfold made painstaking calculations to show that in Prussia between 1862 and 1874 there was a significant positive correlation between the price of rye and the number of convictions for the theft of wood. Valentini, the director of prisons in Prussia, discovered that within the 8 districts of Prussia that he studied, the amount of crimes recorded varied according to the forms of land tenure prevalent in each. He found that in the dwarf economy of the Rhineland, where the parcelling of land had been carried to its extremes, pauperism was highest and the pilfering of wood the greatest, though these high rates did not hold for other types of crimes against property. However, objectionable as such work may appear to the more sophisticated calculators of crime, one must stress that it reflects in part a real social analysis of the wage, or a decisive form of income, for a large part of the Western Prussian proletariat. It is just as much an indication of that struggle as the honeyed grandmother's tales. In fact, we could say that the development of scientific silviculture and of positivist criminology were two sides of the same coin, one studying sustained yield and the other the endemic obstacles to that yield. If we take a glance forward to the revolution of 1848, a number of our problems become clarified. First, the great rural Jacqueries of March that swept southwestern Germany were in part united by their common attempts to reappropriate the wealth of the forests, sometimes under the slogan calling for the recovery of lost rights and other times not. The attempts were geographically widespread and common to several juridically distinct sectors of the agrarian population: feudal tenants, day laborers, crofters, and cotters alike. Second, this movement defies a rigid separation between a class of rural peasants and urban workers, as the coordination and leadership of them was the responsibility of itinerant hand workers, loggers, rivermen, bargemen, teamsters, and wagoners, precisely those categories of workers with a foot both in the country and the city. Furthermore, the working class that was locked within backward settings of manufacture and domestic industry burst out in flashes of destruction against factories and machines, a movement that paralleled the struggle against the forest police, enclosures, functionaries, tax collectors, and forest owners, a movement that in the Rhineland certainly was often united by the same personnel. This is not the place to consider the strengths and weaknesses of the revolutionary working class of 1848 as a whole, nor do we mean to replace as its revolutionary subject the Eastern textile workers or the Berlin craftsmen with the South German agrarian masses. We only wish to indicate that the relation between the latent and stagnant labor reserves to capitalist development in the Rhineland, some of whose unities we've tried to suggest, had their political analogues in 1848. The Frankfurt Assembly of 1848 found that the work of its Agriculture and Forestry Commission overlapped with that on workers' conditions and that the problems of repression of autonomous rural and urban movements were similar. The defeat of these movements, more than anything else, paved the way for the advanced assault of German industrialization. Only after 1848 do those familiar indices of capitalist power against the working class begin to take off. In light of that, it is especially poignant to find that it was not until late into the Nazi period that the full expropriation of forest rights was completed, a time, in other words, when they had long ceased to be a principal terrain of struggle. It is a fact worth considering, nevertheless, by those who consider the final expropriation of such rights as the decisive moment in the birth of capitalism. 118 Peter Linnebaugh. 6. In sketching the dynamics of the class struggle in Western Prussia during the 1840s, we've tried to show that the problem of the theft of wood should be seen neither as a problem of primary accumulation in the expropriation of a feudal peasantry nor as a problem of an anarchic, individualized lumpenproletariat. Instead, we've attempted to present the elements of an analysis that cast the problem in a different light. In particular, we've seen in it a struggle to maintain and increase one of the forms of value of the working class, a form that enabled it for a time to reject those terms of work and exploitation that German capital was seeking to make available in the factory. We recall that the detonators of the working class explosion in the spring of 1848 were precisely various categories of workers, agrarian and urban, within different forms of the relative redundant population. Marginal, to be sure, from the point of view of Siemens or Krupp, but an historic mass vanguard nevertheless. Other recent examples come easily to mind. We may end by noting that the author of Capitalism, the work that is the starting point of the working class critique of the capitalist mode of production and that provides us with the concepts for at once analyzing the forms of the divisions within the working class and the conditions for using these within the revolutionary struggle against capital, dedicated his work to a Silesian peasant, Wilhelm Wolff, the brave, noble fighter in the vanguard of the proletariat. Editor's note. Howard Zier's quantitative study of 19th-century theft and violence in Europe finds that crime rates in the period Linnebaugh discusses were correlated with the price of grain. As one would expect from Linnebaugh's analysis, 119-39. Copyright Geoffrey Pearson. Since the end of the Second World War, the understanding of history of the common people of England has been redrawn, even transformed. In particular, the works of Christopher Hill, Eric Hobsbawm, Raymond Williams, and Edward Thompson have illuminated the critical English transition from a predominantly agricultural economy into the world's first urban and industrial nation. It would be wrong to think of these writers as constituting a school. Their work is not marred by that kind of tedious scholastic dogmatism. It also contains within it many shifts of emphasis, and some internal inconsistencies. Nevertheless, these writers do share a common direction which is distinctly socialist. And one of their many accomplishments is that they unearth the experience of the agrarian and industrial revolutions as they were lived and felt from below, that is, in terms of material experience of the common people, rather than from above in the committee chambers of high office. The particular aspect of this work which I will discuss here is its bearing on our understanding of crime. Especially the senseless and irrational crimes hooliganism and vandalism, smashing and wrecking, which are thought to be pointless because they do not even submit to the guiding acquisitive principle of theft. Dismissed in a history from above as mere social background to the allegedly real historical events, which are the decisions and opinions of the mighty, crime emerges in this revitalized social history as something central to our understanding of the historical transformation into capitalism. It is also a body of work which challenges criminology to shake itself out of its ahistorical slumbers, to come to a new understanding of what crime is, an understanding which is concretely situated in real historical time. Goths and Vandals 123. Machine smashing and the Industrial Revolution. Come all you cotton weavers, your looms you may pull down and get employed in factories, in country, or in town, for your cotton masters have found out a wonderful scheme. These calico goods they weave by hand, they're going to weave by steam, so, come all you cotton weavers, you must rise up very soon, for you must work in factories from morning until noon. You mustn't walk in your gardens for 2 or 3 hours a day, for you must stand at their command, and keep your shuttles in play. In the winter of 1842, when young Engels came to live in Manchester, hot volcano city of the Industrial Revolution, he stepped into a world which had already been transformed by the machine. The cotton industry was the spearhead of the English Industrial Revolution, and machinery had been increasingly employed there since the late 18th century. The introduction of the power-driven loom, which accelerated from the 1820s, had virtually displaced the hand-loom weaver. The factory system of labor which accompanied the mechanization of the textile industry had come to rule over and rule out the small-scale domestic economy which had previously been the dominant form of production in the small towns and valleys of Lancashire. Almost everyone who was anyone, it seems, came to Manchester in the mid-19th century to marvel at the wonders of the new industrial system. Dickens, Disraeli, de Tocqueville, Carlyle. Too, but they usually went home horrified and shocked by the brutality of Manchester. Unless, that is, they were particularly thick-skinned, or blinded by the glitter of wealth which could pour out of the thundering factories. Manchester is the chimney of the world, is how Major General Sir Charles James Napier, appointed to command the Northern District at a time of massive political disturbances in the manufacturing districts, put the matter. But who, he added, wants to live in a chimney? He might also have mentioned the stinking, polluted rivers, the excrement piled high in the streets, the squalid cellar homes, or the hordes of unemployed men standing in the streets which greeted Engels' arrival during the Depression of 1842. What is truly extraordinary is that the changes which produced this monstrosity in Ancoats, a working-class district, as few as 35 children out of 100 born would survive until their 5th year, can be described by historians with such calm rhetoric. In A History from Above, the creation of the factory system is described as the steady erosion of inefficiency by the captains of industry and their new rational methods. It is a history of progress and buoyancy. It tells of the enterprising men Arkwright, Crompton, Peel, Hargreaves, whose inventions and whose capital were to transform the world. What A History from Above does not tell is that the common people, Fr. 124 Geoffrey Pearson, quaintly attacked both the machines and their inventors, tore down and burned their mills, and drove these great heroes of the Industrial Revolution out of the locality. If A History from Above does mention this opposition at all, it puts it down to ignorance. The story of this bitter resistance, the sense and meaning of riot and vandalism, is reserved for A History from Below. A history, that is, which emphasizes the viewpoint of the common people and how the machine contributed to the destruction of their way of life. Attacks on machines took place from the 1760s, when Hargreaves' spinning jenny was repeatedly smashed, and mills which used the jenny were turned over. According to traditional accounts, Hargreaves was chased out of the neighborhood, and his promoter, the factory owner Parsley Peel, retreated from northeast Lancashire in disgust, taking his capital to another area where he hoped the workforce would be more sensible. Peel's mills near Blackburn and Accrington were completely destroyed, one having been already rebuilt after attacks by machine smashers only a few years before. There were many more attacks on machines. One of the most famous periods of disturbance was during the war in Europe, when from 1811 to 1813 various kinds of new machines were attacked in Nottinghamshire, Yorkshire, and Lancashire. The attackers were known as the Luddites, and they claimed leadership from a probably fictitious General Ludd. To mention one more instance, there was a great uprising against the machine in northeast Lancashire in 1826, when power looms were destroyed in the cotton towns. Machine smashing was not restricted to the textile industry, of course. In 1830 there was an explosion of popular discontent throughout southern and eastern England when the rural poor attacked the hated threshing machines and set fire to hayricks. Known as the Swing Riots, these rioters attacked the machines in the name of Captain Swing. A considerable dispute surrounds the question of how to interpret the activities of the machine breakers. One dominant traditional form of argument describes these outbreaks of violence as the sporadic, unpredictable, and senseless antics of the riffraff, the mob, Fakana'il. It asks, why does the mob riot? And it answers, for the fun of it, or simply who knows. There is a powerful line of historical continuity between this response to the mob and modern accounts of hooliganism and crime as senseless. For another traditional line of reasoning suggests that loom breaking, etc., was the desperate action of people pressured and frustrated by the strains of social change into wild and lawless behavior. This historical form continues, however, to describe the mob as senseless. Its only concession is that machine breakers are victims of forces outside their control which cause them to behave senselessly and randomly. For example, Smelser in his Parsonian sociological analysis of the Industrial Revolution in Lancashire points to shifts and alternations in the organization of the economy, factory labor, and family life which released the bind of steady socializing influence and led to pathological and unsocialized behavior, e.g. Goths and Vandals. 125. Machine wrecking. He describes it as a relaxation of the most basic controls over socialized behavior and as violent and bizarre symptoms of disturbance. In both cases, whether it is the snobbish refusal to allow any meaning whatsoever to mob riot, or the paternalistic response of judging the behavior as a pathology, the idea that the mob represents purposive, rational conduct is banished, out of sight, out of mind. However, these dismissive accounts inevitably fall prey to a contradiction in that while their controlling argument is that machine breaking is irrational and pointless, it is exceedingly difficult to portray the factory system in anything other than a dark light. And it is precisely this dark aspect of the factory and its machines which guided machine breaking and gave it its rationality. Take, as an illustration of this contradiction, some statements by the distinguished historian of the 18th century H. J. Plum. His account of machine smashing is admittedly schematic, since in the tradition of history from above Plum is always restless when describing social conditions, anxious to get on with the real business of intrigue between the rulers. Nevertheless, his account is plagued with contradiction. At one point he states, for example, how the new machines in textiles revolutionized the production of yarn and brought to the weaver an age of golden prosperity which was to last for a quarter of a cent UE6. The statement is not so ridiculously wrong-headed as it might at first appear. The earliest phase of mechanization involved the introduction of improved spinning machinery which greatly increased the output of yarn and hence the demand for weavers. The weaving looms were as yet unmechanized. The complexities of this early period are best set out in Thompson, where he shows that, although the idea of a golden age is a myth which overstates the prosperity of the weavers in this period, there was, nevertheless, a period of boom in handloom weaving. From then on, however, the condition of the weavers was steadily attacked, so that looking back the earlier period might appear as a golden age. As Thompson expresses the matter, the history of the weavers in the 19th century is haunted by the legend of better days. But even in this earlier period of relative prosperity, cotton mills and machines had been attacked, and there is nothing to justify Plum's rosy optimism of an overall improvement in living standards. The contradictions deepen in Plum's account as the antagonistic encounter with the factory system progresses. The worsening conditions are inescapable: the increasing exploitation of children in the mines and factories, the erosion of the more intimate and flexible forms of production which preceded the factory, the repression of working class movements and early trade union organizations, the 7-year contracts which bound men to their factory masters at risk of imprisonment, the massive increase in the number of capital statutes which could send men to the gallows for a whole number of newly defined crimes, the destruction of the makeshift economy of the poor which followed from the enclosure of the common land which 126 Jeffrey Pearson robbed the common people of their common rights rights which were often redefined as crimes. Plum mentions most, if not all, of this. He also writes that workmen viewed with deep suspicion the barrack-like factories whose long and regular hours savored to them of the prison 9. Under the pre-industrial systems of production, men had been much more in control of the rhythms of their lives. One should not romanticize the state of affairs as if every man had been an independent, unalienated, and free man, but one should recognize, nevertheless, what was involved in the changes in production systems. Before, the factory workers had customarily observed Saint Monday as a day of rest, often taking Tuesday as a holiday as well, then working flat out to finish off the week's work. Factory discipline and factory time changed all that. As Plum describes the factory, the hours of work were 14, 15, or even 16 a day, 6 days a week throughout the year except for Christmas Day and Good Friday. That was the ideal timetable of the industrialists. It was rarely achieved, for the human animal broke down under the burden, and he squandered his time in palliatives, drink, lechery, blood sports. Or he revolted, burned down the factory, or broke up the machinery, in a pointless, frenzied, industrial jacquerie. 10\NHAT is extraordinary is that Plum, having explicitly set out the grounds for understanding the discontent of the times, continues to describe machine riots as pointless. The same contradiction is found in other writings on this period. In Bethel's work on the handloom weavers, he writes about the 1826 power loom smashings. Their Luddism of 1826 was a blind display of hatred against an improved machine which must be destroyed before it took away the old weaver's livelihood, and he refers earlier to these same riots as an act of blind vandalism. And we must ask, what is blind about an action which strikes out to destroy something which threatens one's own destruction? What is expressed in these simple contradictions is that it is somehow intolerable to allow rationality to popular resistance and popular violence. It is much more comfortable to write off the machine breakers as a tiny pathological fringe of hotheads, and to write a cozy history in which the mass of people are said to quietly bear the yoke of the new factory system. That is, as if people understood the superior rationality of the machine, and accepted the injustices which flowed from this superior rationality for the sake of progress and improvement. It is in these ways that historical thought has simply followed the contours of power. Although, as we have seen, even in its language it continued to express against the will of the author, as it were, the bitter contradictions and struggles which constituted the real history of the period. What is perhaps an even more fundamental difficulty with these accounts is that we know that within their own community the machine wreckers often had a heroic status. In striking out at the machine, they were Goths and Vandals. 127. Striking out against their oppression within the developing system of factory labor, the relentless monotony of the pace of the machine, the relentless gaze of the factory master and overseer, the relentless tick of the factory clock. Above all, what must be remembered is that just as the human significance of time 12 was changed by the new rhythms of the factory and the machine, so were many other aspects of culture. In one sense, the arrival of the machine and the factory was the first direct encounter by working people with the material experience of hard-headed utilitarian philosophy and political economy. The dominating principle of hard cash, of buying cheap and selling dear, also turned the human relations of the factory into commodity relations and transformed men into objects or cattle. So that when Plum writes about the human animal breaking down under factory conditions, it is necessary to remember that it was precisely the logic of the new systems which reduced men from human to animal status. Language both mirrored and informed these transformations, so that the men and women who worked the machines came to be called, simply, hands. The word common also underwent a transformation, away from the sense of things held in common or a commonwealth, towards a revaluation of certain practices and customs as common, meaning vulgar. 13. The experience of these transformations should not be underestimated. Resistance to the factory and its logic continued well up into the 1840s, and the Chartist movement in some of the Pennine cotton towns at this time carried as one of its demands that each man should receive, as a birthright, a small holding of land. They began staking out Pendle Hill for just this purpose. The logic of the factory and of enclosure worked in an opposite direction. The independence of working men who had access to small patches of land was in utilitarian terms understood as dangerous and wasteful. As late as the Select Committee on Commons enclosure of 1844 we find the assertion that the enclosure and improvement of the land would also bring an improvement in the character of the people, and that the unenclosed commons are invariably nurseries for petty crime. 4. What is meant by this is that if they had access to land, men would tend their pigs, or their cow, instead of turning into the factory. In the Poor Law Reports of 1834, the culmination of utilitarian principle, there are attempts to calculate how big an allotment of land should be given to working men. It was agreed that a small allotment for vegetables provided a working man with an innocent and sober amusement, and also enabled him to feed his family, thus keeping down the likelihood of wage demands. But the utilitarian logic also dictated that the Poor Law Commissioners should try to calculate what size of an allotment would provide amusement and some food without causing the working man to keep away from work, or without causing him to waste too much of his valuable body energy, his labor power, which was the rightful property of the factory owner and not the 128 Jeffrey Pearson man himself. There was a recognition in these poor law debates that food equals energy, equals improved labor power, but that digging a potato patch spends energy, and workers might find it more enjoyable to spend energy digging the earth to provide food for their family than to rise at the crack of dawn and watch over a noisy and dangerous machine for someone else's benefit. 5. It was a significant moment of illumination of the nature of the contest which was involved in the advancement of the machine and the factory. It is thus in the nature of this historical transition, which involved profound changes in human values as well as a technological break, that it is utterly impossible to go along with Smelser, for example, and describe the machine breakers as disorganized and unsocialized beings. Instead, we need to ask, socialized according to what standards, and in particular, socialized according to whose standards? The machine smashers were not only courageous and determined in their attacks on the machines, they were also sometimes very discriminating. In early attacks on the spinning jenny during the 1760s, for example, the rioters sometimes spared small machines which had less than 20 spindles, that is, machines which could be operated in small cottages on the established principle of the domestic economy, and which were for this reason regarded as fair machines. That is hardly behavior which could be described as bizarre, frenzied, irrational or unsocialized. The great power loom smashing of 1826 provides other examples of these kinds of rationality. L6 The outbreak was a particularly determined one which was confined to the cotton towns around Accrington, Blackburn, and the Rossendale Valley, and which was eventually put down by violent army reprisals. It is even possible that we should think of it as a general insurrection against the machines in these towns. Be that as it may, the rioters had considerable sympathy within the community. Robert Peel, eventually to become Prime Minister, a man whose fortunes were founded on cotton, found it necessary to rebuke local magistrates for not taking sharp action against the rioters. Whether he was motivated as a politician, or as a man with property stakes in the towns, is not clear. The reluctance of magistrates to act decisively was not uncommon, reflecting the fact that local opposition to machinery was so widespread. For example, small masters feared and hated the new machines as much as working people. Without sufficient capital to invest in machinery, the machines threatened to kill their small businesses, a fact which could provide some unexpected alliances of sympathy between the poor and the lower echelons of the owning class. Even before the attacks on the power looms had started, rioters had been stopped by troops, the most solid embodiment of state power. But when the troops heard the complaints of the weavers, instead of opening fire they opened their knapsacks and gave their food to the rioters. The troops then moved on, and the weavers held a meeting amongst themselves to decide whether or not to continue, were the power looms to be broken or not. Goths and Vandals 129. Yes, it was decided, they must be broken at all costs. Is. The first mill was attacked. Sykes' mill at Accrington, the first thing to go, smashed by a woman, was the tyrannical factory clock, the hated symbol of the slave rhythms of factory labor. 19 By nightfall, it is said that there was not a power loom left standing within 6 miles of Blackburn. The riots spread to other nearby towns, and within 3 days more than 1,000 looms had been destroyed. It can be argued that 1826 was a year of slump, and that the grievances of the hand-loom weavers derived from the trade cycle and not from the machine. But, although outbreaks of machine smashing coincided frequently enough with periods of trade recession, I find the argument an unconvincing one which lends itself too easily to a crude economic determinism which ignores the cultural developments which are decisive for an understanding of machine riot. Nevertheless, it is important to recognize that different outbreaks of machine breaking could, and did, have different motives. Quite often, for example, what was being contested was not the principle of the machine itself, but the level of wages, etc. Attacks on machines provided a way of getting at an employer so as to encourage him to raise wages, improve working conditions, take on more men, or whatever. It is this kind of motive for machine breaking which Eric Hobsbawm has described as collective bargaining by riot, a primitive form of trade union struggle. These primitive rebels, to use another of Hobsbawm's suggestive phrases, are said to be primitive in the sense that they had not yet found a mature political vocabulary, nor a mature political strategy, within which to phrase their discontent and direct their struggle. This line of thinking urges us to conceive of the Luddites and other machine breakers as precursors of the mature forms of labor organization. Hobsbawm's distinctions are important if only because they caution us not to oversimplify machine smashing, and not to think of it all as direct resistance to machinery as such. It is nevertheless a form of historical reasoning which can in its own way belittle, discredit, and misconstrue the motives and actions of the machine smashers. In claiming machine breakers for the history of the labor movement, for example, it causes us to compare their frail outbursts with the more mature forms of struggle: trade union organization, collective bargaining, the strike, the general strike, which only serves to underline the primitivity of the machine smashers. As working class consciousness emerges, it tells us, men set to one side these infantile forms of resistance to exploitation and see the light. It is thus an inherent danger of the concept of primitive rebellion that it can lead us to think that the intelligibility of the machine breakers' struggle only emerges as history unfolds, that its intelligibility is derived only from the subsequent history of the labor movement. As if the intelligibility of the machine breakers emerges only when they are already dead. When they are dead, then we can come to see them in their true historical sig. 130 Jeffrey Pearson. Significance, the vanguard of an emerging proletariat. The heart of the matter, however, is that the machine smashers were not a proletariat. On the contrary, they would as often as not be people from the countryside, with its own distinct inherited traditions. People who looked at the factories shaking and trembling with their violent energy and who did not like what they saw. It is an important truth that there were some people around at the time of the Luddite disturbances from 1811 to 1813 who were part of the general mood of insurrection which surrounded the period and who expressed more forward-looking political opinions. People who saw in the machines the possibility of liberating men and women from the burden of physical labor, and who could be thought of as early forerunners of a later working-class consciousness. 20 But they were the exception rather than the rule. Thompson, with his usual lucidity, expresses the matter thus: for those who lived through it, history is neither early nor late. Forerunners are also inheritors of another past. Men must be judged in their own context. 21. For this reason, if we are to set machine breaking in its full context, it is necessary to come back briefly to some of the inherited traditions of the machine breakers' world, a world which was entering a rapid eclipse. The traditions of the crowd and riot. Farmers take noticed form. This time before it is to let. Before Christ muse. Day some of you will be as poor as we if I will not save. Cheaper. This is to let you know we have stole a sheep, for which the reason was because you sold your wet so dear, and if you will not lower price of your wet we will come by night and set fire to your bams and reeks. Gentlemen farmers, we be in Amos now, and that you will find to your sorrow soon. Anonymous letter fixed to the pillory, Salisbury Market 1767, 22. Ludism and the other machine-breaking riots were not the first burst of a new class anger from an infant proletariat. Rather than being based on the new, emerging traditions of the men of that new class, they were more likely to be based on older traditions. Traditions, that is, which looked back to the domestic economy, to the common lands, and to former traditions of radicalism. Riot and crime had been an important feature of social life of 18th century England. The crowd, or the mob, could take as its object the Goths and Vandals. 131. Defense of any number of rights and customs, the fair price of food, fair access to the common lands, or smuggling, which was common in England, as in most parts of Europe, to be thought of as a right rather than a crime. In fact, where one drew the line in 18th century England between what was a crime and what was a customary right depended very much on one's position in the social order. For example, an activity called wrecking was a common occurrence in those coastal regions where ships most frequently ran aground and were wrecked. 23. Wrecking was a form of coastal plunder in which local people would salvage what they could of wrecked ships and their cargoes for their own use, and it formed an important part of the local economy in some coastal regions. From the point of view of the local people, wrecking was an important, even indispensable, part of local life, whereas to shipping merchants it was a criminal nuisance, and merchants petitioned the government throughout the 18th century to act more severely against wreckers. As a result, an Act of 1753 made wrecking a crime punishable by death, although that did not halt the activity. It is a similar story in relation to a large number of other customary activities of the poor and the common people, taking hares and rabbits from fields, taking gravel and turf, taking fish from streams, collecting wood in the forests. The notorious Black Act of 1723 was one blood-stained piece of legislation, drawn up with extraordinary speed and carelessness by Walpole and his ruling clique, to contain these kinds of offences. The precipitating factors were complex, as Thompson shows in his masterly analysis of the Black Act, involving amongst other things attempts to curry favour with the new Hanoverian monarch whose deer parks at Windsor were in a state of collapse. 24. Local people in that region had begun to reassert their rights in the forest, as opposed to the rights of the deer. Thompson suggests that people may have been looking back to the days of the Commonwealth when the deer had been slaughtered wholesale, the great park turned over to farms, and the foresters had enlarged their rights beyond previous imagining. 25. Although there was nothing like an insurrection on that scale in the 1720s, the struggle between men and deer had been re-engaged to the disadvantage of the deer. These conflicts should not suggest simply strong feeling against the monarchy. Deer were a damned pest which ate and trampled on crops. Sometimes it is necessary to resurrect very specific details of the local economy in order to understand these struggles. Around Farnham, for example, timber rights were crucial. Farnham was a hop-growing area, depending on a supply of good, strong poles to support the hops, but if deer cropped ash saplings they grew up bent and unusable for poles. 26. Men and deer were enemies, unless, that is, the men were privileged men with the right to hunt deer and eat venison. The Black Act, which was a response to these struggles, made at least 50 distinct offences punishable by death, including going about the countryside armed and in disguise with one's face blacked, hunting. 132 Jeffrey Pearson. Wounding or stealing deer, poaching hares, rabbits, or fish, damaging fish ponds, cutting down or damaging trees, maiming cattle, sending anonymous threatening letters, and setting fire to houses, barns, etc. Although it was unprecedented in its venom, the Black Act was just one of many similar enactments in this period. During the 18th century there was an astronomical increase in the number of offenses punishable by death. 27 /N Erase a history from above might describe this development of law in 18th century England as the rationalization of property relations, providing a coherent system for the regulation of trade and commerce. From below the law was experienced as the lash of the whip, the threat of transportation, the gallows at Tyburn, and the awful sight of the bodies of convicts swinging in chains. These were the delicate means by which the gentle rulers of Merry England set out to terrorize the population into conformity with the steady encroachment of the new commercial values and the new property rights. /NHAT precisely did these encroachments involve? To take first the example of land, under a pre-capitalist arrangement, land was frequently a place where a number of coincident use rights intersected. This man would have the right to graze cattle here, that man would have the right to take wood from there, this one would have the right to gravel or turf, that one to hares, another would have the right to timber, etc. Sometimes these rights were defined by copyhold, a legal arrangement which might have been established many years before. More commonly perhaps, they were simply honored as customs which went back, as the people would say, time out of mind. This messy arrangement of coincident use rights was anathema to the emerging forms of capitalist ownership through which land was transformed into a commodity. During the 18th century one legal decision after another signaled that lawyers had become convict to the notions of absolute property ownership, and that, the law abhorred the messy complexities of coincident use right. And capitalist modes transmuted offices, rights, and perquisites into round moneta iy sums, which could be bought and sold like any other property. 28 This was also a period in which the great country houses and country seats of England were being built, and Thomson jokes that it was not much fun for those being sat upon. The volcanic wealth of the new commercial interests based on stock jobbing, or on the slave trade for example, was unimaginable in a traditional agricultural economy. As these new city spivs exported their city wealth into the countryside, building luxurious mansions and parks, local farmers and yeomen were squeezed out. William Cobbett writes in his Rural Rides, for example, about Lord Aylesbury's park, he seems to have tacked park onto park, like so many outworks of a fortified city. I suppose here are 50 to 100 farms of former days swallowed up. 29. The case was in no sense exceptional. Wealth was beginning to accumulate into lumps, and the land with it. Soon the complaint would be heard, and Cobbett would be one to voice it, that the people were also accumulating into lumps or heaps in the factories and cities. Goths and Vandals. 133. It is a vital historical transition surrounded by conflict amounting almost to guerrilla warfare. But often at the center of this warfare, it was not the very poor. The poor may have had little to do with the struggles which surrounded the Black Act, for example. It was the middlemen, the small farmers and yeoman farmers who often had most to lose, who were at the center of the disturbances which surround the Black Act, and who were the blacks who visited the houses and parks of the new rich, who ripped down their fences and attacked their deer. We appear to glimpse a declining gentry and yeoman class confronted by incomers with great command of money and of influence, and with a ruthlessness in the use of both. Families must have had a rich and tenacious tradition of memories as to rights and customs. These farmers had no money from sinecures or killings on the stocks with which to manure their lands, and they remained stational or declining, with the traditional economy, while the new rich moved in all around. 3. Although in this instance the poor may have been marginal to the disturbances, there were other areas of resistance where the poor occupied the hot center. One such form of resistance was the food riot, a persistent interruption in the history of 18th century England. Thomson has shm /ti how the 18th century food riot was no random, hit or miss affair, but an activity tuned to a precise moral economy. 31. Pre-capitalist relations between producers and consumers on the local markets had been hedged about with many regulations and customs which safeguarded the tangible rights of the common people and the poor. For example, corn could not be sold standing in the field to a large buyer, nor was it proper form for farmers to withhold their corn in the hope of rising prices. Corn had to be transported to the local market, and their large buyers were required to delay their deals until common people had made their small purchases. Market bells signaled the restricted period in which the poor could buy first, and weights and measures were also supervised. Most of this regulation of the market was based on custom or common law, although it was sometimes regulated by statute. For example, an enactment of Charles II had even given the poor the right to shake the measure, so valuable was the poor man's corn that a looseness in the measure might make the difference to him of a day without a loaf. 32. The regulations were, naturally, constantly evaded and ignored. It is the natural privilege of ruling groups to break their own rules without these infractions being called crimes and punished with severity. Although, to press the point further, these were not their own rules, they were the rules of an older, dying pre-capitalist formation which the new men, giddy with the prospect of wealth which the new capitalist values promised, had no interest in enforcing. The temptations to break the market customs were many, particularly with the growing demand from the cities and large towns, such as hungry London. Selling in bulk to a large dealer, siling corn. 134 Geoffrey Pearson. As it stood in the field, or hoarding corn in anticipation of a better price. These were also more rational market principles which maximized the possibilities of gain for the farmer's labor and investment. However, another rational and natural consequence of these rational and natural developments was that the poor did not see eye to eye with the farmers and millers. In times of scarcity, or when prices rose dramatically, riot was a common means of restoring the old regulations. These riots were sometimes highly disciplined affairs in which the people attempted to intimidate farmers into selling at a fair price. Commonly enough, the crowd engaged in direct action, taking the corn from the farmers by force and distributing it amongst themselves at a fair price, whereupon the money, and in some instances even the sacks, were handed over to the farmer as his rightful due. Riot, then, was a well-established form of resistance in the 18th century. And, as often as not, simply the threat of riot would be enough to remind magistrates of their obligations to enforce the old customs. Preachers might urge the poor that prayer was the most effective means of surviving food shortages or price rises, but as Thompson remarks, the nature of gentlefolks being what it is, a thundering good riot in the next parish was more likely to oil the wheels of charity than the sight of Jack Anvil on his knees in church. 33. Thus, riot or the threat of it formed part of the irregular democracy of the countryside. In his essay The Crime of Anonymity, Thompson 34 argues that anonymous threatening letters provided a means of dialogue between the crowd and the millers, farmers, and magistrates. Peter Linnebaugh 35 shows, for example, how often a poor man sent to the gallows by a man of means would threaten to haunt his persecutor. The threat seems laughable by modern standards. But it worked often enough to make sense, and the rich man would call off the long arm of the law in order to avoid being troubled by bad spirits, or a bad conscience. At other times the threats were more blood-curdling: this will all come true, kill the overseer. Tom Nottage is a dam rouge, kill him for one, there is four more we will kill. Sink your flour to 2 and 6 a peck, set fire to it and burn it down. Burn up all the mills. Burn up all everything and set fire to the granary. 36. The threats were nothing if not extravagant, and sometimes they even came in rhyme. The continuity of the tradition can be measured by the fact that during riots against the spinning jenny in Lancashire in the 1760s there were threats to pull down whole towns. It was unlikely that anyone would believe such enormous threats, but that was the genre. A claim that an army of men was sworn in and ready to fight and kill and maim was a warning shot from the crowd, which worked often enough to coerce the local authorities into subsidizing food prices on a local basis, or into enforcing other common rights, at least for a time. However, As far as these forms of popular resistance were concerned, their time was up. So was the time of the forms of social organization from Goths and Vandals 135, which this resistance claimed its legitimacy. If we once more take the arrival of Engels in Manchester as a date mark, both were by then as good as dead. Population changes spell out the scale of the social changes. In 1773 Manchester had been a town of 24,000 people. In 1801 its population had risen to 70,000, by 1831 the figure was 140,000 with almost a 45% increase in the decade from 1821 to 1831. And so it went on. In 1841 there were 217,000 people in Manchester, and by 1851 the landmark year when the census revealed that now more than half the population of Great Britain were city dwellers, Manchester's population was 250,037. If one takes the whole of the surrounding urban conurbation of Manchester, then the figure is close to 500,000 people living together in one large lump. Even more had changed than just the scale of things. Most importantly, there had been the emergence of Chartism, demanding a people's charter involving electoral reform based on universal manhood suffrage, which signaled a new kind of consciousness within the working class. The summer of 1842 had also seen a massive industrial and political upheaval throughout the cotton manufacturing districts of Lancashire, with 50,000 workers on strike in Manchester alone. These were the plug riots, so named because striking workers marched into factories and removed the plugs from their boilers and furnaces, thus stopping the factory and enforcing the strike. After considerable political disagreement within their ranks, the Chartist leaders came behind the strike, which moved towards a critical political confrontation, demanding the charter as the condition for returning to work. The plug riot strike was a total failure, involving arrests on a wide scale. When Engels stepped into this transformed world, he was stepping into a world where not only was it reported in some of the industrial towns that numbers kept themselves alive by collecting nettles and boiling them down, 38, but also 1,500 labor leaders were in prison. The men associated with Chartism and the plug riots were different kinds of men with different demands from those who had broken machines. For better or worse, many of them had come to accept the factory, and to resituate their politics accordingly. That is to state the transition too abruptly, however, for as I described earlier, in the smaller outlying cotton towns the Chartists still harked back to the pre-industrial demand that each man should have a small holding of land. Perhaps the plug riots and the time of Engels' arrival stand as a bridge between two traditions, those of the dying crafts and attitudes of pre-industrial England, and the emerging de-skilled factory workers. The political heritage with which Engels came to be associated, of course, turned its back on the old traditions, and embraced the new. This is entirely understandable. To do otherwise at that historical conjuncture would in all probability have meant political suicide. Nevertheless, given the nature of what had been involved, we can perhaps only marvel at the remarkable insensitivity of that well-worn phrase from the Communist Manifesto, which celebrated the new system as something which has thus rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. 136 Jeffrey Pearson. That, to put the matter bluntly, is not how the machine breakers would have judged the matter. The last word. A place called Manchester, which has now disappeared. 39 The theme of this essay has been historical, and I have argued that the hooligan behavior of the machine breakers is intelligible and rational if one listens to their experience in their own terms, that is, from below. However, the direction of the essay hopefully carries some implications for the criminological and sociological study of contemporary hooliganism, for example, vandalism, fights between rival gangs of youths, attacks on migrant workers, street crime and mugging, and the powerful ritual violence of football hooliganism. In our historical time we have become all too familiar with the ways in which this trouble, particularly amongst young working class men and boys, is shrugged off as utterly irrational, and is portrayed in the mass media as a series of senseless and mindless spectacles. Although the pace of the mass media has quickened the pulse of these moral panics which surround the violent antics of youth, it is true that the machine breakers were understood in their historical time in much the same way as the hooligans are dismissed in our historical time. There is consequently an urgent requirement on the part of criminologists to ask themselves, how would our hooligans appear if they were afforded the same possibilities of rationality and intelligibility, say, as those of Edward Thompson? A number of directions have already been pointed out. 41 Elsewhere, in one almost certainly too simple an attempt, I have offered a comparative historical account of outbreaks of machine breaking and hooliganism in the 1960s when migrant workers were attacked by youths in the same Lancashire cotton towns. 42 In the post-war period, the British cotton industry entered a rapid decline, involving profound dislocations in the working class life of the cotton towns. Migrant workers principally from India and Pakistan were employed in increasing numbers in the textile industry in order to facilitate the technological changeover to more intensive forms of shift working which were introduced to fight off competition from foreign cotton imports. Ironically, these low-cost cotton imports often came from the same countries as the low-cost migrant labor. Intense conflicts and rivalries emerged between local people and the migrant workers over housing, jobs, and as far as young working-class men were concerned, girls. The phenomenon of Paki bashing, as it was called, which was condemned on all sides as an irrational hooliganism, emerges as a rational form of resistance to the dislocations within the cotton towns when it is set in its social and historical context. From below, the migrant workers appeared to be the cause of much of the distress in the cotton towns in the Goths and Vandals. 137. Late 1950s and 1960s, just as the machines appeared as the enemy of working people in the earlier historical dislocation of the Industrial Revolution. I have argued that it is much more useful to think of Paki bashers in these terms, rather than to conjure with such dubious criminological ephemera as criminal psychopath or chromosome defect or unsocialized youth who are allegedly the products of broken homes. It is necessary, in other words, to reconnect the fractured political and historical contexts of criminology, where it is customary to make an unnecessarily severe distinction between crime on the one hand and politics on the other. 43. In attempting such an inquiry into the motives of contemporary hooliganisms, the criminologist must confront deeply embedded cultural bands which deny any intelligibility to hooligan conduct, a profound line of historical continuity between our own historical time and the apparently remote historical conjuncture of the machine smashers. In their day also, the powerful ruling elites of landowners and factory owners afforded supreme rationality to their own actions, and were blind to any others. Who could object to the building of the rational factory? Who could object to the dissemination of the rational machine? Who could object to the rational enclosure and improvement of the land? Indeed, when great men built their great country houses, sometimes tearing down whole villages simply in order to improve the view, who could object? And the answer bounced back: only rogues, vagabonds, men tainted with criminal folly, hooligans and vandals. In what must figure as one of the earliest uses of the word vandal to shrug off the implications of working-class hooliganism, the Manchester Mercury in 1812 compared a huge crowd who attacked a cotton mill, involving loss of life on their part, with the very Goths and Vandals of antiquity. It is no longer customary to drag the Goths into the act, but this early use of the term vandal, a word which has now become wholly transformed, carried with it a powerful imagery of barbarian hordes breaking into the precincts of civilization. In that sense, nothing much has changed. When faced with the sometimes desperate energies of young hooligans, and many of the machine breakers were also young, mainstream criminology, and the culture which throws it up, becomes self-satisfied and witless. The historical fate of the machine breakers is an unhappy one. History, it is always said, is written by the side which wins. The machine civilization has proved the machine breakers wrong and won the day. But, the historical clock has a long spring and, to my own satisfaction at least, the historical fate of the machine breakers has not yet been finally settled. We may have yet to see the last of the machine breakers. As the industrial world moves towards the historical possibility of a damaging ecological crisis, the machines could come to be understood once more as the enemy of human society. If the prophets of ecological imbalance and collapse are even remotely correct, then the day will come when men and women will attack the machines again. They will, of course, be condemned by public authorities as mindless hooligans, enemies of civilized progress, just as the 138 Jeffrey Pearson Luddites and the others were condemned in their time. Their motives will be certainly different from those of the power loom breakers and the men who wrecked the spinning jennies. Nevertheless, their actions will be equally intelligible. It may even come to pass when our culture and its preoccupations are as dead and as unthinkable as the Luddites sometimes seem in our time, that the machine breakers will have the last word. 3. Hunting, fishing, and foraging, common rights and class relations in the post-bellum South. Stephen Hahn. Reprinted by Paynitian from Radical History Review 26119821, 37-64. When the Beach Island Farmers Club, a planter organization in Aiken, South Carolina, met in January 1875, it passed resolutions instructing members to prosecute all trespassers and violators of the game laws and prohibit tenants and laborers from keeping stock of any kind on any enclosed or unenclosed land not specifically allotted to them. The club further implored that livestock trespassing beyond allotted land be impounded at the laborer's expense for the first offense and forfeited or destroyed for the second, and urged the adoption and enforcement of these conditions by all persons in our community. 3 years later, the club overwhelmingly supported the enactment of a general stock law that would require the enclosure of animals rather than crops. Trespassers, enclosures, stock, and game laws, the stuff of local skirmishes often obscured by the broader and imposing events of the post-bellum era. But in an agricultural society, the grid of use rights in the land underlies basic social relationships, and in the turbulent aftermath of the Civil War, skirmishes over such rights help define the larger meaning of the sectional reconciliation. The Aiken planters and their counterparts throughout the South knew this well enough. Reeling from the twin jolts of military defeat and abolition, though having avoided general land confiscation, they moved to reclaim the labor of ex-slaves who hoped to farm for themselves or, at least, to escape the rigors of plantation life. 2. In the South, as in other post-emancipation societies, the fists of coercion and repression came down in efforts to restrict the freedmen's mobility, alternative employment opportunities, and access to the means of production and subsistence, tying them to the land as a propertyless workforce. 3. Thus, the all-too-familiar black codes, vagrancy laws, enticement statutes, apprenticeship arrangements, and vigilante hunting, fishing, and draging 143. Violence. Yet the appeal for a toughened stance against trespassers, and particularly the agitation for game and stock laws, suggests that the strong arm of compulsion did not easily hold sway, that confrontations and competing claims went into the making of new class relations in the South. And it was a process that soon extended beyond the plantation belt, setting the stage for wide-ranging social and political conflict. It is the very breadth of these struggles that compels our attention. For if the high drama, not to mention the historiography of the Southern transition from slavery, focused upon the reorganization of the plantation sector, the repercussions touched all corners of the region. For any overall assessment of the nature of this transition must, therefore, link the experiences of planters and Afro-Americiles with those of other social groups, most notably white family farmers. Although the majority of these farmers had owned no slaves and resided in non-plantation areas, the post-war period saw growing numbers drawn into the cotton economy, eventually leaving the South with an unprecedented level of economic integration. 5. The connections between emancipation and the absorption of white yeomen into the market have not been examined fully, but of central importance was the transformation of productive relations. Here, the issue of use rights, of common access to unenclosed land embodied in the movement for game and stock laws, resonated with a special intensity. 6/NHAT follows, then, is a preliminary exploration of mounting contentions over common rights and their role in the reshaping of Southern class relations. It will raise many more questions than it will answer, partly because the subject has received scant attention and partly because the subject demands highly localized research. Nihil state assemblies ratified enabling legislation, counties, militia districts, and, at times, individual plantations became the theaters of activity and strife. Enough information is readily available, however, to make for a promising venture, and the obvious comparative implications make the venture all the more intriguing. Point 8. Fee simple land ownership prevailed in the antebellum South. Real property, unencumbered by primogeniture, entail, or other formal obligations, could be bought and sold at will, its purchaser entitled to full possession. 9. But from earliest settlement, custom and law circumscribed exclusivity and widened use rights. Unimproved, and thus unenclosed, land, which constituted most of the acreage on southern farms, won sanction as common property for hunting, fishing, and grazing. Though it is the broad common law maxim, that everything upon a man's land is his own. 144 Stephen Hahn. And he can shut it out from his neighbor without any wrong to him, wealthy South Carolina planter William Eliot grumbled in 1859, yet custom, with us, forfeited by certain decisions of the court, has gone far to qualify and set limits to the maxim low. While Eliot, an avid sportsman, disapproved of customary practices, he left little doubt that his sentiments ran against the grain of public opinion. The right to hunt wild animals is held by the great body of the people, whether landholders or otherwise, as one of their franchises, he absolved, bemoaning that the land one acquired must be enclosed or it was one's neighbor's or anybody's. A court case, which Eliot disdainfully recounted, attested further to the nature and tenacity of popular attitudes on hunting rights. An action for trespass, growing out of the conflicting claims of hunter and landholder, came to trial in South Carolina. One of the hunters, himself a landowner, took the stand and was asked by the prosecuting attorney, "Would you pursue a deer if he entered your neighbor's enclosure?" Hunter. Counsel. Hunter. Judge. Hunter. Judge. Hunter. Certainly. What if his fields were planted, and his cotton growing or his grain ripe? It would make no difference, I should follow my dogs where they might. And pull down your neighbor's fence, and trample on his fields. I should do it though I might regret to injure him. You would commit a trespass, you would be mulcted in damages. There is no law for such an act. It is Hunter's law, however. And Hunter's law is likely somewhat longer to be the governing law of the case in this section of the country, Eliot groaned, for the prejudices of the people are strong against any exclusive property in game. Eliot and like-minded planters feared that unregulated common rights would lead to a depletion in the supply of game and, thereby, threaten one of their favorite sports. Hunting, with its occasional pageantry and ostentatious display, reinforced the cultural prestige of the master class. 12. During the 1850s, pressure for game laws began to surface. Legislation was local and the greatest inroads came in Maryland and Virginia, although several counties in Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia also established hunting seasons for deer, turkeys, partridge, and quail. Overall, however, the impact of such laws remained quite limited, for they met with deep popular resistance. As Eliot could again note, the laboring emigrants from Britain brought a profound disgust at the tyranny of the English game laws. The preservation of game is thus hunting, fishing, and foraging 145. Associated, with ideas of aristocracy, peculiar privileges to the rich, and oppression toward the poor. 14. Common right to unenclosed land had even greater significance for livestock raising. Rather than provide pasture, Southerners customarily turned their hogs, cattle, and sheep out in the woods to forage. The cows graze in the forest, go daily to feed in the woods, traveler John Pinkerton found in mid-18th century North Carolina, and reports of what was known as the open range came from all over the 19th century South. Many people in the piney woods of Mississippi are herdsmen, J.F.H. Claiborne recorded, owning large droves of cattle, are permitted to run in the range or forest. Northern Alabama, a United States Patent Office correspondent wrote in 1851, had no system of raising stock, of any sort. The cattle live half the time on Uncle Sam's pasture. So, too, in the South Carolina Piedmont. We really raise with so little care, that it would be a shame to charge anything for their keep up to 3 years, one resident claimed. We raise our hogs by allowing them to range in our woods, where they get fat in the autumn on acorns 16. Widespread in Britain, continental Europe, and Africa before capitalist agriculture fully penetrated the countryside, these grazing practices entered Southern statute books during the colonial period in the form of fence laws. An act passed as early as 1759 in Georgia, for example, established guidelines that would persist throughout the antebellum era. It required farmers to enclose their crops, thereby permitting livestock to roam freely upon uncultivated land. The specifications were detailed and precise. All fences or enclosures, that shall be made around or about any garden, orchard, rice ground, indigo field, plantation, or settlement in this province, shall be 6 feet high from the ground when staked or ridered, and from the ground to the height of 3 feet of every such fence or enclosure, the rails thereof shall not be more than 4 inches distant from each other, and that all fences or enclosures that shall consist of paling shall likewise be 6 feet high from the ground, and the pales thereof not more than 2 inches asunder, provided always, that where any fence or enclosure shall be made with a ditch or trench, the same shall be 4 feet wide, and in that case the fence shall be 6 feet high from the bottom off ditch. Although Georgia's assembly reduced the legal height of fences by a foot during the 19th century, the other provisions stood. Should animals break into a farmer's field, his fencing had to measure up to these standards if he hoped to collect damages. If any trespass or damage shall be committed in any enclosure, not being protected as aforesaid, the Georgia Code flatly decreed, the owner of such animal shall not be liable to answer for the trespass, and if the owner of the enclosure shall kill or injure such in any manner, he is liable in 3 times the damages. Other Southern states enacted similar laws. 18. 146 Stephen Hahn. Decisions rendered by antebellum state courts upheld the dictates of statute law. In a series of damage suits brought against railroad companies by farmers and planters whose animals had been struck by trains, judges invariably found for the plaintiffs on the grounds of legal and customary public access to private, albeit unenclosed, land. Thus, when the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad Company appealed such a lower court verdict in 1854 by contending that common law precedent absolved it from responsibility, the Alabama Supreme Court demurred. The common law was not operative in Alabama, Judge J. Ligon declared, noting that the state code prescribed that unenclosed lands are to be treated as common pasture for the cattle and stock of every citizen. The Mississippi High Court of Errors and Appeals issued much the same ruling in an almost identical case 2 years later, reasoning that by common consent have been understood to be a common pasture. Any shift in the burden of obligations would require a revolution in our people's habits of thought and action, Judge Stevens of the Georgia Supreme Court proclaimed in 1860. Our people would be converted into a set of trespassers. 19. Dissident voices could be heard. As the antebellum era wore on, agricultural reformers and progressive planters blamed the custom of open-range foraging for the poor quality of Southern livestock. They also argued that the fence laws worked a special hardship on farmers as expanded cultivation led to timber shortages and made fencing unduly expensive, not to mention laborious and time-consuming. In some parts, one critic insisted, timber is becoming so scarce that it will be a serious question how we are to provide fences for our fields. Another complained that custom and the example of our fathers have riveted upon us practices, which although they are injurious to our interests, are nevertheless unnoticed, because they are familiar. And, in the words of a Virginia planter, the prevailing fence laws represented the heaviest of all taxes on farmers. The Southern Cultivator, an agricultural journal, suggested the use of wire fences or thorn hedges, but agitation eventually turned to a call for new statutes requiring the enclosure of livestock rather than crops. 20 Reformers not only pressed for conservation and agricultural improvement, they challenged the validity of common rights. Justice and policy have concurred in fixing as a general principle in the laws of civilized nations, that every individual should be compelled to refrain from trespassing on the property, other persons, one of them told the Virginia General Assembly, but in the case of fencing the rule is just reversed, every individual shall guard and protect his property from depredators and everyone is permitted to consume or destroy all that may not be well guarded. More succinctly, another proponent asked, why, should my land which I choose to turn out to improve by rest, be taken possession of and impoverished by other people's stock? 21. Hunting, fishing, and foraging. 147. These arguments, however, won little support, partly because of the issue's sensitivity. Poorer farmers, the reformers admitted, derived special benefits from common rights and would not surrender easily. It is notorious, one vocal reformer sneered, that those frequently have the largest stock who have the least land to graze. The Committee on Agriculture and Manufactures in the Virginia Assembly made the same point in a different way when rejecting petitions for a change of the general law of enclosures. Many poor persons have derived advantage from grazing their stock on the commons and unenclosed lands, and to whom the obligation to confine them, or a liability to damages if not confined, would operate as a great hardship. Several Virginia counties made adjustments in the fence law, but limited advance could be seen there or elsewhere in the South before the Civil War. 22 The commitment of yeomen and poorer whites to common rights reflected more than strictly economic considerations. The majority of them resided on small farms outside the plantation belt where a household economy predominated. Farm families primarily grew food crops, made much of their own clothing and furnishings, and raised substantial numbers of livestock, supplementing their efforts with local exchanges of goods and labor. Like petty producers in many parts of the United States, these yeomen viewed property ownership as the foundation of independence. Yet, also like other petty producers, they understood that independence could not be achieved through individual enterprise alone. In this regard, common hunting and grazing rights took their place beside other habits of mutuality. Various forms of swap work, for instance, as important features of productive organization. Common rights, in short, not only enabled small landowners and the landless to own livestock, but they fit comfortably into a setting where social relations were mediated largely by ties of kinship and reciprocity rather than the marketplace. 23 Unquestionably, the planters' desire to mitigate class conflict within the South as the sectional crisis deepened afforded protection to these popular customs. William Eliot and members of the Virginia Assembly were not alone in forecasting explosive consequences should hunting and grazing rights be curtailed. More than political pragmatism was at work, however, for the dominant relations of the plantation belt provided essential room. With an enslaved labor force, planters did not have to confront the problems that common property rights posed for labor supply and discipline, problems that, historically, set the economic and intellectual underpinnings for exclusivity. 24 Indeed, save for the handful of agricultural reformers and their sympathizers, planters themselves found advantage in the commons. Thus, Mississippi slave owner William L. Patton was in the habit of pasturing upon unenclosed lands, owned by other persons and used by the neighborhood generally. It was then with some force that pro-slavery spokesman 148 Stephen Hahn could argue that black bondage secured the independence of all whites by obstructing the development of market relations. 25. Emancipation effected a fundamental alteration in Southern race relations. In a manner more sweeping and imposing than anywhere else in the Western Hemisphere, forms of racial subordination, nearly 2 centuries old, were dissolved. Yet, slavery was not simply a system of race relations, it was also a system of labor exploitation and, thus, of class relations. And however much discussions of its aftermath were cast in racial terms, abolition brought planters squarely up against what they themselves called the labor question. Their fortunes as a class resting on the surpluses that flowed from staple agriculture, the planters understood that the civil, political, and economic status of the ex-slaves were intimately related. Fears of Negro rule and racial amalgamation notwithstanding, the question of labor control, as South Carolinian William H. Trescott put it in 1865, underlies every other question of state interest. 26. The old masters confronted the issue with little optimism. Experience had demonstrated, they believed, that blacks were inherently lazy, indolent, and unreliable and would never submit voluntarily to the demands of a plantation regime. As a general rule the world over, in freedom or in bondage, the Southern cultivator declared, labor can be extracted from the Negro only by compulsion. 27. The freedmen had their own version, but it spoke to the planters' dilemma nonetheless. Emancipation saw a large-scale black exodus from the plantations as the ex-slaves tested the new waters of freedom. They roamed the countryside, made their way to cities and towns, squatted on unenclosed land. Reluctant to sign contracts and return to regimented field work, they looked to and felt they had a right to set up for themselves. The greater number, a Mississippi Freedmen's Bureau agent reported, are determined to try farming on their own responsibility. And when the opportunity presented itself, according to another federal official, the blacks acquitted themselves with good success. All I wants, one freedman explained, is to gets 4 or 5 acres ob land, dat I can build me a little house on and call my home. 28. The labor question, therefore, became linked inextricably with the land question. Many planters worried, and many freedmen expected, that the federal government would confiscate and redistribute the land of wealthy ex-Confederates. Although prospects for such a radical measure faltered in Congress, the enfranchisement of the freedmen and the struggle to build a southern wing of the Republican Party kept the issue alive and contributed to the surge of white vigilante violence. 29. More immediately, planters recognized that customary use rights, along with the availability of hunting, fishing, and foraging. 149. Public domain in some states, jeopardized labor supply and discipline and, by extension, the revitalization of the cotton economy. The travail of the plantation system in much of the post-emancipation Caribbean, they were well aware, stemmed largely from the success of ex-slaves in taking up former provision grounds and other uninhabited land that proved unsuited to staple crops. 30. Freedmen in the South evinced similar proclivities. They seemed ready to spurn wage and sharecropping incentives in favor of a rude subsistence on game and raised foodstuffs rather than cotton when able to farm on their own account. Tidewater planters, the Richmond Times charged in 1866, suffer great annoyance and serious pecuniary loss from the trespasses of predacious Negroes and low pot hunters, who with dogs and guns, live in the fields, as if the whole country belonged to them. A more sedentary independence apparently promised little better. Should the Negroes become possessed of a small freehold, Alabama's Clark County Journal warned, they will raise their squashes, pigs, and chickens, and will work no more in the cotton, rice, and sugar fields. The freedman's disposition is to be content with the most precarious subsistence, a Louisiana planter complained, where left to themselves they reside in huts, and live upon small game and meal. 31. Proscriptions against vagrancy and the renting of land to freedmen, which some Southern legislatures enacted as part of their black codes during presidential Reconstruction, represented the planters' initial, if temporary, steps to use state authority to control the black labor force. 32. At the same time, planter spokesmen, citing the depredations of wandering freedmen, began to press for stricter definitions of and stronger safeguards for private property. Negroes have a notorious propensity to appropriate what belongs to another, the countryman lectured, arguing that while under slavery they could be checked by their masters in the indulgence of this propensity, the strong arm of the law must protect all property holders. By 1866 the Louisiana and Georgia assemblies had passed trespass laws, and a bill to the same effect was under consideration in Virginia. The laws imposed stiff fines or prison terms on anyone convicted of entering enclosed or unenclosed land to cut timber or collect anything growing without the owner's permission. The Georgia law also prohibited squatting or setting upon enclosed or unenclosed land of another, whether public or private, without bona fide claim, title, or consent 33. The perception that a redefinition of traditional use rights was essential for a successful adjustment to free labor gave agricultural reformers and conservationists an increasingly receptive audience. Pointing to the wholesale and ill-seasoned destruction of fish and wildlife, the diminishing supply of timber, the costs and inefficiencies of fencing practices, and the benefits of improved animal husbandry, they renewed agitation for game and stock laws. And they spirited a substantial following, as Newspa. 150 Stephen Hahn. Press and agricultural journals filled with similar refrains. In the face of straitened circumstances and the altered system of labor, planters from Mississippi, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Georgia cried that the old habits were too expensive and burdensome, and demanded that every person who owns any kind of stock be required to keep such stock within their own enclosures. Why in the name of common sense, one asked, am I compelled to maintain 12 or 13 miles of hideous fence around my plantation at an annual cost of upwards of $1,000, in order to prevent the cattle and hogs which my neighbors turn loose from destroying my crops and robbing my property? 34. The concerns for conservation and agricultural rehabilitation were quite genuine, as before the war. But it was the connection between these concerns and new labor relations that won growing numbers of large landowners to the cause. South Carolina planter Henry Hammond thus voiced his support for game laws by asserting that while he was not opposed to amusements, hunting and fishing only demoralized man, and in many cases led to crime. A contributor to the Countryman heartily agreed, insisting that stringent trespass laws be supplemented with stringent game laws. We are just as much entitled to the possums, rabbits, squirrels, and partridges on our land, as we are to our chickens and turkeys, he proclaimed. Strict observance of such laws would remove many temptations, another South Carolinian believed. It would keep the Negroes more confined. 35. Much the same was said in regard to fencing. According to the Beach Island Farmers Club, the present laws of enclosure, which permitted common grazing, weighed heavily upon the landed interest, protecting only whites and blacks, poor, lazy, worthless people, living mainly off to themselves, who eke out a living on a few hogs and other stock running at large. John H. Dent, the Georgia planter and agricultural reformer, stated it bluntly, our greatest trouble is labor and fencing. Indeed, the Memphis Southern Home and Farm included the regulation of hunting, fishing, and foraging on a list of needed laws that could serve as an agenda for restoring the plantation system, along with preventing any person from ranging livestock. Hunting, fishing, trapping, netting, or setting on another's land without permission, the journal called for measures enforcing all labor contracts, outlawing the enticement or harassment of any laborer who had broken an agreement, giving landlords first lien on the crops of laborers and tenants, restricting merchants' transactions with laborers, taxing dogs, and prohibiting any person from tampering with fences. 36. The laws were easier to discuss than implement, however. Black Belt advocates initially met a cool reception from the hill country, where commercial agriculture had made limited inroads, and from the wiregrass and pine barrens, where open-range stock raising assumed considerable importance, making statewide statutes unfeasible. As one law. Hunting, fishing, and foraging. 151. Country planter admitted, no uniform fence law throughout the state can operate justly. The present law is very well adapted to the pine and sand country and also to the mountain country, but ruinous to the middle country. 37. Consequently, legislation was localized, authorizing counties, or militia districts within counties, to carry out the law or provide for some means of public deliberation, whether by petition or ballot. And the early post-war years saw a scattered and tentative beginning. In 1865 the Mississippi General Assembly passed two bills, one enabling the citizens of Hinds County, where 70% of the population was black, to require the fencing of livestock, and one making it a misdemeanor to hunt on privately owned land without consent in all counties outside the southeastern piney woods and the northeastern hills. The next year the Virginia Assembly followed suit, establishing procedures for any county to deem land boundaries legal fences for crops, thereby prohibiting stock from running at large, and defining as a trespass the act of hunting on unenclosed land without permission. Coincidentally, game restrictions took hold in parts of South Carolina, and between 1866 and 1868 several counties in the Alabama Black Belt obtained the right to adopt a new fencing, or stock, law. 38 Yet, planters bent upon limiting public access to landed property met another challenge, this time from within their own locales. Although the social structure and relations of the plantation belt had linked the fortunes of many whites through slave ownership, economic interchange, aspiration, and kinship, the campaign on behalf of conservation, progressive agriculture, and the sanctity of private property did little to win the support of numerous small landholding and landless farmers who depended on common hunting, fishing, and grazing for sustenance. 39 To be sure, these poorer whites feared that abolition would unleash thieving Negroes and often rode with vigilante bands to keep the freedmen in check. But the game and stock laws struck at their own welfare and sense of justice. A planter from Greene County, Georgia, found that the stock law would meet with much opposition, if it could pass at all. The opposition is bitter, made up more of prejudice than reason. A similar report came from Sumter County, Alabama. We have a class of farmers and stock owners among us, are opposed to any innovation on the practice of their fathers, from the use of the subsoil plow to the enactment of a no-fence law. Not simply economic interest but, from the planter's point of view, strange ideas of individual rights appeared to inspire opponents. 40 poorer whites were joined in this battle by their long-acknowledged adversaries, the ex-slaves. Antebellum law prohibited slaves from freely using he forests to hunt, from carrying firearms and other weapons, from owning property, and from marketing produce. Formal law did not necessarily reflect day-to-day reality, however, and what masters might have seen as paternal indulgences the slaves transformed into expecta. 152 Stephen Hahn. Shins and Rights. Slaves commonly hunted and fished, both to supply the plantations and augment their provisions, acquiring a reputation for their skill. If unable to use guns, the blacks relied on dogs to trap prey and, in the words of one historian, enjoyed indiscriminate permission to fish at large. Indeed, so proficient were the slaves that in certain areas they monopolized all the good fishing holes and sold their catches, despite the grumblings of some locals. 41 What is more, scattered evidence suggests that the slaves were not only familiar with open-range grazing, they had livestock and other possessions recognized by their owners as personal property. Most impressive was the situation in the rice districts of coastal South Carolina and Georgia, where the task system provided special room for slave accumulation. But as far away as Louisiana, a group of recently liberated slaves could ask a prospective employer if they might keep their pigs. Seeking to curtail their dependence on whites, the freedmen thus rankled at the prospect of game and stock laws. Traveler Edward King observed that the blacks are fond of the same pleasures which their late masters gave them so freely: hunting, fishing, and lounging. And one ex-slave remarked, "I tell you one thing. This here no-fence law was one of the lowest things they ever did." 42. The opposition of the white and black lower classes came to notable effect with the advent of radical Reconstruction. Holding newly conferred political rights, the freedmen along with Unionist whites flocked to the Republican Party standard and made their presence felt. They voted in large numbers, soon sat in state legislatures, and, in many parts of the Black Belt, took command of county government. The momentum of restrictive legislation wound down during their tenure and, in some cases, laws already on the books were repealed. 43 The proliferation of Republican local officials, of both races, had especially telling repercussions. Now in a position to adjudicate labor contracts and oversee the implementation of coercive statutes, these office holders and judges often clipped the planters' wings. One South Carolinian fretted that the game laws would be of great benefit, but with such trial justices as we now have, they are not enforced. The adoption of stock laws stood in doubt, another believed, for the Negroes will defeat any measures. Small wonder that a planter spokesman could declare that penalties for various forms of trespass should be definite and certain, and not be left to a court to decide what the damages are. Small wonder, too, that a Georgia proponent of fencing reform could insist that the issue be decided by the freeholders of each county who alone have a direct interest. 44. The Black Belt counteroffensive proved short-lived. By the early 1870s, white conservatives had redeemed most southern states, and even in Louisiana, South Carolina, and Mississippi the Republicans tread a thin balance. 45 Taking their cue from national developments which signaled a declining commitment to the protection of black civil and political rights. Lie hunting, fishing, and foraging. 153. Planter-dominated legislatures moved forcefully to recapture the initiative in regulating labor relations. In the process, the attack on common hunting, fishing, and grazing privileges intensified. Game laws multiplied in Black Belt counties of Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. By the end of the decade, they operated on a statewide basis in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas. 46 The laws prescribed hunting seasons for deer and fowl, prohibited certain methods of trapping game and fish, and curtailed access to woods and waterways. In Georgia, for example, where Republican rule ended in 1871, 3 plantation counties enacted game laws in 1872, 6 in 1875, 18 in 1876, 6 in 1877, and 6 in 1878. An act passed for Burke, Taylor, and Jefferson counties was typical, deeming it a misdemeanor to kill or destroy deer or partridges between April and October, to trap, snare, or net partridges, to catch fish by means of drugs or poison, and to hunt, trap, or fish on an individual's land without permission. 47 Alabama witnessed a similar trend. The Reconstruction legislatures repealed game laws adopted by several counties before 1874. That year brought redemption, and by 1877 most of the Black Belt had such laws in effect. 48 The progress of new fencing laws also received a boost in the latter years and aftermath of Reconstruction, as local and state agricultural societies, the Grange, and railroad companies joined to press the issue. 49 In response, the Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina assemblies ratified local option stock laws in 1872, 1873, and 1877 respectively. 50 Elsewhere, individual counties petitioned for enabling legislation. Procedures for implementation were not uniform. In some areas the matter was left to the discretion of local officials, in some to the decision of landowners, and in some to the deliberation of all eligible voters. Although it is impossible at this point to determine the results with precision, it can be said that by 1880 the stock law was under active consideration, if not in operation, in at least 30 Georgia, 17 Alabama, 26 North Carolina, 12 Mississippi, and 18 South Carolina counties, most of which had black majorities. 51 Further signs of the mounting attack on common rights could be seen in the rulings of Southern judges. Thus, when the Georgia Supreme Court heard a relevant case for damages in 1876, it found the plaintiff's claim that he had in the woods, the right of common pasture for his cattle, which are numerous and which have been accustomed to range heretofore, wholly insufficient, as he does not set forth any contract, prescription, or other lawful basis for the right. In a dramatic departure from previous policy, the justices expressed incredulity as to common of pasture upon lands which are all private property, and ruled that citizens generally have no strict right of common pasture in the woods or upon the unenclosed lands of others. Courts in other states moved with greater caution, hedging on the question of general principle, while 154 Stephen Hahn. Upholding the constitutionality of legislative statutes. The common law doctrine, which requires the owner of stock to keep them off the land of others, does not prevail in this state, the Supreme Court of Mississippi could announce in 1887. But the subject is within the power and control of the legislature, and no legal right is violated, when one is required by law to keep his stock off the land of others. Judges in Alabama, North Carolina, and South Carolina rendered similar decisions. 52. The resistance to game and, especially, to stock laws that surfaced in the Black Belt during Reconstruction by no means entirely collapsed. North Carolina's Charlotte Democrat observed that the prospect of a no-fence law in one county prompted threats by local freedmen to leave. The Atlanta Constitution found numerous counties unfriendly to the stock law due primarily to the fact that blacks opposed. And in South Carolina a major political controversy was stirred. As an Aiken County planter exclaimed, "The passage of the stock law by our legislature is creating much excitement and angry comment. Threats of a new party are made and fears entertained by some that it will unharmonize the Democratic Party." The planters' fears were justified. 4 independent candidates seized the issue and rallied noteworthy support among poor whites and blacks. 53. Nonetheless, much of the Black Belt, in South Carolina and other states, came to heel by the early 1880s. Indeed, South Carolina, where planter power loomed particularly large, stood alone among southern states during the 19th century in passing a general stock law which eliminated local prerogatives in 1881. 54. On an elementary level, the spread of game and stock laws attests to the planters' efforts, and success, at reasserting their authority over black labor, attests, in short, to the re-establishment of economic power relations in the Black Belt despite emancipation and Reconstruction. Even Henry Grady, the leading spokesman for a new, industrial South, conceded in 1881 that a land-holding oligopoly lorded over vast acres through all the cotton states. 55. But from a wider vantage point, the movement to eradicate common rights pointed, as well, to an important metamorphosis in the character of the planter class and of basic social relations. And the metamorphosis came as the result of intense social conflict. If the planters had had their way, a formal system of dependent labor would have been erected in the post-war South, giving the landowner an absolute control over the freedman as though he was his slave. Planters believed it beneath their dignity to bid for the labor of ex-slaves. The federal government made such a repressive system difficult to install, the freedmen made it impossible. Resisting gang labor, withdrawing women from the fields, seeking their own land and subsistence, and moving from plantation to strike better contracts, blacks forced their old masters to come to terms with free labor. For some members of the elite, hunting, fishing, and foraging. 155. This was too much to bear. They sold out and, perhaps, left for Brazil or Cuba. Others met the challenge. 56. It was an unequal confrontation, to be sure, yet one that gradually brought forth a structure of market relations in agriculture. The redefinition of property rights, which strengthened the planters' control over productive resources and eroded the claims of their laborers, paved the way. Lien laws limited tenants' property in their growing crops, court decisions fully eliminated such property for sharecroppers and categorized them as wage laborers. Constitutional and legislative reforms ended protections that certain property had from levy for debt. 57. And, of course, the game and stock laws greatly narrowed use rights in landed property, further circumscribing access to the means of subsistence and threatening ownership of livestock and draft animals among the poor. The planters were increasingly transformed into agricultural employers and the freedmen into agricultural employees. The compulsions of necessity replaced the compulsions of the lash. The metamorphosis of Black Belt social relations, which the game and stock laws highlighted, also had significant cultural and ideological ramifications. The Southern defense of slavery always rested, in large part, on doctrines of racial inferiority. Over time, however, Southern intellectuals and politicians alike linked the racial defense of slavery with the defense of slavery in the abstract, with notions that inequality was the natural condition of humankind, that natural inequalities were reflected in social stratification, that free society left the poor and inherently disadvantaged to the mercy of the labor market, and that organic relations of dependency and mutuality offered the best means for security and social peace. The most conservative theorists argued that slavery was the proper status for the poor of both races. 58 But even those who spoke the language of Herrenvolk democracy mixed conservative theory with racism and insisted that only if enslavement of blacks stood between poorer whites and the ravages of the marketplace. It seemed to strike a responsive chord among the majority of white Southerners who were outside the mainstream of the staple economy and who cast their votes for a political party that depicted the expansion of commerce and the market as a threat to independence. 59 With emancipation, the planters' outlook and worldview, much as the relations they entered into, were gradually transformed. The racism remained and grew more vociferous. Yet, drawing upon ideas previously advanced by the small brigade of antebellum agricultural reformers, the planter class slowly embraced the market, not dependency or reciprocity, as the proper arbiter of social relations. The new ideology began to surface with special force in the agitation for game and stock laws, as advocates dismissed the strange ideas associated with common rights in favor of the logic of absolute property. The land outside a farm is as 156 Stephen Hahn. Much the property of the farmer as that he may cultivate, a Georgia newspaper proclaimed, and truly in essential justice, has any right thereon without express permission. Similarly, a Virginian maintained that we are just as entitled to on our land as to the domestic animals. Or, as an Alabama planter asked rhetorically, is there any reason or right that A should furnish land for B's cattle to graze upon? 60. The logic melded easily with the dominant bourgeois currents of post-war America, suggesting the dimensions of the emerging post-war settlement. But the strange ideas held on and helped thrust the South into deeper social and political turmoil. The locus of contention over common rights, and particularly over common grazing rights, shifted from the Black Belt to the Hill Country during the late 1870s and 1880s, reflecting the advance of commercial agriculture into areas previously dominated by semi-subsistence farming. Indeed, the absorption of the Southern Hill, or Upcountry, into the cotton economy was one of the significant developments of the post-war period. Inhabitants of this region had been hard hit by wartime privation, drought, and pillaging. Destitution was widespread in 1865 and for a while thereafter. Local officials of the Freedmen's Bureau spent much of their time distributing needed rations to whites, not blacks. By the first years of the next decade, however, a new orientation seemed evident. Cotton, a county newspaper reported in 1872, formerly cultivated on a very limited extent, has increased rapidly in the last few years in production. And the trend would continue so that by century's end white labor raised most oft cotton in the South. 61 The initial thrust toward market production likely came from yeoman farmers hoping to avail themselves of relatively high cotton prices and recoup war-related losses. Railroads, which began to penetrate the upcountry during the 1870s, offered added inducement by easing access to supralocal markets. But most importantly, the transition came as a product of new social relations and credit arrangements. Like many peasantries, Veep country yeomen normally cultivated a limited cash crop along with foodstuffs. The dynamic of the household economy, itself, encouraged the pattern. Even in 1873, a Black Belt paper could note that these farmers attended to their grain, provender, and provisions and then bestowed their surplus labor on cotton. 62. What turned cotton from one item in a crop mix into a defining feature of the region's economy was a process that tied yeomen firmly to the export market, made vulnerable their productive property, and eventually reduced many of them to tenants and laborers. Expanded lines of transportation and communica. Hunting, fishing, and foraging. 157. And legislation bearing on production and exchange laid the foundation for the transformation. Supply merchants carried it through. The 1870s witnessed a considerable influx of merchandisers into upcountry towns and hamlets. Prospects of a large clientele along with the developing lien system provided the lure and enabled them to establish a foothold. The Southern lien laws, passed after emancipation, permitted suppliers to obtain mortgages on the crops of their customers to secure advances of money and provisions. After a series of twists and turns, most legislatures gave landlords superior lien rights for both rent and advances, merchants could get first lien only on the crops of proprietors. Since the majority of black belt customers were tenants and croppers, and since landlords began to move into the supply business to bolster surpluses, the opportunities of landless merchants diminished. In the upcountry, on the other hand, the majority of customers were freeholders, and the planter element was small. Growing numbers of merchants, thereby, hoped to capitalize on the legacy of wartime hardship and short food crops. As one upcountry resident recalled, when the lien law was passed, the town merchant became an important factor in farming. 63. Merchandisers decisively shifted the energies of upcountry producers to commercial agriculture. Farmers wishing to purchase goods on credit, the norm now, had to mortgage their crops as security, and storekeepers made plain their preference for cotton, it being the most likely to bring a return. High interest rates charged for credit further impelled yeomen to raise the staple, if only to keep their heads above water. 64. Soon, by virtue of legislative initiative, real and personal property could also serve as collateral, thus placing land, tools, and livestock in jeopardy of attachment and offering merchants greater control over the productive process. As cotton prices slid in the 1870s and 1880s, the auction block became the resort for the hopelessly indebted, and a new class of merchant landlords, based in the upcountry towns, began to emerge. 65. It is not surprising, then, that merchants, landlords, and other interests associated with these towns seized upon the stock law as they pushed to consolidate their command of the developing cotton economy. By 1880 the law was being discussed fiercely, and during the next decade a bitter struggle erupted over its adoption. Hill counties in South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi entered the fray. 66. While little more is known about the episode on a South-wide scale, the story in Georgia is rich and revealing and, in its main lines, probably representative. Following their counterparts in the plantation districts, advocates in the Georgia upcountry linked the stock law to the cause of agricultural improvement and the ideals of exclusivity in property, which they saw as fitting hand in glove. Open-range foraging, they submitted, was sad evidence of old foggyism, general ignorance, and backwardness of agriculture, contributing to timber scarcity, inefficiency, and the proliferation of 158. Stephen Hahn. Useless, scrubby stock. 67. It was a custom dignified by no more than peculiar circumstances and hard-headedness, a sap on economic progress and prosperity, and a violation of natural rights. Indeed, many supporters of fencing reform viewed common grazing as a privilege or favor bordering upon theft. My neighbor has as much right to pasture my enclosed land as my unenclosed, one of them put it, as his stock robs it of its vegetable matter, making it poorer every day. 6b. Compelling as these arguments appeared to be, they failed to win much popular acceptance. The Georgia Local Option Statute of 1872 provided for county elections, and when the vote came, the stock law met resounding defeats. Only the towns and militia districts boasting the highest per capita wealth and the largest farm units lent the law substantial backing, elsewhere it was rooted. 69 Opponents had no objection to the cause of agricultural progress per se. Rather, they perceived it as window dressing for class exploitation. The law would benefit the extensive landowners, one insisted, and, in tum, would be the greatest curse to the poor laboring men that ever befell them. Not prosperity but expropriation and dependency would be in store for yeomen and tenants alike, who will be relieved oft privileges our fathers established, oft care and use oft hog, the cow, and all the necessities, only as they are furnished by the large landowners and merchants. Thus, one upcountry smallholder predicted that the stock law will divide the people into classes similar to the patricians and plebeians of ancient Rome. Another concluded that it would be proof of insanity for a poor man that don't own as much as 100 acres off land to vote for the measure. Oh, the stuff of popular resistance ran deeper. Opponents not only challenged the stock law on economic grounds, they overt the principles of ownership upon which it rested, the proposition that what is mine I have a right to do as I please with. The woods were put here by our Creator for a benefit to his people, they declared, endowing custom to the range with legal, moral, and Bible sanction that could not be abrogated by private title. Point 71 arguing that stock law supporters were men who never split but few, if any rails, and that no man was properly a farmer until he does keep his fields fenced. They expressed the abiding logic of the open range: while my cow is on my neighbor's land eating grass, his is on mine. That makes it all right. Reciprocity, not exclusivity, promoted equal rights, equal liberty, and equal privileges, and sustained the community of producers. Point 7z In sum, stock law opponents began to articulate the values of cooperative commonwealth and counterpose them to the hegemony of the marketplace. Finding in such attitudes the spirit of communism fully displayed, disappointed reformers attributed their defeats to the workings of pauper democracy. Agrarianism rules, one of them cried, and nothing but a restriction on the voters' qualifications will ever protect capital from hunting, fishing, and foraging. 159. Such injustice and wrong. 73. Disfranchisement did not come to pass in this instance, but since legislation made additional contests possible, stock law proponents prepared themselves to carry the issue. Utilizing the machinery of the Democratic Party, which they had come to dominate, and particularly the vehicles of local agricultural clubs, they waged a campaign throughout the counties. Electoral fraud and coercion, so familiar to postbellum politics, also came into play. While neither side could claim innocence, most of the complaints emanated from opponents who cited cases of bribery, threats, ticket fixing, ballot box stuffing, and the tossing out of votes. 74. Yet, even these efforts failed to bring victory. Despite increasing its share of the vote somewhat, the stock law was beaten again and again in county-wide elections during the 1880s, as white yeomen and tenants, along with blacks, scotched the drive of commercial interests. In the words of one landlord, the niggers and white trash voted against the law. 75. Agitation then shifted to individual militia districts / within counties, where reformers made some headway. Not surprisingly, town and village districts, which included many of the largest farms and most highly assessed acres, often led the way, followed by wealthier rural districts. Other rural areas proved far more troublesome, and adversaries locked horns in a battle that saw voting results overturned, district boundary lines changed, lawsuits rude, and outbreaks of violence before formal resolution. 76. And although by 1890 a majority of districts in most upcountry counties had come under the law's jurisdiction, enforcement was another matter. County newspapers charged that outlaws occasionally tore newly constructed enclosures to smash, and that in a few places opponents were doing their best to evade the law, and warning that if any man takes up their stock, they will use their little guns on him. It would be another 65 years before a blanket, statewide stock law entered the books. 77. If upcountry farmers resisted the attack on common rights more successfully than did poorer whites and blacks in the plantation belt, the conflict in both regions illuminated the new relations and fissures spreading throughout the postbellum South. Quite significantly, it suggests that the struggle for control of production may be the key link between the post-emancipation experiences of diverse Southern locales, from the upper to the lower South, from the plantation to the small farming districts. 7-8 In an important sense, too, the conflict suggests how much a part of Gilded Age America the South had become. Landlords, merchants, and other commercial types remained junior and, at times, disgruntled partners, but they came to share with Northern elites a language, outlook. 160 Stephen Hahn. And set of concerns that increasingly put them on one side of a great historical divide. The Southerners, of course, handled these concerns most conspicuously, the labor question, in what seemed to be their own peculiar way, to a certain extent because race intervened at so many levels. Yet, it should also be remembered that this very period saw Northern industrialists rely on force, or the threat of force, to settle labor disputes, saw the best men call for voting restrictions and other political reforms designed to cleanse government, and saw segregation become institutionalized nationally. At the same time, petty producers in the South came to share with their Northern counterparts another language, outlook, and set of concerns. However different their backgrounds and specific circumstances, they faced similar problems and joined, at least in spirit, in defending a version of the revolutionary heritage that associated freedom with economic independence and tyranny with massive concentrations of wealth and power. One cannot read arguments opposing the stock law and not be reminded of the Greenbackers and the Knights of Labor. Thus, a dirt farmer in the Georgia upcountry could declare that we as poor men and Negroes do not need the law, but we need a democratic government and independence that will do the common people good. And the inhabitants of northwestern Alabama and northeastern Mississippi could celebrate the maintenance of open-range grazing by dubbing their locales Freedom Hills. By such sentiments and sensibilities formed the heart of an emergent popular radicalism that would be harnessed by populism. 4. Organized crime and class politics. Frank Pearce. 169. Adapted by permission from Frank Pearce, Crimes of the Powerful, Marxism, Crime and Deviance from the Protection of Small Businesses and Union Corruption. It is hardly surprising that Capone, as an example of the freest free enterprise, should be ideologically an ideal partner. Claude Coburn reports the following conversation with him. "Listen," he said, "don't get the idea I'm one of those goddamn radicals. Don't get the idea I'm knocking the American system. This American system of ours," he shouted, "call it Americanism, call it capitalism, call it whatever you like, gives to each and every one of us a great opportunity, if we only seize it with both hands and make the most of it." 7. In other cities like San Francisco, clear alliances were made, underworld element, professional politicians, and corporations, these all supported the district attorney, Flickard, who had refused to clean up the red light district, when he was opposed by a respectable reform group with union and LWW backing. Despite local corruption in Chicago and elsewhere, law enforcement agencies had found no difficulty in indicting, convicting, and often deporting socialists and anarchists. The American socialist movement of the time was recognized as a very real threat by the ruling class. By 1919 the Socialist Party reached a membership of 109,000, only a few thousand below its 1912 total, and Chicago was one of the strongholds of the movement. At that time, Chicago was one of the sites chosen to give a legal gloss to the persecution of the Wobblies, who had been harassed, misrepresented, and illegally intimidated by press, vigilante mobs and police. In the 1920s the Farmer Labor Party had extensive trade union support in the city, and in the 30s the unemployed workers' movement was to be strong there. The use of organized crime and class politics. 171. Chicago's police for political ends was infamous. The late John Williamson, a communist victim of the Smith Act, made this comment: "Chicago's factories spilled their dirt and soot over miles of flat land inhabited by their workers. The stockyards and railroads added their stench, and the polluted river cut through its center. The South Side housed the nation's second largest concentration of urban Negroes. Near the stockyards was virtually a Polish city. Here the first strike fall an 8-hour day took place, here the Haymarket martyrs met their death, here was the founding place of the Social Democratic Party, led by Eugene Ijebs, the industrial workers of the world, and the Communist Party. Nowhere was police terror so bad as in Chicago during those years. Corrupt to the core and in alliance with the gangsters, the police arrested hundreds of workers at meetings, demonstrations, and strikes and beat them into insensibility in the local police stations. 12. Although there had been the alliances between gangsters and capital, if racketeering was seen to be against capitalist interests it was soon attacked. This can be seen in the early 20s when in the case of labor racketeering the opportunity was also taken to undermine union organization. In 1921-22 the Chicago building trades were controlled by an alliance of corrupt union leaders and the suppliers of building materials. This proved expensive to the construction companies, and promoters were unwilling to go ahead with building. At the same time militant trade unionists were opposing attempts to cut their wages and impose an open shop, as had been recommended during one dispute by an arbitrator, Judge Landis, who was against corruption but was also anti-union. To meet this situation of union opposition and to make the Chicago construction industry 100% Landis, there was formed the Citizens Committee to enforce the Landis Award, the first organized and large-scale intervention in the affairs of Chicago building trades by parties outside the industry. The committee was organized under the auspices of the Association of Commerce, with the support of many architects and bankers, and its membership was made up of persons having no direct interest in the construction industry, however much interest some of them may have had in the issue of the open versus the closed shop. 3. This was a clear case of the interests of particular capitalists being subordinated to that of the class as a whole. It also provides the key to Capone's later downfall. By 1926 some business leaders, law-yeas and academics had become sufficiently concerned with the breakdown of law and order to form the Illinois Association for Criminal Justice, which commissioned the Illinois Crime Survey. In addition, the Chicago Crime Commission, founded in 1919, became ever more active and citizens groups were formed, the most famous of these being the Chicago Association of Commerce Subcommittee for the Prevention and Punishment of Crime. This was known as the Secret Six because the chairman, the president of the Chamber of 172 Frank Pierce Commerce, Colonel Randolph, refused to reveal the names of the 5 other businessmen on the committee. 14 Many businessmen had begun to feel that City Hall could no longer be relied upon to provide the rational legal form of administration that they required to run their businesses. Chicago's judges were corrupt, her administration was inefficient, civic contracts were awarded to the highest briber, the infrastructure was starting to break down. The true magnitude of the city's crisis became clear in 1930 when it was found to be $300 million in debt. Mr. Silas Strawn, a civic finance expert who headed a rescue committee formed under an emergency measure to save the city from ruin, reported, mismanagement by Mayor Big Bill Thompson and his friends, and lethargy on the part of the public, have reduced Chicago to bankruptcy. The chaotic plight of the public services is now revealed. Unless citizens put money in the till on a large scale, hospitals will shut, inmates of lunatic asylums will be left without food, heat, or light, prisons will be unable to house their tenants, and the police and fire brigade will have to be disbanded. This situation prompted a deputation of prominent Chicago citizens, led by newspaper publisher Frank Knox, to appeal to President Hoover to intervene. He was sympathetic, possibly in part because of the links between local businessmen and the Republican Party. In 1928, the Chicago civic reformer Julius Rosenwald of Sears Roebuck had contributed $50,000 to Hoover's campaign fund. In 1929 federal proceedings were started against Capone for income tax evasion, and Elliot Ness and his Department of Justice raiders started to destroy his breweries. Capone tried to reach an accommodating détente with the authorities, including big business interests, but failed 16, and 3 years later, much to his surprise, he was given a 10-year sentence. There was no doubt who really controlled Chicago. As one of Capone's contemporaries said to Alsop, Capone and the others really believed that they were running the city, but I don't believe they were. They were the executives and the technicians. The city was being run by the politicians and by City Hall, and the big bosses weren't interested if the gangsters killed each other, providing they kept delivering the money. T7. Although Prohibition had been supported initially by much of big business, its unintended consequences, and Chicago was only an extreme example, made many change their mind. The Depression was an important factor, for, as Andrew Sinclair wrote, this lawlessness, spawned by Prohibition, now threatened to spread with mass unemployment, and shake the roots of society. The same employers who had supported the 18th Amendment a decade earlier to benefit themselves and their workers now advocated repeal to protect themselves from their workers. They hoped that legal beer would relieve some of the social tensions of the time and lessen class hatred. There were other organized crime and class politics. 173 reasons for the manufacturers to change over to the side of repeal. The first was that Prohibition seemed to have lost them more than it had gained. The deficiency in government revenue from the liquor tax had been made up by a tax on the incomes of the wealthy and of corporations. The restoration of these incomes would be an incentive to business in the Depression. Moreover, the labor unions still existed outside the saloons, and were strengthened when their members attended sober labor meetings. The failure of federal law enforcement showed that private laws of the major companies against drinking by employees, which were widely used before Prohibition, was sufficient to prevent industrial accidents. Indeed, it was preferable for the workers, if drink they must, to drink good beer rather than bad hooch. Also, the increased consumer market promised by Prohibition had not materialized. Ls. The publication in 1931 of the Wickersham Report on the Enforcement of Prohibition provided extensive documentation of its impracticability and harmful effects, and in 1932, the year after Roosevelt's election to the presidency, it was repealed. I have analyzed Capone's career in Chicago because I think that it shows clearly how much is ignored by most conventional accounts. There is no doubt that Capone was a powerful man, but there is equally no doubt that when he started to interfere with the interests of corporate capital, the limitations of his power became clear. This point is still valid today in Chicago. No matter how corrupt its local politics, civic decisions always take into account the interests of the ruling class. 9. In law enforcement, this is clear too. In 1968, during the Chicago Democratic Convention, those so brutally attacked and beaten on Mayor Daley's orders were explicitly opposing the power of the corporations. Law enforcement has always been taken very seriously when its goal has been the suppression of radicals. Yet opponents of syndicated crime often write as if the state does not have sufficient power to cope with it. Kefauver recommended a strengthening of the immigration laws despite the extensive powers already available and despite their frequent use against Italian socialists. 20. Cressy categorically states, organized crime, in all its varieties, flourished in the United States because the criminal law cannot effectively be used to attack organizations. 2. Although Cressy expresses concern over legislation that might undermine traditional freedom, his failure to examine American history critically makes such statements mystifying, since America has one way or another always denied such freedoms to socialists. Having dealt here with syndicated crime, I will now turn to the analysis of labor racketeering. It must be treated in some depth because it is here that conventional accounts of organized crime fail most miserably. Ruling class sponsorship of syndicated crime. Industrial racketeering. In the 1920s, in Chicago, New York, and elsewhere, many gangsters turned to industrial racketeering as a fruitful source of income. Al Capone, Arnold. 174 Frank Pierce. Rothstein, Little Augie, Louis Buchalter, and a myriad of others had been introduced into labor relations as strike breakers. They soon offered their services as insurance against upsets of any kind, from the unions, from competition, or from bombing. 22 This usually involved businesses joining some trade association and or negotiating contracts with mobster-controlled unions. Although some of the businessmen were far from happy about these arrangements, the cost of protection was usually passed on to customers in higher prices. In Chicago, racketeering involved most consumer goods and services with a consequent rise in prices. The Employers Association of Chicago estimated the annual cost to consumers at $130 million, or about $45 per inhabitant. Towards the end of 1928, the state attorney's office compiled a list of 91 Chicago unions and associations that had fallen under racketeer rule. 23 Similarly, in New York, by the early 30s, Louis Lepke dominated a widely assorted number of industries, including bakery and pastry drivers, milliners, garment workers, leather workers, motion picture operators, and fur truckers. 24. Most of these were service or small-scale manufacturing industries. Daniel Bell has suggested an explanation for this. Industrial racketeering performs the function at a high price which other agencies cannot do, of stabilizing a chaotic market and establishing an order and structure in the industry. Industrial racketeering can exist in a specific type of economic market. It does not exist in steel, auto, chemical, rubber, etc., where a few giant firms acting in oligopolistic fashion establish an ordered price structure in the industry. It has existed in small unit size, highly competitive local product markets, such as trucking, garment, baking, cleaning and dyeing, where no single force other than the industrial racketeer was strong enough to stabilize the industry. This was especially true in the 1920s when industrial racketeering flourished. In the early 1930s, legalized price fixing by the New Deal through the NRA undercut the role of the industrial racketeer. What had hitherto been a quasi-economic but necessary function now became outright and unnecessary extortion. And in the garment area, in the restaurant field, and in similar industries infested with industrial racketeers, the employers and the union appealed to government for help. 25 Bell qualifies this assessment, admitting that the New York docks were exceptional in that racketeer control persisted there at least into the 50s. This was because they still fulfilled a useful economic function, the maintenance of an abundant supply of compliant labor available for the irregular loads coming into the harbor. His treatment of this exception will be examined below. But first I wish to deal with his more general statements within the socio-historical context of America in the 30s and 40s. Whilst he is accurate on certain details, his account overall is so partial as to be quite misleading. There is little doubt that as soon as gangsters were no longer of organized crime and class politics 175. Any use to businessmen efforts were made to eliminate them. It is also accurate to point to their regulative function in cutthroat competitive conditions. However, it is not true that the New Deal tended to eliminate labor racketeering or that gangsters were not used by the large corporations. Ex-bootlegger Roger Toohey points out that with the end of prohibition in sight, many gangsters looked longingly at the lucrative union funds because in the late 20s and early 30s the biggest and most solvent treasuries in the world were the labor unions. Some of the old-time labor skates didn't trust banks. They packed the union's cash away in safe deposit boxes or invested in U.S. government bonds. The top American Federation of Labor Unions in the Chicago area had about $10 million in their treasuries. 26. Getting control of unions provided an easy, safe way of making money. Some years later, Dan Sullivan, operating director of the Miami Crime Commission, was told how this was done by another gangster who had switched to that field of operations. First of all, when you have a check-off system, you have a foolproof system of collections. It doesn't cost you anything to operate. Secondly, if you run into one of these insurance companies or welfare outfits, you don't pay any money out and you take it all in. And thirdly, you have no inspection on the local, county, state or federal levy. So your funds are not audited. 27. Bell claims that such corruption was no longer functional to employers because Roosevelt's National Recovery Administration allowed for legal price fixing. Gangster-dominated employers' associations were no longer required to stabilize industries. However, as Toohey's comments show, industrial racketeering was still prevalent during the New Deal and, as I will show below, not only in the service industries. Why this was so can only be understood by looking at the New Deal itself. For Bell, as for other corporate liberals, what the New Deal did was to legitimate the idea of group rights, and the claim of groups, as groups, rather than individuals, for government sub-0L1. Thus unions won the right to bargain collectively and through the union shop, to enforce a group decision over individuals. The aged won pensions, the farmers gained subsidies, the veterans received benefits, the minority groups received legal protections. None of these items, in themselves, were unique. Together they added up to an extraordinary social change. Similarly, the government has always had some role in directing the economy. But the permanently enlarged role, dictated on the one hand by the necessity to maintain full employment, and on the other, by the expanded military establishments, created a vastly different set of powers in Washington than ever before in our history. 28. 176 Frank Pearce. Such a view, which sees America as being a society of different interest groups exercising countervailing power against each other, refereed by a neutral state, albeit one that tends to develop its own interests, is inaccurate. As Tony Woodowis has shown, the New Deal was a part of the process by which monopoly capitalism achieved hegemonic domination over American society. 29 There was never any doubt of Roosevelt's commitment to capitalism, but in order to save it from itself he was forced to give it some rather unpalatable medicine. 30 Roosevelt came to power 3 years after the Great Crash, promising a New Deal which would produce a true concert of interests. 31. This was to be achieved through various bodies known by their initials, such as the AAA, the CCC, the FARA, the TVA, the PWA, and the NRA. It is important to realize that, in essence, the NRA embodied the conception of many businessmen that recovery was to be sought through systematic monopolization, high prices, and low production. 32. One of the provisions of the National Recovery Act, Section 7A, stated that employees shall have the right to organize and bargain collectively through representatives of their own choosing and shall be free from the interference, restraint, or coercion of employers. 33. This concession helped win the support for Roosevelt of many trade unionists and initially encouraged many workers to form union locals. But the act did not ban individual bargaining, company unions or the open shop, and the NRA administrators supported employers in their opposition to working class militancy. After the whole NRA was declared unconstitutional in 1935, the President approved the Wagner Act, which made Clause 7 a more of a reality, in order to gain the trade unionists' support. At the same time, as Radosh has argued, certain fractions of the ruling class, particularly corporate capital, recognized that by doing so they could contain working class militancy both by limiting its political content and by making its expression predictable. 34 As mass producers they were very conscious of the need for a mass market, and with governmental approval of their monopolistic practices they would be able to pay high wages and still make a good profit. They felt it imperative that the worker desire a larger share in the mental and spiritual satisfaction in the property from his daily job much more than a larger share in the management of the enterprise which furnishes that job. 35 Overall, the New Deal's recognition of potentially antagonistic social groups served a conservative integrating purpose. 6 This is perhaps the fundamental criticism of the corporate liberal position. The idea of countervailing power in American life fails to explain the historical movement of American society both at home and abroad, because, whatever groups exist, whatever elites there are, the men at the top must heed the basic law of our society, the need to expand corporate profit. 37. Ideally, then, for employers during Roosevelt's administration company unions were best, failing that came unions which eschewed fundamental, organized crime and class politics. 177. Questions concerning the organization of the economy and particularly the organization of individual enterprises. Although the American working class compared to the British was neither as extensively unionized nor as generally politically self-conscious about the class nature of society and industrial organization, the socialist organizations, rank-and-file militancy, the Wobblies, and the various regional general strikes underlined a dangerous radical potential. One way to cope with the NRA and Wagner legislation was to allow unionization but to keep it as right-wing as possible. Whereas gangsters had long been used to stop any unionization, they were now also used to emasculate any locals that were set up. They would set up paper locals and negotiate sweetheart contracts. The relationship between the Chicago Restaurant Association and the syndicate manipulated unions since the 30s is a good example of this. It was an ideal shakedown racket. There was little bookkeeping involved, only names and dues were important, not animated members agitating for union benefits, welfare, meetings, elections, or any other kind of legitimate union practices. It was strictly a paper organization. Meanwhile, the association members were pushing syndicate beer, liquor, meats, and PLOTUS and were utilizing its myriad services, laundry, daily cleaning, garbage disposal, vending machines, jukeboxes, and buying its fixtures and appliances. The association members contributed to a voluntary fund aside from its regular membership dues for use when labor troubles arose, which happened with increasing regularity. It was a classic sweetheart arrangement, for the restaurateurs were still coming out ahead by paying below-scale wages, the lowest in most instances in the county. them was something in it for everybody but the workers 3s. Again, it was after the repeal of prohibition that mobsters Willie Bioff and Frank Nitto moved into the movie industry. In 1934 their man, George E. Brown, became president of the AFL Union, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees. Soon on the East Coast the wages of union members were slashed and stagehands were laid off 39. Then they moved to Hollywood, but the contract that they wanted this time was not too sweet. The movie companies had to pay $75,000 a year indefinitely and got little benefit from their association with the racketeers, so, following the typical pattern, Brown, Bioff, Nitto, and the other members involved soon fell foul of the law. Although I have provided some evidence to show that labor racketeering was alive and well during the 30s, the examples I have given are still primarily in the marginal areas of employment, in service rather than in the central manufacturing industries. But this gives a misleading impression of its importance, because even when racketeers operate in such fields as car delivery, this may be because they have rendered services to the major manufacturers. I have already mentioned that racket-dominated unions do not, as a rule, negotiate tough wage contracts. In the heavy industries they 178 franc pairs have had the additional function of stopping the growth of a strong, militant, socialist trade union movement. The concessions made to labor in the 1930s made only too possible the democratic election of socialists to union positions and the spread of socialist ideas amongst the working class, particularly those in such large-scale enterprises. United Steel battled against unionization as such. 41 other employers reluctantly accepted the unions and then attempted to control their policies by having either AFL unions and/or corrupt unions. The best documented case of this is in the center of America's manufacturing industry, Detroit. Detroit, opposition and co-option. The Kefauver Commission found that syndicate men Anthony Diana and Joe Adonis had been given monopolistic franchises in Detroit and New Jersey for the haul-away business at Ford. This was part payment for service rendered to Harry Bennett, who had been labor boss at Ford's Detroit plant. When Michael D. Whitty followed through the story, partially revealed in Kefauver's book, he uncovered a plot which demonstrated the utter ruthlessness of corporate capitalism. Gangsters were to be used to gain control of the unions in all auto work in Detroit. The struggles to organize the auto workers in America were some of the most heroic in American union history. The large corporations involved used every weapon in the employer's vast armory to stop unionization. Company spies were used. In 1934 General Motors alone spent $839,000 on detective work, and Chrysler gave $211,000 to the Corporation Auxiliaries Co., which provided spies and stool pigeons. 42 General Motors was also a member of the National Metal Trades Association, which, besides supplying labor and scabs, helped set up company unions and worked with the Justice Department and Naval and Army intelligence. Workers sympathetic to unionism were either laid off or terrorized. Gangsters were used, particularly by Ford. General Motors used the forces of notorious Black Legion, a DuPont-financed terror group that beat, tarred and feathered and murdered active trade unionists. General Motors foremen were actually seen donning black robes inside the plant in preparation for a Black Legion raid. 43. Although the AFL had made half-hearted attempts to organize the auto workers, it was not until 1936 with the UAW-CIO that any headway was made. Once the union started to recruit members, it became unstoppable, and use was made of the sit-down strategy which was sweeping America at the time. At the end of December, the Great Flint sit-down strike began. As a result, in February 1937 General Motors recognized the UAW as the sole bargaining agent and agreed to no reprisals. General Motors was organized. 44. This did not necessarily mean that other auto companies would also capitulate. Ford held out until 1940, using its own private army to oppose unionization. This was the 3,000 men in Harry Bennett's service depart. Orgiamized crime and class politics. 179. Meant. He employed ex-pugs, policemen who had been fired from their jobs, gangsters and MFLO released from prisons, men like Legs Lehman, who had a record as a gun runner, kidnapper and squealer and who, after 6 years in prison, was paroled in the care of the Ford Motor Co. Another was Chester LaMare, a powerful Detroit gang leader who in 1929 was granted the fruit and vegetable concession worth $100,000 a year, at River Rouge. Still another was Sam Cava, who was jailed for shooting his mother in Ia. 45 from 1937 to 1940, when attempts were made to organize the company, the service department beat up many union organizers including Walter Reuther. However, in 1940 after union and NLRB pressure, the Ford Motor Co. gave in. Harry Bennett agreed to a union shop, dues checkoff, grievance machinery, seniority, time and a half for overtime, premium pay for night workers, and 2 hours pay for employees called in but not given work. There has been much speculation about why Ford capitulated. Was it, as some observers felt, a move dictated by the simple business considerations that it might be cheaper to work with the union than to fight it? Was it a maneuver to gain time for a later fight? Or was it, as Emile Mazie believes, based on the hope that the company might be able to take over the Ford local from the inside? 47 The evidence points to Mazie's interpretation. As early as 1938 Homer Martin, the right-wing president of the UAW, had been bargaining secretly with Harry Bennett, perhaps in an attempt by Ford to convince Martin, in exchange for union reorganization, to lead the auto union back into the more conservative American Federation of Labor 48. Actually, Martin did not have the influence to do so and was expelled from the union. In 1940 another attempt was made to use his services when, describing himself as an AFL organizer, he urged 3,000 black workers to break the strike. But it is the activities of Santo Peroni, a gangster who served 6 years for violating prohibition laws in the Detroit area, which gives most support to Mazie's views. In 1934 J. A. Fry, president of the Detroit, Michigan Stove Co., employed Peroni to recruit strike breakers and stop the unionization of the plant. Mazie had succeeded in organizing the factory while Peroni was imprisoned for illegally manufacturing whiskey. On Peroni's return the union organization disappeared. Peroni was important in other companies in Detroit, notably in Briggs Manufacturing. In the 1940s Briggs, Peroni, and Melvin Bishop seemed to have made a deal which involved the intimidation of radical unionists, such as Mazie and his Socialist Workers' Party followers. In March 1945 4 members of Mazie's group were severely beaten, and soon after Peroni's son-in-law, Carl Ronda, received a scrap-hauling contract from Briggs, identical to that Peroni had been granted by Michigan Stove in 1934. Despite pressure from the unions, nothing was done by the Detroit police. Mazie commented, "We believe that law enforcement agencies were not really interested in solving some of the crimes committed against our union because they were paid off by the organized rackets." 49. Violence continued, including the 180 Frank Pierce shooting and wounding of Walter Reuther. The UAW hired Ralph Winstead and Herbert Blankenhorn, former NLRB special investigators. Years later in 1957, just a few days before Winstead was due to use his massed information on the underworld at the UAW trial, his body was found in Lake St. Clair. The cause of his death was never satisfactorily explained. Ironically, the plot at Ford failed and the Ford Local 600 was controlled by the Communist Party. 50 Although America was not officially involved in the Second World War until Pearl Harbor in December 1941, Roosevelt had already long been calling his country the arsenal of democracy. Many of the trade union leaders whose membership had been increasing through the Wagner Act were suggesting, particularly early in 1941, a no-strike pact. Although initially opposed to these ideas, with Germany's invasion of Russia in June of that year, leading Communist Party trade unionists became as dedicated as many more right-wing trade unionists to containing working-class militancy. This was their policy at the August 1941 conference of UAW. At that time Walter Reuther, already a major figure in the union, although an opponent of communist and the other major left-wing tendencies in the Union, was a strong supporter of the no-strike pledge. However, many rank-and-filers opposed that plan, but in 1943 Reuther found a way to win back support. The Communists announced their support for piecework, a means of incentive pay. Reuther, sensing that the rank-and-file was against PSOOLK, which would tend to speed up the work rate, announced that he opposed the plan, and at the Union Convention at Buffalo in 1943, his proposal against piecework was passed. 51 As a result, Reuther emerged from the war years with his reputation as a militant intact. 52. The massive confrontation with General Motors in 1945 resulting from Reuther's demand for a 30% wage increase without a price increase seemed to confirm this. Moreover, the period from 1945 to 1946 saw American labor's greatest upsurge. There were 41,750 strikes in 1945 involving 3,470,000 workers, and 4,985 in 1946 involving 4,660,000 workers. The disputes involved among others the United Auto Workers, the United Mine Workers, the International Longshoremen's Association, as well as lumber workers, glass workers, textile workers, oil workers, steel workers, and the railway brotherhoods. 53 There were general strikes in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Stamford, Connecticut, Rochester, New York, and Oakland, California. 54 At the same time there was discussion about the need for a party like the British Labour Party, which had just come to power. This was still thought by many American politicians and businessmen to be dangerously radical. In the 1948 presidential election, ex-New Deal administrator Henry Wallace, supported by the Communist Party, only just missed UAW ratification, thereby losing the necessary working-class base. He still polled over 1 million votes. Organized crime and class politics. 181. There was a real cause for concern over the political loyalties of the organized working class, particularly since Russia had been America's ally during the war. However, the combined assault on anti-radical activities by the government, by the major political parties and by the right-wing trade unionists in the context of the developing Cold War policies of the Truman administration succeeded in negating any such potential. Although Truman had in 1945 been forced to abandon his plan to introduce conscription against the Red Threat, in 1947 he signed the anti-union and anti-radical Taft-Hartley Act. In 1948 the 1940 Smith Act was used against leading communists, and in 1950 the McCarran Anti-Subversive Activities Act was passed. Reuther's anti-communist attacks in the UA and in the CIO were becoming ever more clearly linked with these Cold War policies. At the same time, major companies, particularly General Motors, were beginning to recognize him as a reasonably acceptable trade union leader. Charles P. Wilson, chairman of General Motors, joined him on a Detroit Citizens Committee so as to get to know him, and they developed a liking for each other as the years passed. Two pro-business unionism journalists said of one of his contracts with General Motors. The 1950 contract embellished Reuther's already considerable reputation within the labor movement and in the nation at large, as an imaginative union leader who could win major gains without strikes. Fortune summed up the VAW achievement. In the year beginning June 1950, his auto workers got about 24 cents added to their basic hourly rates. There was not a single strike of consequence in the industry. Most labor leaders are accustomed to puffing and heaving, and sometimes striking, for the pennies per hour they get for their men, but Walter Reuther makes it look easy. 55. As Sarin points out in his study The Company and the Union, Reuther justified such faith, and the union's willingness to discipline wildcat strikers and to engage in redualist conflict allowed for the removal of one of the manufacturer's greatest problems, unpredictable interference in the production process by the workers. He also continued his support for Cold War policies, being at the founding conference for the CIA Front, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and later in 1966, by channeling $50,000 from the CIA to the weak European labor unions which were especially vulnerable to communism. 56. The changed political climate and the neutralization of the radical potential in the Union through men like Reuther made gangsters unnecessary. This, rather than a freak of coincidence, explains why the plan to extend gangster control from Briggs to Ford to Chrysler and then to industries in other states was not implemented. Indeed, since gangsters may attempt to muscle their employers, they are a poor substitute for compliant right-wing trade unionists. Their services no longer required, the underworld servants were disposed of. A Ford salvage official, tipped off by Herbert that the Peroni invasion was forthcoming and having learned that the Bennett regime was at the edge of collapse, took it upon himself to run Ronda and Peroni out of River Rouge. 182 franc pairs. This stopped the Chrysler arrangement and would indicate that Bennett was pivotal in the plan's broader scope. 57. The New York docks. I have spent some time on the operations of syndicated crime in the Detroit area to show that Bell was wrong in saying that labor rackets were limited to marginal industries. However, he himself admits one important exception: the racket-ridden longshoremen. He argues that racketeers were important in the New York docks because they performed certain important functions. In New York Harbor, the narrow piers and gridiron street layout made congestion a continuous problem. The long waiting time for loading and unloading freight increased the costs to both the steamship companies and the truckers. From the point of view of the shipping companies, the ideal situation was one where casual labor was in abundant supply, so allowing for speedy unloading and low wages. Such labor conditions were best guaranteed by a union that was racket-dominated, such as the International Longshoremen's Association. Besides the usual sweetheart contract, the racketeers benefited in other ways. Control of a union local means control of a pier, and control of the host of rackets that are spawned on the docks. A victorious clique has a number of concessions it can parcel out. These include bookmaking, loan sharking, kickbacks for jobs, etc. But the biggest prize of all was the loading racket. 58. Because of the long waits involved, drivers did not bring their own loaders but hired them at the pier. These could only be hired through the loading bosses, who were union members and indeed dominated the LLA. They charged high prices for the privilege of using the labor that they controlled. With the institutionalization of these bosses in a strong-arm organization known as Varick Enterprises Incorporated, all truckers had to pay a tax per ton whether they used loaders or not, and if they were very short on time they could pay a hurry-up fee and go to the head of the line. However, the rates were unpredictable, causing resentment among the truckers, who found it difficult to work out their costs accurately when charging customers. Consequently, the truckers, led by Joseph Adelizzi, managing director of the Motor Carriers Association, brought pressure to bear and more standardist rates were worked out. The truckers were reasonably happy, the steamship companies were happy. There was also a close political tie-up between the LLA and Tammany Hall. Joseph P. Ryan, who in 1943 had been made president for life of the LLA, had political connections with businessman William J. McCormick, who was one of the silent powers in Democratic politics, 59, and Mr. Big on the waterfront. The LLA supported the Democrats and were in turn protected by them. These détentes nevertheless fail to explain the persistence of racketeer domination in New York. Instead, Bell focuses on ecological factors. Organized crime and class politics. 183. The real significance of the racket, for sociological investigation, is that loading is to be found only in the New York waterfront. There has never been a loading racket in San Francisco, in New Orleans, in Baltimore, or Philadelphia, the other major maritime ports in the list. There are many indigenous or historical factors to account for this lack, but the key fact is that the spatial arrangements of these ports is such that loading never had a functional significance. In all these ports, other than New York, there are direct railroad connections to the piers, so that transfer of cargoes is easily and quickly accomplished, nor is there in these polis the congested and choking narrow streets which in New York force the trucks to wait. 60. How can one break this vicious cycle? One answer is the regularization of work. But is not enough. The matrix of the problem is the dilapidated physical condition of the port, and the fulcrum is still time. 61 Bell is right to argue that a crucial difference between New York and the other docks is the congestion produced by the narrow piers and gridiron streets. He is wrong, however, in arguing that racketeering was a necessary consequence of this. A strong socialist union would have soon eliminated the racketeers, and in America as a whole such socialist influence was a real possibility up until the late 1940s. In the case of the longshoremen there are additional reasons for arguing this. There was the precedent of the clean radical West Coast Union, the International Longshoremen's and Warehousemen's Union. This had been formed in 1937 under the leadership of Harry Bridges when the Pacific Seaboard longshoremen rejected the ILO AFL and went into the CIO. 62 There was also the strong radical tradition in New York itself. One reason why events turned out as they did in New York was that dissidents were dealt with, by refusing them employment, a powerful weapon given the large numbers of casual workers, and by violence. Bell admits that when in the 30s the communists sought to gain a foothold among the Italian workers, 63 such rebellions were dealt with summarily. In 1939 Peter Panto, an insurgent leader of the longshoremen on the Brooklyn docks, 64 was murdered by Albert Anastasia. Although a former killer for the mob, Ali Tannenbaum, testified that Anastasia had personally supervised the killing, District Attorney William O'Dwyer unaccountably failed to press the indictments 65. In fact, he had intimated to Marcy Potter, a member of the Brooklyn Queens Labor and Citizens Committee and of the American Labor Party, that he might do so if he received the support of the American Labor Party at the forthcoming elections. 66 Such support being refused, he would gain nothing and possibly antagonize the syndicate if he were to prosecute. The canvassing of the Alp is yet another indication that socialist ideas were important in the Dockland area. Despite intimidation, the influence of left-wingers increased. In 1945, the rank and file rejected one of J.P. Ryan's sweetheart agreements. The opposition was led by Local 791, pressurized by a rank and file committee in Brooklyn headed by a man named William E. Warren, but guided actually by the Communists 67. The men won their demands and returned to work. 184 franc pairs. Ryan then expelled WAI-10 from the union for allegedly not paying his dues. Later, when he still reported for work, he fell and hurt himself. After exposure to such terrorising tactics and needing to earn a living, Warren not surprisingly repudiated his communist associates. During this period too there was a powerful New York socialist movement. This was made clear in evidence presented in the report of the Investigation of Communism in New York City Distributive Trades, June-August 1948. One witness, a department store executive, complained about massive demonstrations by the many left-wing unions. This certainly caused concern, for most of these unions were later investigated. In fact, in 1950-51 over 1 million trade unionists in 12 unions, 1/5 of its membership, were expelled from the CIO. These unions included Bridges ILWU, the International Fur and Leather Workers Union, the United Electrical, Radio and Machine Workers and the American Communications Association. 68 In 1953, because of growing internal dissension, the ETA called a genuine strike. Faced by normal union demands, the steamship companies lost any advantages from their détente with the ILA. Ed Reed wrote at the time, "Longshoremen working in a regularized port can earn more money over the year. In San Francisco the majority of longshoremen earn more than $3,500 a year. In New York the majority earn less than $2,500 a year." 69. Bad publicity about the waterfront also made some attempt at a cleanup necessary. As a result, the AFL expelled the ILA in 1953, chartered a new union, and the men were asked to vote for which they wanted to represent them. The IIA won by a narrow majority. Bell lists many reasons for this, including a distrust of the AFL union as a real alternative. Again, he mentions, but underplays, the most important. Years of racket control had eliminated the independent leadership among the men. 70. The political climate in America after 7 years of McCarthyism and the Cold War made the development of radical unionism unlikely then. I have shown that a radical potential existed. It will strengthen the argument if I demonstrate the awareness that existed of the relationship between why and how it was preempted. The clue to this is given in Ed Reed's work. He points out the effects of decasualization of labor in Britain's dockland in 1946. Water and tea crime has been reduced, but frequent strikes have harassed shipping in British ports. Since 1946, 34 dock strikes have closed ports in England and Scotland for periods up to 42 days. Most were not authorised by the Union. The British scheme for dock reform, therefore, seems hardly a solution for labour leaders in this country. 71. Given the narrow pairs, etc., tremendous economic and political power would be in the hands of workers who worked there. At city level this was recognized in 1950 by Governor Thomas E. Dewey, originally elected in 1942 on a racket-busting ticket, who sent this letter to J.P. Ryan, president of the LIA. Orlanist Crime and Class Politics 185. Dear Joe, I would surely be delighted to come to the annual affair of the Joseph R. Ryan Association on Saturday, May 20th, if possible. As it happens, Mrs. Dewey and I have accepted an invitation to the marriage of Lowell Thomas's only son that weekend and we just can't possibly make it. It is mighty nice of you to ask me and I wish you would give my regards to all the fine people at the dinner. On behalf of the people of the entire state, one congratulate you and one thank you for what you have done to keep the communists from getting control of the New York waterfront. Be assured that the entire machinery of the government of New York State is behind you and your organization in this determination. With WAIM regards, sincerely yours. Thomas E. Dewey. 2. There is also evidence of federal acceptance of the racketeers. In 1941 rank-and-file members had begun a legal suit challenging the validity of wage agreements, alleging that true overtime had not been paid. Their claim was upheld by the Wage and Hour Administrator, by 7 different courts and finally, in 1948, by the U.S. Supreme Court, which held that the longshore contracts violated the Wage and Hour Law 73. The UA and the steamship companies colluded to avoid the implications of this judgment, which included opening the books to public inspection, thus showing that frauds had been perpetrated against the federal government during the war. When there was industrial action by the rank and file in August 1948, Truman slapped down an 80-day Taft-Hartley injunction. In March 1949 a congressional bill reversed the Supreme Court decision. There was here a high degree of tacit government support for the working arrangements between the corrupt union and the dockland bosses. Bell's inability to recognize this, despite the pointers to such a possibility to be found in his own essay, is symptomatic of his general position. He has such a strong antipathy to extreme left-wing ideas that it produces a state of conceptual blindness. For Bell, like most bourgeois social scientists, men cannot rationally be revolutionary socialists and therefore to become so would not provide a meaningful solution to any of their problems. Racketeering in an international context. Earlier I pointed out that a Marxist analysis of crime entailed an international dimension. Events within any society are affected to a greater or lesser extent by their political, social, and cultural relationship with other countries. In any examination of the international context, care must be taken to deal with what is actually being done, by governments and by international corporations and agencies such as the International Monetary 186 franc pairs Fund, as well as what is presented by various governments as the rationale for their action. Thus in both Britain and America, opposition to Communist Russia has inspired much of their foreign policy from 1917 until the present day. Direct British intervention in Russia was only stopped by the threat of working-class political action, and President Wilson sent American troops into Siberia to aid anti-Bolshevik forces from 1918 to 19,207. During the 1920s and 1930s the anti-Russian policies continued, although America was less fierce in this opposition than Britain. During the Second World War America concentrated against Japan, leaving Russia to bear the brunt of the war against Germany. From early 1941 until the Normandy landings of June 1944, the entire strength of the British Empire and Commonwealth engaged between 2 and 8 divisions of the principal Axis power, Germany. During all but the first 6 months of the same period, the Soviet Union withstood, contained, and eventually repulsed, an average of about 180 German divisions. 5. It seems likely that the decision taken by Churchill and supported by Roosevelt not to open a second front until 1944 was politically motivated. Kalko has shown that particularly from 1943 onwards the alliances on which the war was conducted were extremely complex. Britain, America, and Russia were all fighting Germany. In addition, Britain and America wished to see Russia rendered ineffective as a world power and to limit the spread of the revolutionary anti-capitalist movements springing up all over Europe. At the same time, America and Britain were competing for world mastery of capitalism. 77. This hot and Cold War context makes more comprehensible the federal collusion in the maintenance of racketeer control of the waterfront already mentioned. In 1942, accurate information on sailing dates and cargoes of ships leaving New York was reaching the cordon of German submarines which then virtually controlled the eastern seaboard and sank our and British shipping almost at will. At a meeting of the harassed Naval Intelligence Staff, at 90 Church Street one day someone advanced the idea of enlisting the tightly organized New York-New Jersey dock underworld in the struggle. The Annapolis professional police officers saw the possibilities at once. No force could patrol the vulnerable piers and ships as effectively as the tough, alert longshoremen, truckers and watchmen who knew every inch of them. The waterfront prostitutes and their pimps could be a counterintelligence corps, if properly organized on the first order. There was only one man who had sufficient authority to solve the problem, and that was Lucky Luciano. Every few weeks a small group of naval officers in civilian clothes headed by his old friend and law Moses Polakov, would go to visit him. The details are conjecture and always will be. In any case, the arrangement seems to have been effective. There was surprisingly little sabotage or any other trouble on the docks of the 3rd Naval District during the remainder of the war. 8. Organized crime and class politics 187. In 1945 Luciano went before the parole boe lead and because of his contribution to the war effort was granted parole and exiled for life. Because of difficulties of corroboration and because of official secrecy, this story is contentious on balance, though, the evidence seems strong. It is clear that rather than have a clean union that might have communist sympathies, a possible solution to both problems, since Russia was then at war with Germany, federal authorities preferred to legitimate racketeer control of the docks. They were fighting the Cold War during the Second World War, this time at home. The connection with organized crime did not end there, since Sicilian Americans and local mafiosi were used by the Allies in their 1943 invasion of Italy. When the Allied armies landed, the basic premise of American occupational planning prior to the conquest of Italy was to maintain existing governmental structures, laws, and even official personnel so long as they did not conflict with military needs or ultimate political objectives. 79. Their appointment of well-known mafiosi as mayors all over Sicily BO is also compatible with ultimate political objectives, their anti-socialist role in Italian politics being well known. B1 Since then the mafiosi have justified such confidence by their dedicated opposition to socialism in any of its forms. B2 There is also evidence of Italian-American activity. Vito Genovese, the New York mobster who had earlier escaped to Italy when under indictment for murder, worked as an unofficial advisor to the American military government. A special agent for military intelligence arrested him when he was found to be a strong supporter of fascism and a black marketeer. No help was received from the military authorities or the FBI and, indeed, when Genovese was brought back to America he was never tried for murder because of lack of witnesses. 83. American Cold War interests had helped create the organization which was to be primarily responsible for smuggling heroin into that country for the next 20 years. Cold War policies had a similar effect in France. In the late 40s there was worldwide opposition to America's Marshall Plan, which was seen by many as part of the attempt to divide Europe and also to give direct aid in the fight against communism. Thus more than half the military and economic assistance to the French under the Marshall Plan and NATO was not to protect metropolitan France against the mythical Soviet threat, but to restore her colonial control in Algeria and Vietnam. 84. France at this time was riven by conflict between the working class, who supported the communists and other left-wingers, and right-wingers like de Gaulle and his anti-communist party. In 1947 there was a massive general strike, eventually called off in December. The major confrontation in the struggle took place in Marseille, and at that time, victory in Marseille was essential to U.S. foreign policy for a number of reasons. As one of the most important international ports in France, Marseille was a vital beachhead for Marshall Plan exports to Europe. Continued communist control of its docks would threaten the efficiency of the Marshall Plan and any future aid programs. As the second largest city in France, continued com. 188 franc pairs. Munist domination of the Marseille electorate would increase the chance that the Communist Party might win enough votes to form a national government. The CIA sent agents and a psychological warfare team to Marseille, where they dealt directly with Corsican syndicate leaders through the Guarini brothers. The CIA's operatives supplied arms and money to Corsican gangs for assault on communist picket lines and harassment of the important union officials. During the month-long strike, the CIA's gangsters and the purged CRS police units murdered a number of striking workers and mauled the picket lines. 8. In 1950, when Marseille dockers refused to move arms shipments for France's war in Indochina, the CIA moved again. This time, as well as the Guarinus, another Corsican gangster, Pierre Ferri Pisani, was paid to recruit an elite criminal terror squad to work in the docks. He received $15,000 from Irving Brown, then head of the AFL mission in Europe, money which he, in turn, received from Thomas Braden of the CIA. The successful attack on communist control of the waterfront made Marseille wide open for the Corsican smugglers. Their most profitable commodity was heroin, refined in Marseille and then clandestinely exported to the United States. The CIA had helped build the French connection. Yet another country sympathetic to gangsters, in part because of American foreign policy, was Cuba. From the time of America's intervention in the war between the nationalist movement in Cuba and her colonial master, Spain, the United States government abrogated to itself the right to veto Cuban governments. With massive U.S. investments in the country, this meant that no left-wing government would be tolerated. From the first days of independence, the governments were invariably corrupt, plundering the treasury and organizing rigged lotteries. From 1933 until 1959 the dominant political figure was Batista. This was equally true whether he was bearing the title of president or in the background. He willingly adopted Meyer Lansky, America's most important gambling magnate, to set up operations in the 1930s, and it was not long before Lansky owned most of Havana's casinos. His Miami connections stood him in good stead, for the Cubans had much of their capital invested in Miami, and Luciano was able to complete one of his routes for the shipping of heroin. 86 In the 40s and 50s Lansky's interests in Cuba seem to have been seen to by the Santo Traficantes, father and son. As his father's financial representative, and ultimately Meyer Lansky's, Santo Jr. controlled much of Havana's tourist industry and became quite close to the pre-Castro dictator, Fulgencio Batista. 87. In 1957 10 new lush gambling casinos were opened under the auspices of the Batista government, which had waived certain taxes, lent money, permitted professional gamblers to enter Cuba for 2 years as technicians, and presumably was taking a cut in the profits. 88. This paradise was disturbed by the successful Cuban Revolution of 1959. Rumors regarding the abolition of gambling circulated throughout the island during the first days of the new government. Substance was given to these reports as notorious U.S. racketeers, those who had not yet escaped. Organized crime and class politics. 189. Were rounded up by rebel troops for questioning. 89. Although there was a small respite, gambling and the gamblers were banned from Cuba. However, they retained their connections with the prominent right-wing Cubans exiled in Cuba, as did pro-Batista politicians like Richard Nixon. The final example of American government sponsorship of gangsters again involves heroin, but in this case the intermingling of political corruption and Cold War policies is far more naked. Southeast Asia, the major theater of American military operations in the 60s and early 70s, has become the major supplier of heroin to the American market. It has done so because of America's military policies and, at least in part, because of CIA involvement with the transportation of opium in their own airline Air America. 90 In doing so they have followed the spirit of the British and French colonial adventurers. The former fought the Opium War of 1839–42 for the right to peddle the drug which had been decreed illegal in their main market, China. The French financed their administration in Indochina through opium sales and later helped finance their war against the liberation forces, as well as gaining political support from their allocation of the opium franchise. After the French pulled out, there was a lull in the traffic until, in 1958, the American-supported Diem administration was faced with large-scale insurgency and so revived the opium trade with Laos to finance counterinsurgency operations. Faced with similar problems in 1965, Premier KY's advisor, General Lone, used the same methods. Saigon in South Vietnam and Bangkok in Thailand are the major distribution centers for the opium grown in Southeast Asia's Golden Triangle. This stretches across 150,000 square miles of northeast Burma, northern Thailand, and northern Laos. All of the countries involved have been subjects of the anti-communist policies of the major Western powers, and ironically Saigon became the major exporter to the American and European markets. 91 The CIA involvement in the propagation of a commodity that another governmental bureau was committed to fighting requires some explanation. It is possible that there has long been a combination of ignorance and a simple conflict of interest. Narcotics agents tended to concentrate on Europe, but, when they did look to Laos, because of GI addiction, investigations were blocked by the Laotian government, the State Department and the CIA. 92 It may be good for American foreign policy to allow the traffic in heroin, but it is bad for the homeland if many of its middle-class youth are strung out. However, there may be more to LTHE problem, as one black minister commented. Heroin and other drugs are seen by some blacks in the ghetto as the white man's way of exercising social control over ghetto dwellers. Evil why time there has been a major disturbance in a disadvantaged community, heroin has become readily available. Black leaders believe and rigidly accept the idea that the enemy places heroin in the community to prevent them rising above their situation. 93. 190 Frank Pierce. I think that this tour of American foreign policy from the Second World War and over much of the globe must forestall the premature dismissal of such a view. It is a frightening possibility. 5 Urban crime and capitalist accumulation, 1950–1971. Don Wallace and Drew Humphreys. Introduction. Since the Second World War, urban crime rates have increased steadily in most Western democracies, and especially in the United States, but not in the socialist nations. This contrast suggests that aspects of capitalism may have causally significant effects on the crime rate. Marxists see high urban crime rates, in the United States in particular, as one consequence of capitalist crisis, the result of recurrently high rates of unemployment and underemployment. This tradition, which views crime as systemically tied to economic crises in the form of depressions or recessions, overlooks the possibility that economic expansion may also generate high rates of crime. By considering crime in relation to economic expansion and contraction, we confront accumulation, the organizing process of capitalism. Accumulation is a complex economic process that harnesses production and social life to the extraction of surplus value. An accumulation cycle begins when workers produce greater quantities of value than they receive in the form of wages. The difference is called surplus value, and becomes profit when capitalists exchange commodities produced by workers for money in the marketplace. A cycle ends when a capitalist reinvests a portion of the profits for further extraction of surplus value. Whenever there is more capital at the end of the cycle than at the beginning, capital has been accumulated. Innumerable accumulation cycles contribute daily to the regional and metropolitan investment trends that in turn shape patterns of urban crime. Urban crime and capitalist accumulate EDN 195. We will show below that since 1950, in the United States, variation in the rates of urban crime can be traced to shifts in patterns of business investment. What typically happens is as follows. In areas from which capital is withdrawn, the emigration of highly paid workers and the marginalization of the remainder, accompanied by the absorption of low-paid workers, mostly women and youths, intensify central city distress and exacerbate intergroup conflict over the distribution of shrinking resources. Metropolitan settings in which this happens are characterized by comparatively high rates of interpersonal conflict, registered by the police as violent crime. On the other hand, in areas benefiting from investment, the absorption of new workers generally depresses the crime rate, while comparatively more even patterns of urban-suburban development magnify contradictions implicit in individual accumulation. We predict that, in this pattern of urban development, wants rather than needs are individualized, people see their own and others' products as alien objects which they must nevertheless acquire for survival. Excessively high rates of property-threatening acts, recorded as property crimes, result. Historical background. Our approach to crime and accumulation is grounded in two historical processes: the incorporation of the periphery into the core region of the domestic economy after the Second World War, and the transition, reaching back to the turn of the century, from industrial to corporate capitalism. The core periphery distinction is commonly employed to distinguish between industrially developed nations such as the United States, England, and Japan, and underdeveloped nations in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. On a world scale, the growth of capitalism occurred historically through the establishment of economic and political relationships linking peripheral and core regions. Our usage departs from this international context and refers instead to regional differences in industrial development within the United States. Core cities tend to be located in the northeastern and north-central states, peripheral cities in the south and west. Historically, wage scales have been higher in the unionized northeastern and north-central industrial regions than in the southern and western peripheral regions, where unions have been weaker. Because of this difference in wage costs, returns on investment have been higher in the periphery than in the core. In response to the lure of higher profits, industrial capital has gradually been withdrawn from the Northeast and reinvested in the periphery. This process has transformed the South and West from exporters of surplus products to centers of corporate and industrial accumulation. In the course of this transition, patterns of urban land use shifted as corporations attempted to maximize profits and to structure and control the urban workforce. Under early industrial capitalism, cities were organized around downtown factory districts and adjacent working-class neighborhoods, a pattern of work and residence that enhanced labor solidarity and facilitated unionizing efforts. To reduce labor strife and to establish greater control over the production process, turn-of-the-century industrialists relocated manufacturing plants in outlying suburban areas. In cities that reached maturity during the industrial phase of capitalism, the decentralization of industry gradually emptied factory districts and contributed to the deterioration of housing stock. Corporate accumulation brought administrative headquarters downtown. These trends persisted in the core cities from which capital withdrew in the post-war period, intensifying pre-existing conditions of poverty and increasing the marginalization of sectors of the labor force. In short, mature cities in the industrial core became obsolete as sites of capitalist production. Under these conditions, class struggle shifted to a defense of established gains. Where class, racial, ethnic, or sexual divisions within the working class became acute, class struggle took on individualistic and destructive forms, which increasingly came to include personal conflict and acts of economic desperation. By contrast, cities in peripheral regions that matured during corporate accumulation attracted industrial investment and developed along rational technical lines. That is, by applying principles of decentralization and separation of function, residences and factories were scattered throughout the city, reducing the potential for labor agitation. In these cities, class struggle aimed at unionizing newly absorbed workers. At the same time, economic development, by heightening the importance of acquisition, generated atypically high rates of property crime. This paper summarizes a study undertaken to determine the relationship between urban crime rates and the process of accumulation, as measured by variables defined below. A more complete report of our research will appear elsewhere. Because we are interested in crime in advanced capitalism, we have restricted the study to the post-World War II period, 1950 to 1971, in the United States. Concepts and measures. To determine the effects of accumulation on the distribution of crime, we rely on 5 economic, social, and law enforcement indicators and the official crime rates in 23 cities in modeling the causal relationships. Our measures of crime and other variables are aggregated at the city level. 4. Crime and its measurement. Our estimates of crime rates in 1950 and 1971 are based on the number of crimes known to the police, as compiled by the Uniform Crime Reporting Program of the FBI. In particular, we will be concerned with the rates of homicide, robbery, and aggravated assault and burglary, grand larceny, and auto theft per 100,000 population. 5 Although the validity of these official statistics has been widely questioned, researchers have concluded that the more serious offenses tend to be known to the police. Our analysis will be predicated on the assumption that the official numbers are not so badly distorted by underreporting as to invalidate a causal analysis. Manufacturing labor force size. We take changes in the size of the manufacturing labor force to indicate regional accumulation, reasoning that an increase or decrease in urban jobs approximates the migration of capital from one site of profitable investment to another. Since the 1950s, approximately 33% of the national labor force has been engaged in industrial production. But the older core cities have lost manufacturing jobs while the newer peripheral cities have gained them. This measure, then, captures the migration of capital from the core to the periphery as well as the marginalization and absorption processes affecting the labor force. All 3 processes have important consequences for the urban community, the neighborhood, and crime. The availability of industrial employment determines urban residential and community stability. It reinforces a community environment which mitigates against those offenses which become part of the official crime record. Thus we expect cities that are gaining manufacturing jobs to have lower crime rates and cities that are losing manufacturing jobs to have higher crime rates. 6. The Central City Hardship Index. We compare the economic level of the central city to that of its surrounding suburbs to examine the effects of accumulation within the metropolitan area. We use the Index of Central City Hardship developed by the Brook 198 Wallace and Humphreys Ings Institution. The index measures the severity of social and economic disadvantage within the boundaries of the central city relative to its suburbs. Its components include unemployment, age structure and dependency, educational level, income level adjusted regionally, crowded housing, and poverty. Newark's score of 422 on the index denotes a central area more than 4 times as disadvantaged as its suburbs. San Diego's score, 77, shows that its central city is relatively advantaged. We expect disadvantaged cities to generate high rates of personally violent crime because shrinking resources exacerbate class contradictions and personal conflicts over resources. The relocation of industry to the suburbs and development of outlying industrial parks depletes the central city, making it little more than a domestic colony. Racial, ethnic, and class distinctions between central city and suburban residents are underscored by the role of the central city as a repository for low-wage workers and welfare dependents contained by the police and provisioned by welfare institutions. In the impoverished central cities, the fiscal crisis results in cutbacks in services and institutions of social support, intensifying contradictions over housing, jobs, and education. We expect proportionately more property crime to occur in advantaged cities. Their relative affluence indicates an expanding resource base and relatively even resource dispersal across a broad suburban-urban area. Affluent cities therefore lack the acute contradictions associated with domestic colonization and, given their more recent corporate histories, they escape the loss of private resources. They are characterized by an even pattern of urban-suburban development that, we suggest, intensifies individualistic, self-seeking behavior patterns and heightens the importance of acquisition within a social structure marked by the unequal allocation of the social product. Region. Using sales categories, we classified each city according to its geographical position in the snow belt or the sun belt. Because the snow belt and sun belt correspond roughly to the core-periphery distinction, we introduce these geographical categories to distinguish the effect of uneven economic development on crime from the effect of other regionally related variables, such as a southern subculture of violence. We hypothesize that incorporating the periphery into the core minimizes regional differences in the rate of urban crime. Accordingly, we expect changes in manufacturing labor force size and the degree of central city hardship to outweigh regional variations as explanations for urban crime rates. Urban crime and capitalist accumulation 199. Population density. We use census data to measure the 1970 urban population, and consider population per square mile to be a consequence of a city's location in the system of capital accumulation. Cities at the dense end of the spectrum tend to correspond to older manufacturing centers, while dispersed cities tend to have newer corporate histories. Urban density is a function of the spatial development of the two forms of accumulation, industrial and corporate, as well as a consequence of the transition between the two. Thus, we expect that the indicators of accumulation influence crime rates more than population density. To the extent that high-density cities are also obsolete sites of capitalist production, we expect that density will be associated with excessive rates of violent crime, and to the extent that less densely populated cities are active sites of production, we expect to find high rates of property crime. The claim that crime increases with density per se is not consistently supported in the literature. One reviewer concludes that any relationship between density and crime, if significant at all, is a negative one. Another recent analysis, however, shows a strong and positive relation between density and one violent crime, robbery. Such discrepant findings do not support propositions that crime is a function of intolerable interactional stress, differential association, or illegitimate opportunities in high-density cities. In addition, the density crime association requires a specification of the causal direction. Does high density cause crime or does crime reduce population density? Güterbach's conclusions tend to confirm that urban crime is a consequence of population deconcentration, not vice versa. 8. Police force size. We include changes in police force size between 1950 and 1970 to introduce a crude control for the impact of criminal justice development on crime. /V. Some analysts consider increases in police personnel a reaction to rising rates of theft and underlying economic distress. There is as yet no incontrovertible evidence linking police force size to crime. In the analysis reported below, changes in police force size are statistically controlled. To summarize, we derived several testable hypotheses from a theory of crime based on the dynamics of capital accumulation. We test the following propositions. Changes in manufacturing labor force size are generally associated with higher crime rates under conditions of job loss and with lower crime rates under conditions of job gain. The Central City Hardship Index predicts personally violent crime under conditions of disadvantage. 200 Wallace and Humphreys. And property crime under conditions of advantage. Region does not influence crime rate variations, permitting us to rule out the effects of regional culture, and the relationship between population density and the crime rate is primarily due to the effect that accumulation has on both density and crime. If we can show that core periphery aspects of accumulation influence the crime rate to the exclusion of region and independently of police force size, and if we can demonstrate that personal and property offenses vary with measures of metropolitan accumulation, then we can fin in part the role of accumulation in generating high rates of urban crime. Analysis. To test the four propositions just stated, we consider the effects of accumulation, region, density, police force size, and the 1950 crime rates on the 1971 crime rates. To do this, we first compute the correlation coefficients among these variables, and then use these coefficients in a multiple regression analysis. This procedure permits us to assess the direct effect of each independent variable on the 1971 crime rate when the other independent variables are statistically controlled. Although the independent variables are related to one another, they are not so highly correlated with one another as to preclude our assessing the independent effects of each of them. For instance, even though city characteristics conform to the regional pattern of industrialization, the independent variables are not necessarily tied to region. Increases in manufacturing labor force size occur in the least dense cities, while central city hardship is associated with a decline in the manufacturing labor force and high population density. Police personnel increases tend to occur in snow belt cities, disadvantaged cities, and densely populated cities. Since information for two of the independent variables was available for both 1950 and 1970, we could assess the independent effects of the short-run values of these variables, and also the effect of long-run change in these variables. Thus we could examine both static and dynamic effects of manufacturing labor force and police force size. The regressions were carried out in two stages. In the first stage, the effects of all predictor variables on the crime rates were assessed. Whenever a regression coefficient failed to achieve statistical significance at the 0.10 level, it was dropped from the regression and the estimation was repeated. Only final estimates of regression coefficients are reported below. Since the coefficients are standardized, they can be directly compared with one another. Urban crime and capitalist accumulation 201. Findings. The effects of region. We hypothesized that region would not affect the distribution of crime, and our data confirm this proposition. Table 4.1 shows that personal violence is not a characteristic of geographical areas. We can dismiss explanations such as the Southern culture of violence thesis, then, on the grounds that increases in urban violence are not a function of region. Although the table shows that the rates of grand larceny are higher in Sunbelt cities, we can place little confidence in this finding, since it is not supported by similar results for other police-measured property crime. We can thus disregard a regional explanation for variations in the rates of property crime as well. The effects of changes in police force size. The table shows that police force size and homicide rates are related in the short run. In 1970, cities that had large police forces also had relatively high rates of homicide. The table also specifies the effects of changes in size of police force on crime rates. Cities that increased their police forces from 1950 to 1970 have comparatively low property crime rates in 1971, specifically, they have relatively low rates of robbery, auto theft, grand larceny, and burglary in 1971. The effects of central city hardship. City-suburban differences, as discussed above, are grounded in the relocation of industry, but they also reflect important demographic shifts. After the Second World War, highway development and state-guaranteed mortgages facilitated migration to the suburbs. In response to the mechanization of southern agriculture, southern blacks and whites migrated to northern cities. Here, long-term job losses marginalized workers. Central city hardship transcends problems of temporary unemployment, revealing instead the post-war exclusion of minorities from productive roles. Our results, then, confirm the social costs of such trends, namely, the relative deterioration of social life under sustained conditions of economic decline. The table shows that two crimes against persons, homicide and robbery, tend to be associated with the most extreme hardship levels, indicating that formerly active sites of industrial accumulation are now the sites of high rates of interpersonal violence. Central city disadvantage is also associated with high rates of auto theft and burglary. Contrary to our expectation, no such effect was found for as urban crime and capitalist accumulation 203. Salt. Theft as well as violence, then, is associated with the metropolitan pattern of accumulation that relocated industry in the suburbs and that despite replacement by corporate headquarters, turned parts of central cities into repositories for low-paid workers, the unemployed, and welfare dependents. Under these conditions, we suggest, subsistence becomes problematic, increasing property crime as well as personal violence. Lower rates of both kinds of crime follow the corporate pattern of accumulation that developed cities more evenly. Under these conditions, we argue, relative urban affluence resolves problems of subsistence. But the persistence of crime even at comparatively lower rates leads us to argue that affluence also individualizes wants, as people come to see their own and others' products as alien objects, subject to both legal and illicit types of acquisition. The effects of changes in the manufacturing labor force. We expected to find high crime rates in cities where the manufacturing labor force declined and low crime rates where it increased. The table confirms that decreases in the manufacturing labor force are causally linked with both personal and property crime rates. An examination of the beta weights in the table shows that manufacturing job losses lead to high rates of auto theft and burglary. The old industrial centers bear the cost of the abandonment of obsolete production sites in favor of more profitable investment sites. These deteriorating cities not only lose employment, but suffer high property crime rates along with community decline and neighborhood disruption. Conversely, the increase in the size of the manufacturing labor force connected with the shift in investment patterns decreases the rate of crime. This result supports our hypothesis as well as earlier studies linking industrial employment, community stability, and low crime rates. The table also shows a relationship between the size of the manufacturing labor forces and aggravated assaults. Cities with relatively small manufacturing labor forces in 1970 have higher aggravated assault rates, although cities with manufacturing job losses over time tend to have lower rates for assault. We can place little confidence in the finding, however, since it rests on a single measure of violent crime. The effects of population density. If the association between population density and crime were brought about entirely by the impact of capital accumulation on both variables, the association between them would be spurious. Under this circumstance, the regression coefficient for the effect of density on crime rate would vanish when labor force indicators were included in the regression. The table 204 Wallace and Humphreys shows that this is not the case. Urban density has an independent effect on the rate of aggravated assault. In densely populated cities, the assault rates are high. Again, we can place little confidence in the finding, as it rests on a single measure of violent crime. Discussion and conclusion. In interpreting the evidence presented here, we cannot attribute an increasing incidence of person and property crimes to unital conceptions either of industrialization or of urbanization. Theoretically, the more broadly conceived process of accumulation determines the sites of industrialization and restructures the urban setting, shaping the urban and industrial correlates of crime. Within this framework, north-south differences in the rates of crime should diminish because of investment shifts, and crime should be increasingly correlated with urban density. Our findings are consistent with these predicted trends and indicate in more complex ways than we expected that increased personal conflict and crimes of acquisition measure the social costs of accumulation. In cities that matured as centers of industrial accumulation, high rates of some types of property crime and violence have their origins in individualized and destructive aspects of class struggle, those conditioned by central city hardship. Central city hardship reflects the near-colonial status of marginalized groups concentrated in ghettos and subjected to racial oppression. We note Szymanski's generalization that racial oppression, in dividing the working class, increases the economic exploitation of all workers. Long-term manufacturing job losses marginalize portions of the urban working class and, wherever such losses occur, increase the rates of burglary and auto theft. In these same cities, high density exercises an independent effect on crime, notably assault. But density may reflect untapped aspects of the transition to corporate capitalism, such as the proximity of marginal and affluent groups, racial discrimination, and income stratification. Block shows that the proximity of low and high income groups is highly correlated with personal violence and robbery. As Malach argues, urban real estate is a profitable area for investment, and it benefits local rentier classes and finance capitalists. We need not belabor the point that high-density land use provides high rates of return on capital. In cities that matured as centers of corporate accumulation, low rates of certain property crimes seem to be explained by central city affluence and the absorption of workers into the manufacturing labor force. Relative urban affluence is one consequence of corporate development that generalizes the individual model of accumulation by alienating workers from their products and the products of others. Here, acquisition replaces control over the production and labor processes and underpins consumerism and theft. Urban crime and capitalist accumulation 205. Although the rates of theft are lower than those associated with marginalization processes. One suggestive analysis, medical and psychiatric care when needed, and over the long run, the education needed to supply the next generation of workers with appropriate motivations and skills. Low profit, competitive industries depend on institutions that reduce the cost of labor renewal for segments of the working class. High profit, monopoly industry depends on increasing levels of consumption and generates increased costs of labor force reproduction. As capital develops unevenly, the contradiction between long and short-term needs intensifies, and the following schism widens within the working class. One segment devotes more time and money to consumption while the other struggles to maintain itself from day to day. The importance of acquisition and the difficulty of subsisting both sustain high rates of property crime, although distinctive stages in the accumulation process generate each. We began this study as a preliminary effort to link accumulation processes to the spatial organization and economic development of a city and, in turn, to a city's crime pattern. We tested causal propositions using techniques of multiple regression analysis and found the results consistent with the causal argument stated at the level of theory. Thus, in demonstrating that crime rates fluctuate with broadly conceived processes of accumulation, we contribute to a political economy of urban crime. This study points the way toward examining labor force dynamics as the complex set of factors mediating crime and accumulation. Such an analysis would consider labor force participation rates, the renewal costs of competitive and monopoly workers, and residential proximity between high and low income groups as a way of operationalizing the ensemble of relations intervening between the political economy and social life. Editor's notes: 1. Multiple regression is a statistical technique that assesses the effect of a change in a set of independent variables, in this case, size of police force, size of manufacturing labor force, etc., on a dependent variable or variables, in this case rates for homicide, robbery, etc. 1. The quantity R2 indicates how much of the variation in the dependent variable is explained by the independent variables. It can take any value between 0 and 1. Beta weights reported in Table 4.11 represent the impact of each independent standardized variable when all other independent variables are held constant. The correlation coefficient R measures simple association, not a causal relation, between variables. It can vary between -1 and 1. 2. Criminology is just now seeing a growing interest in the use of longitudinal data collected at multiple points in time to address complex questions of causality. Iz. David F. Greenberg and Ronald C. Kessler, Panel Models in Criminology, in James Fox-led, Mathematical Frontiers in Criminology 1. Wallace and Humphreys use such data here, a strategy that allows them to examine change in crime rates over a period of 2 decades. Conventional methods of statistical analysis based on data collected at a single time can also be used to analyze causal relationships, but require more stringent assumptions on the part of the investigator regarding the causal ordering of variables. Future work extending the analysis presented here might fruitfully make use of the methods developed for analyzing data of this type to explore what may be reciprocal causation among the 210 Wallace and Humphreys variables. The positive effect that size of police force has on homicide rates in the table in this article suggests that crime rates may influence the size of police forces as well as being influenced by them. If that is the case, The coefficients estimated here will be biased, though probably not so badly as to invalidate the conclusions regarding the effect of other variables on crime rates. For Cohen and Felsen have recently argued that crime rates have risen since the Second World War, not because motivation to engage in crime increased, but rather because some forms of crime became easier to carry out. For example, burglary is easier now because homes are more likely to be unattended for much of the day than in the past. Cohen and Felsen do not deal specifically with regional differences in crime rates, and do not relate the lifestyle changes they note to changes in investment and labor force participation, but their ideas seem quite consistent with those presented here. For example, if homes are more often unattended now, it is probably because women who used to be housewives now hold jobs away from home. 6. 211. The social economy of arson, vandals, gangsters, bankers, and officials in the making of an urban problem. James Brady. Reprinted by permission from Research in Law, Deviance, and Social Control, Volume 6, edited by Stephen Spitzer and Andrew Scull, pages 199 to 242. Not since our towns were built of wood and Mrs. O'Leary's graceless cow resided in downtown Chicago have Americans feared fire as a collective danger. Today, grieving families standing beside their smoldering homes draw our sympathies, but we do not feel ourselves imperiled by their misfortune. Gleaming new hook and ladder engines and fire-resistant building construction reassure us that the great city-devouring blazes that swept Chicago in 1877 and San Francisco in 1906 are a menace safely past. Yet, in the space of 15 years, arson has grown to proportions far surpassing any of the so-called index crimes and now looms as a major new cause of public fear and community deterioration. As fire and police officials wring their hands in frustration, it is obvious that existing control measures have utterly failed and that the physical survival of many neighborhoods is at peril. Our long-held idea that arson is an isolated act of sexual perverts or juvenile vandals has not prepared us for the extraordinary increase in fire setting or the growing sophistication of incendiary techniques. Nowhere have the limitations of deviancy theory proved to be such a costly straitjacket. 212 James Brady. The Mounting Arson Threat. Approach and Argument. This study will continue the development of a sociology of arson that I have recently begun elsewhere, based on the methods of demography, urban political economy, and criminology. An initial assessment of the arson problem in the United States and comparisons with other industrial nations is offered along with a critique of the relation among deviance theory, law enforcement, and current policies. The social and economic context for arson is described in an analysis of banking and insurance practices and urban demographic shifts. This if followed by a case study of arson in the fire-ravaged city of Boston, with discussions of local enforcement policy and types of arson racketeering, followed by specific examples of arson-prone real estate syndicates. Finally, an assessment of recent reform measures is offered along with conclusions as to the likely future for arson and arson control. Two central arguments are advanced here. First, the traditional view of arson as irrational acts of maladjusted individuals or deviant subcultures cannot explain the empirical facts of urban arson and has locked us into enforcement policies which have been singularly unsuccessful. Second, the alternative explanation is that arson is primarily an outcome of routine business practices in the banking, insurance, and real estate industries, practices which destabilize neighborhoods and provide the motive and means for several varieties of arson. This becomes a form of organized crime to the extent that unscrupulous property owners, insurance brokers, corrupt housing inspectors, lawyers, professional torches, bank loan officers, and others form conscious conspiracies. In advancing these two arguments, I will offer national and cross-national data and will briefly review the existing deviancy literature on the subject. In the main, I will rely on original materials drawn from my research on arson, neighborhood economics, and organized crime in the city of Boston. The Boston data include both an array of publicly available documents and a series of interviews with key fire and law enforcement officials, urban policymakers, neighborhood activists, executives in banking and insurance, and state administrators charged with the regulation of those industries. Sources of documentation include local and national press, and property records on file for fire histories, property sales, insurance policies, corporate papers and real estate trusts, tax statements, building and fire code inspections, housing and land court decisions, and mortgage lending by banks. These public records are drawn from the Boston Housing Authority, the Boston Redevelopment Authority, the Boston Rent Control Administration, the City Real Property and Buildings Departments, the Boston Office of Community Development. The Social Economy of Arson 213. Ment, the Boston Fire Department, the Massachusetts State Department for Banking and Insurance, and the Massachusetts Secretary of State. The Boston research arises from my role as a scholar and community activist in the fire-scarred Dorchester Ghetto, where I work and live. I am also serving as director of the City of Boston Arson Strike Force, a special combined team of civilian experts and picked police detectives appointed by the mayor and charged with the investigation of organized crime arson syndicates. We have recently presented our collected evidence to the Suffolk County Grand Jury and are confident that as a result indictments will be issued shortly against one of the largest suspected arson rings in the city. For obvious reasons, neither the targets of the strike force nor any of the confidential evidence collected in our work will be disclosed in this article. The new urban fear, arson in the United States. Arson is, as will be discussed later, a much underreported crime, but even the most conservative official statistics are alarming. During the 1955 to 75 period, the reported incidence of arson increased more than 2,800%, with a further 250% increase between 1975 and 1981. Though arson accounted for only 3% of all fires in 1964, by 1981 it was the cause of 40% of all fire losses. In 1981 local fire departments estimated that these fires caused more than $1.5 billion in structural damage, while insurance industry estimates that it paid approximately $3.5 billion in incendiary fire claims during 1979 to 80. Arson deaths and injuries now surpass the toll from any single form of natural disaster, with about 1,000 civilians and another 120 firefighters killed in each of the last 2 years. Another 30,000 civilians and 4,000 firefighters are injured each year in arson fires. Table 1 summarizes these losses, based on the reports of local fire departments. Arson statistics carry a strong bias toward understatement. Only those fires adjudged as incendiary or suspicious in origin are counted as arson by local fire departments. A much larger number of fires described as undetermined in origin are discounted by local officials, even though most independent investigators agree that most of these are also arson. Indeed, the Federal Law Enforcement Assistance Administration studies count half of all undetermined fires as arson. Many other fires are wrongly classified as electrical or resulting from careless disposal, though there is wide agreement among experts that many of these are also, in fact, arsons. Local fire departments continue to underreport arson because they are embarrassed by their utter failure to control. 214 James Brady. Table 1. Arson losses in the United States. Structural. Number of arson damage. Year fires at arson deaths. 1981 155,500 1663 920 1980 173,934 1034 1406 1979 149,000 1328 675 1978 167,000 1125 702 1977 177,000 1159 720 1975 144,633 197 172,100 233, 1967 44,100 142, 196 120 1438 1955 9627 1951 5616. Source: National Fire Protection Association, Annual Reports from Fire Journal. The fiscal crisis has unfortunately coincided with the arson wave in the older eastern cities. The reputation of a city's fire protection services affects both insurance premium rates and the bond ratings for municipal securities, which must be sold to balance mounting budget deficits. Death by fire is a pauper's epitaph, for most of those killed are poor people, with the longest fire tolls in farm communities of the rural South or the slums of the older eastern cities. Arson fires are particularly concentrated in the older tenement districts of the central cities, and there the typical victims are children and old people who are not quick enough to escape the sudden flames in the darkness. Typically they die choking in their beds or trapped on the staircases, which are a favorite spot for fire setters because they provide easy egress for arsonists and good updrafts for spreading flames. New York City ranks easily as the nation's arson capital, with more than 10,000 incendiary fires and 150 civilian deaths in each of the years since 1975. The scale of destruction in the South Bronx, site of more than 30,000 fires in the 1970s, can only be compared with that of blitzkriegs or earthquakes. In New Jersey, 168 people died in 1980 alone, with over $96 million in arson damage, concentrated in the ghettos of Hoboken and The Social Economy of Arson 215. Patterson. Los Angeles and Chicago report 1975-80 arson increases of 500% and 380%, respectively. Efforts to rebuild Detroit have been crippled by a massive arson pattern, leaving 10,000 homes destroyed in the last decade. Truly we face a threat not only to the quality of life, but to the very survival of many urban neighborhoods. Comparative perspectives: arson in the advanced capitalist nations. Arson is more an intense problem in the United States than in any other major industrial nation in terms of the absolute number and proportion of total fires adjudged arson and in terms of human and financial costs. However, it is a growing problem throughout the urbanized industrial capitalist nations. In 1978 the United Kingdom reported that arson accounted for 33% of the total losses in large fires, and in France, arson was the cause of 20% of all losses in industrial property during 1973-79. In West Germany, arson fires were listed as the cause of nearly 30% of total fire damages. In Japan, 8% of all fire claims were due to suspected arson. Within urban centers, arson is a greater threat than is implied by these overall national statistics. The Tokyo Fire Department, for example, lists arson as the leading cause of major fires, with 1,796 major incidents in 1981. The modern capitalist cities show a mounting incidence of arson and arson losses, though accidental fires have been reduced. In Tokyo, arson increased by 40% during 1975-81, while the other causes, including smoking, children playing with combustibles, faulty appliances, and burning rubbish, have all declined. Stockholm reported that national fire losses have increased by 30% in 1976-77, with by far the greater part of this due to a dramatic surge in the number of arson fires. In Canada, arson losses have increased from $35 million in 1976 to $160 million in 1980, accounting for 30 to 50% of all fires losses and 150 deaths in each of the last 5 years. Arson losses are a mounting concern in Toronto, with a 40% increase between 1980 and 1981. In Quebec province, incendiary tires have increased 81% in 1976 to 81, with insurance losses mounting 145%. Most of these fires have been in the city of Montreal, where a record number of small business bankruptcies in the last several years is linked to the fires, and insurance companies have been staggered by unprecedented losses. A comparison of national arson trends in the last decade shows that the rate of increase in the United States was over 500%, in the United Kingdom over 425%, in West Germany over 250. 216 James Brady %, in Japan over 250%, and in France over 60%. In Sweden there was a jump of 23% in arson fires in 1976-77, and Switzerland also reports mounting incendiary fires, which now account for over 25% of all fire damages. The failure of arson control and deviance theory hardly playing contemporary arson control in the United States. Though officials in the United States grudgingly admit that the war on crime has been lost, they seem hardly aware of the growing arson threat. Throughout the mounting incendiary wave of the 1970s, the Federal Bureau of Investigation continued to list arson as a low priority Part 2 offense alongside drunk driving and gambling. Arson was only added to the Part I list of index crimes in 1981 as a result of congressional pressure. Less than 9% of all reported arson incidents result in an arrest, and less than 2% result in a conviction. Federal budget allocations also indicate inattention to the problem. In 1977 the $2 billion LEAA budget included only $1.7 million for anti-arson efforts, or less than 0.1% of that budget. A U.S. Senate investigation in 1979, led by Sen. Charles Percy of Illinois, sharply criticized LEAA for its failure to appreciate the situation and for its ineffectiveness in formulating arson control strategies. The Senate Government Affairs Committee was angered that LEAA had delayed for nearly a year before releasing their natural report on arson, which was so embarrassing to that agency. Senator Percy sharply confronted LEAA Acting Director James Gregg, charging, "You have a report. You commissioned it. You gave the money. Just boil it down, get it out, this is not a competing priority. What you are really saying to me is this thing is far down at the bottom of the barrel." When later questioned in a national television documentary, Joseph Koczynski, then Associate Director of the LEAA, acknowledged the weak record of law enforcement as follows. Koczynski, "It's a matter of priorities. Really, I think, some more basic data, positive data, you might logically expect to present a case that would cause us to increase our concentration." ABC, "Now with arson having grown to such dimensions in the past years, you wouldn't regard this as American law enforcement's finest hour, would you?" Koczynski, "No, we can't take too many credit lines for this one." The Social Economy of Arson 217. A series of congressional hearings in 1977-79 spurred the U.S. Department of Justice to take more serious action, and by 1980, anti-arson allocations had been augmented to $17 million. The Reagan administration has, however, slashed this and reduced anti-arson efforts to $5 million in the 1982 budget. Hunting the Phantom Pyro, the deviant individual as fire setter in the United States, as in virtually all industrial Western nations, the investigation of arson is mainly the responsibility of fire departments rather than police. The historically inadequate specialized training given to fire department arson squads has in recent years been upgraded, particularly with the opening of new in-vice workshops and courses sponsored by the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms or the National Fire Control Administration. This training, however, has remained largely a technical matter of forensics and pyrotechnics. Investigators concentrate almost entirely on identifying the means and the method of ignition found in the rubble on the morning after, along with interviewing any eyewitnesses. The strategy is to find the modus operandi or identity of the torch and then to wait in concealment hoping to catch that individual in the act. In looking for the torch, investigators are heavily influenced by popularized images tracing back ultimately to deviance theory and particularly to psychoanalytic literature on pyromania. The classic pyro is a well-recognized figure who watches flames from the shadows while engrossed in gleeful masturbation. The portrayal has been slightly amended to include also the juvenile vandal, but arson is still widely regarded as a crime of rage, jealousy, mental disorder, and especially sexual perversity. Sigmund Freud examined very few flesh and blood fire setters, but he wrote extensively on the subject, describing them as sexually immature or homosexually inclined. His analysis was based largely upon pure speculation, arising from his reading of mythology, as exemplified below. The acquisition of fire is a crime. It is accompanied by robbery or theft. This is a constant feature in all the legends about the acquisition of fire. The punishment of fire bringer is also characteristic of all myths. Rent, no matter how much or how little he does for his tenants, to the formation of slums as buildings go unrepaired, and the decrease in the total housing supply because investors, who in the absence of rent control would build new units or rehabilitate old ones, decide to put their money elsewhere. There is a seeming logic to this argument, but it is undone by reference to documented facts. First, abandonment is no more severe in cities with strong rent control than in those without. Second, the greatest increase in abandonment has occurred simultaneously with the weakening of rent control laws and tenants' organizations across the country in the last decade. In Boston, for example, abandonment has accelerated since the weakening of rent control laws and the passage of vacancy decontrol statutes which deregulate apartments once former tenants move out. Moreover, the cities with the strongest rent control statutes in the greater metropolitan area, Brookline and Cambridge, have virtually no abandonment whatever, whereas Boston officials estimate that nearly 8% of all residential units in the city proper are now derelict. The decision of so many property owners to abandon their buildings is in fact a rational response to declining property values and mounting small business bankruptcies. There are many reasons for such declining conditions, but studies of abandonment in New York, Cleveland, Chicago, Detroit, and Los Angeles show clearly that the most fundamental factor has been the increasing scarcity of credit capital in faltering neighborhoods. The major banks in these and other cities have for decades been engaged in discriminatory mortgage lending practices, known as redlining, which have effectively denied loan capital in certain districts of the inner cities in order to invest in higher-yielding real estate ventures in the suburbs. There is a substantial body of literature which documents the systematic and devastating patterns of bank redlining in virtually every major city. Some of the most prominent case studies include Los Angeles, New York, and Washington, D.C. In Boston, studies by Greenwald and Taggart show the same situation, with many poor and minority districts receiving less than 10 cents in conventional mortgages for every dollar deposited in banks in those same areas. The correlation between bank disinvestment and abandonment or deterioration of urban property is apparent upon a comparison of the data presented in Maps 2 and 3. The map of redlining by the city's banks closely corresponds to the rates of demolition and boarding up of buildings left abandoned in the city's various neighborhoods. Thus, while the city average for buildings razed or boarded up in 1975 to 82 was approximately 45 per ward, the heavily redlined districts of North Dorchester and Roxbury had rates running from 5 to 10 times that average. The fires in these redlined districts quite often fall into two related arson categories, escape fires and vandal fires. The escape fire is one arranged by landlords and small businessmen desperate to dump unprofitable properties and losing investments by selling to the insurance company. The vandal fire occurs after owners simply walk away from their properties, take a tax write-off on losses, and leave their buildings to become a hangout for juvenile gangs and ultimately a target for vandalism. Of course, bank redlining is not the only cause for the process of local decline that leads to vandal or escape fires, but redlining tremendously accelerates the downward spiral and makes recovery almost impossible. Racketeers make good customers, the dumping of foreclosed properties, while the banking industry as a whole contributes indirectly to arson through redlining. Some individual banks are far more directly involved through their transactions with property owners engaged in large-scale arson for profit. The banks have a pressing need to dispose of undesirable foreclosed properties which accumulate especially in depressed redlined areas. Racketeers buy these, often at an inflated price, on condition that the banks provide equally inflated mortgages for nearly the full purchase price. It is an easy matter to obtain insurance coverage once such a mortgage had been granted, since the insurance companies generally rely on the bank's assessment of a property's value and a customer's character. A professional torch is then contracted to burn such over-mortgaged and over-insured buildings, sometimes in a series of escalating blazes which earn a number of partial insurance payments before the building is. The social economy of arson 229. Finally gutted. It is not uncommon for racketeers to hire phony contractors to repair the damage, the non-completion of which is concealed by false reports filed by a bribed city inspector. The banks profit handsomely from this scheme, since state laws stipulate that any insurance settlements are first paid to the holder of the mortgage. Thus the bank converts the potential loss of undesirable foreclosed properties into profits, as the new mortgage written to the gangster is larger than the old bad debt. This can become a well-oiled arrangement, since gangsters typically return over and over again to the same bank. Of course, there is nothing illegal in these transactions, so long as the bank officers do not enter into a conscious conspiracy. The handling of foreclosed properties by the South Boston Savings Bank in the 1970s illustrates this point. Journalist Mark Zanger found a remarkable pattern of 79 fires in 39 of the 76 buildings foreclosed upon by the bank in the period 1970 to 77. Normally one would expect fires to occur just before foreclosure, when owners facing the imminent seizure of their properties for unpaid mortgages might torch them to collect the insurance and HUD mortgages written by the same bank. But the 79 fires in buildings with conventional mortgages mainly occurred shortly after foreclosure and resale, when the new owners seemed to have especially bad luck with fires. The bank's clients have included many of Boston's most arson-prone property owners, such as Carol St. Germain, convicted arsonist and murderer, George Lincoln, confessed torch who turned state's witness in the famous 1978-79 Boston arson conspiracy case, Nicholas Shaheen, convicted arsonist, and Russell Tardanico, convicted arsonist. Together these men received nearly $2 million in mortgage credit, which enabled them to purchase scores of properties which later burned in more than 50 suspicious fires. Elsewhere, I have described in detail the transactions and fires of the Tardanico syndicate, which has relied almost entirely upon this bank for its financing. The bank's official explanations are worth noting here. Tardanico was convicted of arson in 1970, and while still under a suspended prison sentence, he received mortgages worth $137,500 from the South Boston Savings Bank to purchase 4 buildings. All 4 of these subsequently burned, 3 of them within a year of purchase. When asked about Tardanico, who had received over $730,000 in mortgages by 1978 for buildings which had burned 21 times, Bank President Alfred Archibald stated that he was not aware that Tardanico was that type of owner, and that if he had known, I'd have cut him off. 230 James Brady. The records in the Suffolk Country Registry of Deeds show that Tardanico obtained another mortgage from the bank less than a year after President Archibald made these comments in 1978. Another series of fires in Tardanico buildings brought television cameras to the South Boston Savings Bank in 1981. President Archibald was again interviewed and again expressed shock upon learning that Tardanico was a convicted arsonist with a long history of suspicious fires, stating, "I am amazed that Mr. Tardanico has had a serious problem with fires on his properties." The quiet victim, arson and the insurance industry. It may seem surprising that the efforts of the insurance industry to combat arson fraud have been so sporadic, fragmented, and low-keyed, especially since they now report $2 billion in annual losses to suspicious fire claims. The reasons for their ineffectiveness have everything to do with the structure of the industry itself. The first and most fundamental fact is that the insurance companies, like the banks, have for decades engaged in systematic redlining in urban areas in order to maximize profits. In 1968, the insurance lobby persuaded the U.S. Congress to create the legal framework for a new network of fair plan insurance consortiums to take over the high-risk districts of the major cities. The FAIR plans protect individual companies by spreading out arson losses within the industry, and to a large extent FAIR plan losses have been passed on to customers living in the high-risk urban districts, who cannot easily obtain cheaper coverage from conventional companies. The effect is to take much of the sting out of the arson problem and to enable the conventional companies to concentrate on writing policies in the more profitable low-risk suburbs and towns. The insurance companies are reluctant to publicize the full extent of the arson problem, lest such disclosures provoke sweeping new regulations on their most privileged of industries. Insurance is the only sector of the economy not restricted by federal antitrust laws, and the confidentiality of client-company communications is a treasured legal preserve. The weak restraints imposed by state insurance commissioners leave the companies unusual latitude for transactions and investments and are part of the reason why insurance companies are consistently high in profits. The weakness of internal industry checks and local state regulations has prompted many anti-arson activists and federally sponsored investigations to call for the imposition of tough new federal regulations. The Social Economy of Arson 231. FAIR plans across the country admitted arson losses of more than $275 million in 1968 to -77, and they have been roundly criticized for their inadequate controls against arson for profit. In Massachusetts, it was the presence of organized activists concerned about higher FAIR plan premiums and neighborhood destruction that finally pushed through anti-arson legislation and prompted the FAIR plan to devote more staff and funds to arson investigation and to the screening of potential clients. The Massachusetts FAIR plan did adopt some very effective new measures, including the requirement that all prospective clients submit an arson application detailing their entire fire history for every building in which they held any interest. FAIR plan also initiated serious investigations of arson claims in 1976 and contributed to the successful 1977 prosecution of the largest organized crime arson ring in the country. FAIR plan officials have kicked out a number of arson-prone landlords and denied them coverage since 1979 to 80. The plan's arson losses have declined appreciably, from an estimated 60% of all fire losses in 1975 to less than 30% in 1981. Surplus lines insurance, a new frontier for arsonists. But, unfortunately, as any beat cop will inform you, it is much easier to move criminal activities than to eliminate them. Arson-prone landlords have another available form of insurance coverage in the unlicensed surplus lines companies. FAIR plan's Golombeski notes, we began to see many of these fire-prone people leaving the FAIR plan in the late 1970s. They went to the surplus lines carriers rather than the conventional companies because they probably realized that the conventional companies wouldn't tolerate as much abuse and are more tightly controlled in terms of underwriting and claims. Golombeski shows obvious satisfaction in concluding that the arsonists have decided that they'd prefer to take their chances elsewhere and considers their exodus from FAIR plan a major success. State Insurance Commissioner Michael Sabak is not nearly so assured, pointing out, there was a great deal of money poured into arson investigation from the insurance industry 7 or 8 years ago. A whole group of us from industry and law enforcement used to meet regularly on this. But I haven't seen that level of activity in recent years. If there has been this rapid shift to the surplus lines companies, then maybe selfishly the conventional companies say we've done our job. They see the surplus lines companies serving a purpose that they don't want to serve. The shift of landlords who are Boston's most prominent arson victims from one type of insurance to another doesn't much help those who live in or near their buildings, nor are they. 232 James Brady. Surplus lines companies thrilled by the prospects of mounting fraud as these customers come their way. The surplus lines are a vulnerable new hunting ground for arson racketeers, since those companies are unregulated by state laws, have scant familiarity with the methods and identities of racketeers, and will insure virtually anyone at levels of coverage not possible elsewhere. The only formal check on them is that their local brokers must swear in filed affidavits 3 that their clients have been rejected by several conventional companies and are therefore eligible for surplus coverage. These local brokers are largely unsupervised by the company's home office, which may be no more than a post office box in the Bahamas, or may be the gargantuan Lloyd's of London, which alone underwrites half of all surplus lines policies for fire. The growth of surplus lines has been erratic over the last 25 years, but most explosive since 1977 and the onset of Fair Plan anti-arson reforms. In 1980, the surplus lines reported $2 billion in premiums. The potential for arson fraud is well illustrated by the 1978 Sassy Syndicate conspiracy in New York. The Sassy surplus lines brokers, together with gangster speculators and professional torches, defrauded Lloyd's of London of some $60 million that year. The brokers sold grossly inflated policies for properties in the South Bronx, sometimes backdating these documents to cover previous fires or contracting with torches for arson fires shortly after policies were written. Boston wholesalers, representing the major surplus lines companies, are frankly worried about the impact of intense competitive pressures on some brokers and the arrival of arson-prone customers chased out of the Fair Plan. Neil E. Rice, president of J.J. Rice Co., who is a major wholesaler for Lloyd's of London, his firm handling some $3 to $4 million in Boston fire insurance each year, points out, there are brokers who will deal with a snake. All they are interested in are the dollars, the premiums, and if they blow a company out of the water, they'll find another company. No matter how shady a customer is, someone will write the risk because of the dollars. Even the most careful underwriters can be taken in by sophisticated arson racketeers. As Rice observes, we write a policy in good faith, but you never know what you're going to get involved with. These guys have straws, aliases, trusts, etc. Hamilton Bailey, president of the Surplus Lines Dealers Association and a central figure in the industry, agrees, you have to rely a lot on intuition and common sense. But brokers get hungry sometimes. If someone offers them a big commission, they don't mind taking a chance. After all, it's the company's money. The Social Economy of Arson 233. The surplus lines companies are forced to rely on common sense and intuition in part because they, like the conventional insurance companies, are reluctant to challenge suspicious claims in lawsuits. Neil Rice observes, it's difficult and frustrating for me to see a company pay a claim that I think they shouldn't pay. Lloyd's is concerned about punitive damage, awards given customers after claims were denied and the company lost a subsequent lawsuit. A company has to decide whether it's worth it to try to fight a claim. Legal costs are high and it's difficult to prove arson. Companies are concerned with their image. They don't want to be known as tough on claims. Even if a claim isn't legitimate, they'll pay it. As long as I've been in the insurance business, I can't remember a claim where arson was proven. I've suspected it in numerous cases. I've felt it. There are of course entirely legitimate reasons for using surplus lines coverage, and most of the brokers, clients, and companies are undoubtedly honest. Nevertheless, it is disturbing to note that an examination of surplus lines policy affidavits on file with the Insurance Commission shows that the feared entrance of fire-prone property owners into this market is indeed a reality. Since the Fair Plan anti-arson reforms of 1978-79, this pattern has become most apparent. The records show that 31 individuals and trusts with serious fire histories have contracted for new surplus lines policies in 1980 and 1981. Buildings belonging to these 31 customers burned more than 160 times, mostly in suspicious fires, during the past 4 years, with total structural damages estimated to be in excess of $2 million. Insurance payments for these claims are estimated at several times that amount. Urban property values and varieties of arson. Racketeering. One can discern 3 distinct varieties of arson for profit operating within the economic context created by bank lending, insurance underwriting, and government urban renewal policies. These 3 forms of racketeering were first termed upscale, downscale, and developer arson by Moore. Each of the 3 is significant in Boston and reflective of the destabilization of neighborhood property values in recent years. Together these forms of arson for profit probably account for about 40% of the arson fires, with planned escape fires accounting for perhaps 25% more and vandal fires about 35%. The fire histories and transactions of several arson-prone landlords and syndicates illustrate these arson variations. As downscale exam. 234 James Brady. Pies, I have recently discussed the operations of the Tardanico syndicate in Dorchester and the Spanos family, which owns a number of tenements in the Lowell Hispanic Ghetto. Similarly described is the Sarah Cutler Trust for silent beneficiary John Kerrigan, former member of the Boston City Council and a leading local politician. A prominent upscale arson example is apparent in the properties of Frederick Rust III, a director of the Manlmoth Suffolk Franklin Savings Bank and vice president of the Boston Rental Housing Association. Rust's buildings have burned repeatedly in suspicious fires at the onset of conversions to condominiums, a process aided by multiple mortgages from major local banks, including Suffolk Franklin. Downscale arson and the Simon/Lnsoft properties. Maurice Simon died in 1981, but his real estate empire lives on and continues to boom, suspiciously. Today Simon's widow, Jeanette, and his former partner, Sidney Lnsoft, control hundreds of apartment units, concentrated in the Black Ghetto of Roxbury. This is a heavily redlined area where property values are collapsing and abandonment is epidemic, a downscale situation. Simon and partner Lnsoft bought many of their buildings at bargain basement rates in the 1960s from HUD. In 1968 HUD announced a massive rehabilitative program for Boston in conjunction with the Model Cities Initiative. The program was supposedly designed to encourage neighborhood homesteading, with particular attention to the shelter needs of poor and minority people who had been removed from their previous homes to make way for massive urban renewal projects which razed large parts of the city's west and south ends. However, a review of Boston Urban Renewal Program records shows that Simon and Lnsoft together owned 1,800 of the 2,000 units whose rehabilitation was subsidized by the federal government. Despite the fact that Simon and Lnsoft were repeatedly sued by tenants in subsequent years and forced by the courts to pay record fines for housing code violations, the two real estate magnates were awarded another federal renovation subsidy of $5 million in 1972. The City Buildings Department files show that Simon Lnsoft properties continue to be cited for frequent code violations, and tenant organizations continue to challenge the landlords in the courts. The fire record for Simon Lnsoft properties is quite remarkable even in Boston, where suspicious fires are far from uncommon. Boston Fire Department records show that more than 50 suspicious fires have. The social economy of arson 235 occurred in their buildings since 1978, with structural damages estimated by the department in excess of $530,000 and insurance company payments probably 4 to 5 times that amount. Table 2 presents some specific evidence on these fires in Dorchester and Roxbury. Many of the Simon Lnsoft properties were covered by Massachusetts Fair Plan insurance until the institution of anti-arson reforms by that agency in 1978-79. Since then, Simon Lnsoft have become major customers in the unregulated surplus lines market. An examination of State Insurance Commission affidavits shows that the Simon Lnsoft controlled corporations have contracted over $5 million in surplus lines coverage for 1981 and over $18.4 million in coverage for 1982. A number of foreign companies were tapped for these enormous policies, and the affidavits submitted by the selling brokers are remarkable for their brevity. One $10 million policy affidavit for 1982, for example, says only that the policy covers various buildings whose locations and individual liabilities are nowhere specified. Other Simon Lnsoft policies are said to cover various Roxbury Propel 1 IES or community housing in Boston, with no addresses or coverage details. The arson fires continue, the most recent at the time of writing having caused an estimated $10,000 in structural damages. Upscale arson and condominium conversion, the Coppola brothers. The South Huntington Avenue district is an island of old rooming houses surrounded by fashionably renovated townhouses and recently constructed luxury apartments. Young professionals are moving into the area, though the old rooming houses, owned by Joseph and John Coppola, are largely inhabited by students, poor people, and minority families. Amid the overall local patterns of gentrification, property values are soaring, and so are the flames of suspicious fires in the Coppola-owned buildings, as is summarized in Table 3. While some of the fires in Coppola properties have gutted buildings entirely, more often these are small blazes, a pattern observed in upscale arson where the intent is to drive out tenants rather than collect the full value of insurance. The local banks have both contributed to and responded to the rapid rise in property values associated with gentrification, as is most evident in the remarkable mortgage arrangements they have made with the Coppola brothers. The transaction history of several Coppola properties illustrates how the pyramiding of multiple mortgages can inflate the paper value of a building, even though no major renovations have taken place. For example, in 1959 Joseph Coppola purchased 49-51 South Huntington Avenue for $38,000 under a $22,000 purchase mortgage with a local lawyer. This was liquidated with the writing of a new $75,000 mortgage from Shawmut Bank, which in turn was replaced over the next 5 years by a series of multiple mortgages ultimately rising to $215,000 by 1976. The Union Federal Savings and Loan foreclosed on the property in 1977, and within months there were 2 suspicious fires at these buildings resulting in $77,000 in structural damages along with the death of one tenant who was suffocated and then charred almost beyond recognition. Following the fires and insurance settlements, the bank returned property title to the Coppolas. Other Coppola properties have similar histories. In October 1968 Joseph Coppola purchased 94 St. Botolph Street for $40,000, and within 4 years he had been granted mortgages worth $150,000 on the building. In January 1977 the Volunteer Cooperative Bank foreclosed on its mortgage. The fire which broke out there on May 23 of that year was reported by the Boston Fire Department to have spread from the basement to all floors via a concealed shaft and center stairway. 4 firefighters were injured in the fire. 5 months later the bank returned possession of the building to Coppola. Similarly, Coppola was able by 1975 to arrange a series of mortgages worth 7 times the $18,000 he paid for 339 Marlborough Street in 1967. The Volunteer Cooperative Bank also foreclosed on this property on January 5, 1977. A fire erupted on March 17 on the 2nd floor. 9 months later the property was returned to Coppola by the bank. The Coppola brothers bought 8 and 10 Waite Street in 1970 for $12,500 apiece, and by 1975 they had mortgaged the 2 properties for a total value of $250,000. That year a fire broke out on the 3rd floor at 10 Waite. Elsewhere on the street, the records show that on September 9, 1977, John Coppola purchased 6 Waite Street from Robert Colbert for $1 and assumption of the mortgage. On the same day, one Joseph Washington purchased 12, 14, and 16 Waite Street from Robert Colbert for $1 and assumption of the mortgage. Both transactions were notarized by John C. Whitten. The meaning of this becomes clear when we consider that Joseph Washington is a janitor for the Coppolas, and tenants report that they were instructed to make out rent checks to John Coppola, although Washington was the owner of record. Washington's role as a straw is confirmed by his subsequent resale of the 3 buildings to Pequot Realty Corporation, for the sum of $1. The president and treasurer of Pequot is Joseph Coppola. The notary here, John Whitten, is also the attorney for Sarah Cutler, a landlord who was indicted for several arson deaths in New York City and who was the figurehead for the Sarah Cutler Trust operation which I have discussed. The Social Economy of Arson 239. Elsewhere as one of Boston's most prominent examples of downscale arson. The reasons for the bank's confidence and generosity in their dealings with the cupolas have everything to do with those landlords' great success in taking advantage of changing local demographics through the conversion of rooming houses into condominiums, as shown particularly with their buildings along St. Botolph Street. The cupolas bought some 17 rooming houses on that street in the early 1970s. These had been inhabited by students, unemployed, poor people, and minorities. The cupolas proceeded to empty the buildings, and court records show a sharp upsurge in tenant complaints about plumbing, breakdowns, neglected structural repairs, electrical failures, and ultimately a series of suspicious fires. As tenants have vacated the buildings, they have been converted into luxury condominiums, winning huge profits for the cupolas and also for banks involved, which financed conversions and resales at higher rates of interest than had been paid for the older, smaller mortgages. Despite organized tenant protests, lawsuits, extensive local press coverage, and an investigation by the Massachusetts Attorney General's Arson Unit, the pattern of suspicious fires in cupola properties continues. Development arson and the siege of Roxbury. Another sort of arson scheme seeks to profit not from insurance or condominium conversion but from clearing land for future development. Districts in which the land is more valuable than the buildings upon it are prime targets, with the most prominent current examples being the South Boston Fort Point Channel area, and large parts of Roxbury, including the construction zone around the proposed Southwest Corridor, the border zone near the South End, and Highland Park. Often these fires occur in vacant buildings, many of which were seized by the city for unpaid taxes. Examinations of the residue at these fires show that many of them have been the work of professionals, considerably more sophisticated than fire setters elsewhere in the city. Robert Carter, arson expert for the National Fire Protection Association, is one of the country's leading fire scene examiners who has testified at many trials and written leading pyrotechnic texts. Carter is convinced that vandals cannot be blamed for many of the recent fires in prime development areas along the waterfront and the Southwest Corridor, noting, "These fires have been some of the most professional jobs we've seen in the city." Extensive quantities of hard-to-detect accelerant have been used, typically placed in several wax paper containers positioned at key points beside structural members of the building and linked together with trailers of accelerant, leading to a single ignition point, sometimes using photographic paper as a fuse device which leaves little residue. In many cases local non-profit community groups had been granted title to these abandoned properties and had begun to convert them into low and moderate income housing or into community recreation and cultural centers. The increasing value of the land in these central or waterfront districts also makes them attractive sites for the construction of more expensive condominiums or shopping and office complexes. These recent 1982-83 fires destroyed buildings set aside for renovation by the Tenant Development Corporation, Tent City Incorporated, Roxbury Action Program, Greater Roxbury Development Corp., and United Community Development, all nonprofit neighborhood groups. The director of TDC, Josephine Jolly, is convinced that developers were responsible for these fires, as she told South End News reporters after one such recent event. "This is another instance of a person or group who do not want to see any more low or moderate income housing in the South End and have found a way of stopping it through arson." Likely future prospects, directions for reform. Fires may scar a city, but the mortal wounds are self-inflicted in the form of blundering policies born of misunderstanding. As long as Boston's fire commissioner and the state fire marshal insist that juvenile vandals and angry ethnics are the main problems, while minimizing arson for profit, investigative failure will continue. As long as banks deny mortgage credit to poorer districts and city tax foreclosures are subject to long delays, we will see more and more streets lined with abandoned buildings which will turn to blackened hulks before they can be put to constructive use. This is not to say that arson is an inevitable feature of life in the big city, like noise or traffic jams. The situation can be improved, but it is important to understand that there are also powerful institutions that stand opposed to any structural changes which might erode their autonomy or restrict profit-taking. Attacking the institutional roots, issues and constituencies. Short-term solutions to the economic causes of arson might begin with closer restriction of continuing redlining practices by the banks. The Neighborhood Reinvestment Act could be tightened and given sharper teeth, such as greater investigatory powers and punitive sanctions. The antitrust laws might be more energetically applied against the process of 242 James Brady. Bank mergers, which has, in recent years, resulted in the gobbling of so many small Boston banks. At present, 5 financial holding companies formed by recent bank mergers control more than 80% of all deposits in the state. The evidence shows clearly that larger banks are less sensitive to local community needs and more systematically guilty of redlining than are smaller financial institutions. In Massachusetts, the bankers still speak resentfully of former banking commissioner Carol Greenwald, who in 1974-78 authorized the publication of research documenting the bank's long-denied redlining practices and who vigorously used the regulatory powers of her office. As she notes in her book Banks Are Dangerous to Your Wealth, the Boston bankers refused to float state bonds unless Governor Michael Dukakis fired Greenwald, and the state was ultimately forced to sell 1977-78 bonds to bankers in the Midwest. Since his re-election in 1982, Governor Dukakis has sought to reassure the financial elites by pledging that he would not appoint another Greenwald. The newly appointed banking commissioner, Paul Bowman, sees his role quite different from Greenwald's, and he has flatly refused to publish updated studies on redlining and bank reinvestment. He explains that we will enforce the Community Reinvestment Act, but will not issue short synopses of reinvestment, because I don't believe that those say anything. I don't believe that we can do that and satisfy both parties, the banks and the community groups. The problem of abandoned housing has yet to be met with a systematic or effective policy in Boston or in most other eastern cities. Bernard Shadrow / Commissioner of Real Property for the city, points out that while there are perhaps 6,000 derelict tax-delinquent buildings slated for foreclosure and redevelopment, only 28 are presently available for auctions by the city. Delays of 2 years or more in the land courts are common, and, he notes, in the end, 90% of what I get is vacant land since the buildings have been stripped and usually burned at least once. Keeping arson-prone speculators out of city property auctions is also difficult, as the commissioner complains. These guys use dozens of straws to hide their involvement and it's impossible to know all their names. The banks, however, know who's behind these deals. They see the same guy coming in for mortgages. They don't deal with the straws. Clearly, cities like Boston should devote more legal resources to the tax foreclosure process and must streamline the land court procedures. Much more effective information sharing among city agencies is also required to track arson-prone speculators and to prevent them from buying buildings at city auctions. But the reluctance of the fire officials to admit the seriousness of arson for profit operations makes it unlikely that the social economy of arson 243. Such intelligence will be gathered or shared, and the pattern of convicted arsonists repeatedly buying properties cheaply from the city will likely continue. The insurance industry has shown itself incapable of seriously inhibiting arson fraud, and public interest requires that far more extensive regulations be imposed. The doctrine of confidentiality, which protects the relationship between the brokers, customers, and companies, could be limited to require far more public disclosure of policy underwriting. Similarly, companies must be protected against libel by customers who would keep such matters secret. The local fare plans might be given longer grace periods for investigation before payment of suspicious fire claims. Since the insurance companies have not been forthcoming in providing sufficient money or expertise to combat arson, and in view of their enormous profits, it seems appropriate that states hard hit by arson should impose heavy tax assessments on the licensed companies to support law enforcement investigations and prosecution. The unlicensed surplus lines companies are especially problematic. This control would entail far more disclosure of underwriting, as well as the public filing of arson applications specifying whether customers have arson convictions, indictments, or serious fire histories. For the immunity of the insurance industry to federal regulation has left us with a plethora of state regulations and insurance commissions too weak to effectively control this mammoth industry. Moreover, the enactment of tighter regulations in one state may simply prompt, and has in several instances already prompted arson racketeers to arrange coverage from companies in another state. It is clearly time to re-examine ways of bringing the insurance industry under closer control. The one constituency with an unqualified interest in combating arson is, of course, the population living in the fire-ravaged districts. This is especially the case for the poorer tenants who not only face the danger of death and loss of their largely uninsured personal property but are also displaced by the housing squeeze brought on by fires, abandonment, and condominium conversion. Just as the abandonment problem is related to the issue of housing deterioration, which has traditionally pitted tenants against slumlords, so condominium conversion is an extension of the long contest over rent control and occupancy rights. Arson, whether of the upscale, downscale, escape, or development variety, is both a consequence of larger economic processes and a localized expression of class struggle between the owners and occupiers of arson-prone properties. The fact that landlords and developers have turned increasingly to fire as the solution to real estate problems is in part due to the past legal and legislative. 244 James Brady. Victories of tenants' unions and neighborhood associations. Arson not only imperils the physical and social survival of poorer neighborhoods, it also throws a long shadow over the hard-won political power of grassroots organizations in these neighborhoods. Tenants and neighborhood groups have grown increasingly aware of this multiple threat and have played an aggressive role in combating both arson and cutbacks in firefighting protection. In Boston they have scored some impressive success, particularly against arson of the upscale and downscale varieties. Tenants' unions have researched suspicious property transactions, building conditions, and fire histories and have focused media attention on fire-prone landlords. Every single major arson for-profit investigation of which I am aware in the last 5 years has involved tenants and community groups, both in initiating official probes through publicity campaigns and in advancing documentary evidence and testimony for the prosecution. These initiatives have taken place despite frequent threats and harassment from targeted landlords. On the other hand, the grassroots organizations have found it far more difficult to combat arson of the vandal, escape, and development varieties, where the links between fires and immediate profits are less obvious and where there may be no actual owner of record. The media and law enforcement authorities are much less likely to intervene, and the public is inclined to view these sorts of fires as simply part of the urban blight pattern. Moreover, the efforts of non-profit neighborhood groups to secure control of abandoned buildings for renovation as low-cost housing or community centers often conflict with official plans to encourage the construction of luxury apartments and shopping centers as a way to swell property tax revenue and ease the city's fiscal crisis. One last institutional policy implication of this paper is that public housing, for all of its manifold problems, does have a certain durability with respect to arson, and not by reason of its construction materials. The relatively arson-free history of the BHA buildings situated right in the heart of the Boston arson belt is a powerful argument in favor of more construction or leasing of public housing by city, state, and federal authorities. Reforms in law enforcement, putting deterrence to work. Criminal statutes for fraud and malpractice by insurance brokers and adjusters now carry maximum penalties of 1 year in prison and $100 to $500 fines. Given the enormous profits made in arson fraud and the scale of such conspiracies as the 1978 Sassy Syndicate case in New York, such penalties are far from sufficient. The courts have been remarkably. The social economy of arson 245. Lenient in the punishment of convicted members of arson rings as exemplified in the sentences passed down in the nationally renowned Boston Symphony Road case, which I have discussed elsewhere. Arson for profit is both a white-collar and an organized crime, but it has more violent and costly consequences than any of the street crimes which are far more severely punished. If we are to protect our cities and grant any semblance of equal justice, More significant penalties for arson racketeers, whether they be landlords, lawyers, brokers, corrupt officials, or torches, are clearly in order. The Boston Arson Strike Force, with which I serve, is an innovative law enforcement response to the problem of arson for profit. It is a combined team of picked police detectives skilled in discreet surveillance and the collection of testimony and evidence, working together with a staff of civilian specialists who are skilled in analysis of urban demography, real estate, mortgage, insurance transactions, and the structure of organized crime. The strike force was specially constituted by the mayor and reports to that office and to the district attorney. The Boston Fire Department and its arson squad are excluded from the strike force, though BFD records are available for our use. Computers have tremendous potential in arson prevention and control. They have made a decisive contribution to efforts in several cities. The Aetna Insurance Company has provided funds for the establishment of the arson warning and prevention system in New Haven, Connecticut. The AWAP system collects raw data on the histories of buildings all over New Haven, with data drawn from the city tax collector, buildings inspections, the fire department, and land courts. The computer searches these raw data and makes notation of buildings whose history fits a composite arson profile. Specifically, properties with unpaid taxes, building code violations, debt liens, and previous structural fires are singled out. Owners of buildings with all of these characteristics are officially advised that the property has drawn the notice of law enforcement authorities. In 1980, New Haven reported a 40% decline in total fire losses and a 20% decline in arson fire incidents, 1 year after the program was initiated. However, since only a total of 11 buildings were actually targeted by the AWAP's computer that year, the direct impact of the program was limited. Boston was the site of the groundbreaking Comprehensive Arson Prevention and Enforcement System program in 1980-81. A federal grant from LEAA established CAPES in the aftermath of the Symphony Road case to continue and systematize the partnership between community anti-arson activists and the Massachusetts Attorney General's office. The community activists, 24 and James Brady, and the AG's staff were largely responsible for the successful prosecution of the Symphony Road arson ring. The CAPES program sent staff specialists into fire-ravaged neighborhoods of Boston, where they trained local activists in the methods of property research and helped identify arson-prone landlords for warning letters of prosecution by the AG. After 1 year of operation, the CAPES target neighborhoods showed a 38% decline in arson incidents, while the surrounding districts and the city as a whole continued to show increases averaging about 17%. Unfortunately, the federal LEAA cut off funds to the AG's arson unit in 1981. State funding designed to continue the CAPES program was diverted to the State Fire Marshal's office, where it has been spent on chemists and laboratory equipment utilized in the traditional pyrotechnics approach to arson. While the CAPES program is embroiled in legal and political battles with the State Fire Marshal, the proven community outreach strategy of arson prevention has been abandoned. Conclusion: no one openly advocates arson, and virtually all urban politicians have recently added this issue to the list of social problems which they decry at election time. However, the assumed universal consensus around arson, like the assumed agreement on motherhood, evaporates when discussions shift from abstraction to concrete social policies. Just as agreement on motherhood breaks down in bitter disputes over abortion, daycare facilities, and aid to families with dependent children, the most intense controversies rage over what are the sources and solutions to the arson problem. The mythology of the blissful nuclear family, like the insistence on images of the arson rat as an individual or subcultural deviant, hampers the enactment of effective and humane policies. More than misunderstanding is involved here, for there is an invisible arson lobby which benefits directly or indirectly from the fire pattern. This lobby includes significant sectors of the banking and real estate industries, insurance brokers, public adjusters, corrupt inspectors, and wrecking companies. In some instances, this normally disparate network assumes the form of organized racketeering, but it is the routine practices of legitimate businesses, especially banks and real estate brokers, that make the greatest, if unintended, contribution to arson. There is also the potential for a powerful anti-arson alliance among tenants' unions, neighborhood associations, law enforcement agencies, and the powerful insurance industry, but conflicts of interest or self-perception among these groups have thus far been insurmountable. The neighborhood. The social economy of arson. 247. Associations have a parochial outlook and are typically filled by more comfortable homeowners, as compared to the poorer, often non-white renters who form the more radical tenants' unions. Law enforcement officials are often isolated by their own rigidified professionalism, and the insurance industry, for its part, fears that public activism may lead to greater regulation of their own lucrative business activities. The recent course of reform efforts in Massachusetts and the nation indicates that governments are far more willing to augment law enforcement measures against individual arsonists than to attack the institutional roots of this problem in the urban economy. Arson squads across the country have been greatly expanded in the last several years and given improved forensic training in federally sponsored courses and seminars. Boston officials are currently debating whether to follow New York's lead in arming firefighters assigned to arson investigation, and it is likely that judges will begin to impose stiffer penalties on convicted arsonists in the wake of mounting publicity and public concern. However, arson racketeers have yet to be identified as a priority target, as federal and, especially, local literature, as well as local arrest reports, still emphasize vandals, pyromaniacs, and, to a lesser extent, desperate small business owners as the main culprits. Most discouraging for reformers are the dim prospects for action against the more fundamental sources of arson and neighborhood decline, particularly with respect to urban speculation, condominium conversion, the handling of tax-delinquent properties, abandoned buildings and bank redlining, and insurance underwriting practices. City administrators worried about maintaining municipal bond ratings and attracting corporate investment are less likely today than yesterday to closely scrutinize bank lending patterns or the bank's resale of problem properties to fire-prone customers. The generation of progressive state bank commissioners, exemplified by Carol Greenwald of Massachusetts, has passed with the waning of the consumer advocacy movement and the relaxation of corporate restrictions in an era of government which now promotes laissez-faire. The insurance industry has successfully resisted legislative reforms, preferring to deal with arson quietly through limited industry-sponsored internal studies. The attempt by local state insurance commissioners to restrict the surplus lines companies through enaction of a mild model law developed by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners has been effectively blocked in most states. The conventional companies and the local FAIR plans have not supported such efforts, for fear that closing the surplus lines frontier might bring arsonists back to them. The surplus lines companies are apprehensive that new regulations would lead to greatly increased administrative costs and loss of business. Their concerns may be well-founded, since the enaction of THIRD. 248 James Brady. Regulations in New York State in the wake of the Sassy Syndicate arson scandal of 1978 was almost immediately followed by a virtual collapse of the surplus line industry. Real estate speculation and condominium conversions have been targeted by neighborhood groups with some success. In Massachusetts, a strong tenants movement recently won passage of the condo bill, which bans eviction of renters for purposes of condominium conversion. Such efforts must, however, contend with the relentless opposition of power-lull real estate lobbies, and tenants' protections are quickly eroded or abolished once tenants' groups relax or weaken. Speculation by arson-prone entrepreneurs in the purchase of abandoned or foreclosed properties is difficult to prevent, since ownership may be well hidden in a maze of trusts and holding companies. City officials, worried about falling property tax revenues, are often prepared to ignore such shady purchase arrangements if redevelopment plans hold the prospect for an increased tax base. In short, the institutional sources of urban arson are enmeshed with power-lull corporate interests, and the mounting fiscal crisis of the cities makes the correction or even official acknowledgement of arsonogenic business practices most unlikely in the foreseeable future. Should a broad-based coalition of tenants, homeowners, and small business owners arise, it could conceivably challenge the corporate elites and press for policies which might slow or reverse the process of neighborhood deterioration and destabilization, of which arson is a most visible index. I have written elsewhere that the sociology of arson takes us right into the heart of the city. It is equally true that a probe of the forces and institutions which are implicated in urban arson takes us right into the heart of sociology, past the biased conjectures of deviance theory and toward a mature Marxism. A mature Marxism must reject any simple-minded instrumentalist conception of class and state and must point to activist strategies which can politicize working-class communities through organized defense of their concrete social and material interests. The study of arson demonstrates the importance of intra-class cleavages. Likewise, the state must be understood dialectically, strained as it is between its need to maintain legitimacy and its support of capitalist accumulation. The imperiled urban communities are both a constituency and an arena for action by progressive intellectuals, and in the folds of political and social contradiction, one can find potential allies. The Social Economy of Arson 249. The ultimate outcome of the present pattern of speculation, racketeering, and misinformed control policies is already visible in the ruins of New York's South Bronx and Boston's Roxbury. There, streets lined with blackened hulks divide great open fields of rubble, and even the rat holes are empty. The invisible hand of the free market is swiftly creating a new geographic morphology, the urban desert. 7. Wealth, crime, and capital accumulation. Harold Barnett. Reprinted from Harold Barnett, Wealth, Crime, and Capital Accumulation, Contemporary Crises 3, April 19791:171-86.